Hello, all my dear followers. Welcome to the second season of What If Naruto Fell in Love with Femme KURAMA and Trained Seriously. Remember, if you want a third season, just hit the like and subscribe buttons. Now, without further ado, enjoy.
Naruto and Jiraiya had been traveling west for the past 3 days. They were now just inside the border of Kaze no Kuni. It generally took several days to reach the country's hidden ninja village, Tsunade, though as they were not in any desperate rush they could travel at a far more sedate pace, rather than going at top speed to their destination. They could also take a little longer with their rest stops at night. It was during these stops that Naruto practiced his summoning, trying to summon out the higher tier summons. The closest Naruto had gotten thus far to summoning Tobufushicho was to summon a large phoenix. It had more gold than red and had a single black plume on its forehead. Apparently the color of the phoenix denoted some sort of ranking system. The redder the phoenix was, the younger it was at the time of death. The older the phoenix the more gold it got. Only the truly ancient phoenixes attained black feathers, having a size increased to match. The phoenix that Naruto had summoned was twice the size of an elephant, and yet it seemed as though Tobufushicho was far larger than that. Rei had also been enjoying herself for the most part. When Naruto had first called her out, it was also the first time that Jiraiya had seen her, so when he did he turned into a large hairy pile of goo. That was something that was going to irk Naruto and Rei for quite some time. Flashback. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, what the hell do you think you're doing this? For a short second after Rei was brought out of the seal, Jiraiya was stunned by her beauty. Whoa! She's hot. Jiraiya thought excitedly. Jiraiya-sama, this is Rei-san. Rei-san, this is Jiraiya-sama, a member of the Sannin. Naruto introduced. Jiraiya had out a little notebook and was scribbling away. Not sure of what he was doing, Naruto simply asked. Upon not receiving a reply, he looked at what Jiraiya was writing. What the hell? Why are you taking such a detailed description of Rei-san down? Rei blushed at Naruto's sudden outburst. Jiraiya ignored him and simply started framing her in his hands before talking about her screen potential, whatever that was. He then proceeded to whip out a measuring tape, but before he could get very far Naruto had conked him quite hard on the head, sending him face first into the dirt. Now what are you planning to do with all this? In response, Jiraiya said that she could be a character in his newest edition of Ika Ika. Naruto immediately recognized the book as the one his brother had tried and failed to quit reading. Apparently he just couldn't kick some old habits. You're just a pervert. I wonder what would happen if I used. Naruto trailed off. Henge. Naruto cried out, transforming into the form of a girl with pigtails and the smoke of the transformation jutsu covering nothing but the most intimate parts. Jiraiya went into his dream world, an absolutely gorgeous redhead standing in front of him alongside an equally beautiful naked blonde. He started drooling as he fantasized. You really are just a little pervert. Naruto all but screamed with an accusing finger pointed. I'm not a little pervert. Jiraiya responded indignantly. Oh really? And what are you then? Naruto inquired rather skeptically. I'm a big one. Naruto was at a loss for words. He couldn't very well insult a man about his perverted ways when he said it himself with something akin to a hint of pride in his voice. Feeling somewhat defeated, Naruto uttered only one more word. Ero Sennin. Flashback end. In Konoha, Naruto's friends had been told of Naruto's absence when they asked and were wishing him the best. It had now been 4 days since his sudden departure and they were working on chakra exercises. This was one of the times when they were allowed to talk more casually while training. At first they were taught to focus solely on the exercise, but as they grew more and more familiar with the exercises they brought in distractions. After all, while in battle they simply couldn't say to the enemy, stop attacking, I can't focus my chakra. The current topic of conversation was Naruto and his trip, where he was heading and how long it would last. Ino used this as grounds to ask a question that had been on her mind for a few days now, since their visit to the Ayabuki cave. Has anyone noticed Naruto acting different lately? The group remained silent for a time before Hinata answered. Perhaps you mean about the way he is reacting to finding out he may have family, or at least a family history. No, not that. It's more when he is around Rei-san or Haku-san. Ino redefined. I had noticed that he was slightly out of character as well. Particularly with our encounter in your flower shop. Shino contributed, while Ino was nodding in assent. What are you guys talking about? Misao asked, completely confused. He took Haku-san on a tour of the village and stopped by my family's flower shop. It's just that every time he is with them he seems so much calmer and even a little more polite. Now that you mention it, when we went for barbecue he made sure they had a seat and had ordered before he did. Ami added her thoughts to the pile, and when in the flower shop, he showed another act of courtesy by holding the door for the two girls, rather than simply rushing through and allowing them to follow in his wake. Shino said, don't you guys think that you are overthinking things slightly with this? Is it possible that the manners Kakashi-sensei tried to force into his head is finally taking effect? Sai tried to reason with them. Sakura and Sasuke could understand what Ino was angling at, and Sakura added some fat to the fire. I wouldn't say that, Sai. After Naruto recovered in Wave we all greeted him once he had regained consciousness. I hugged him, grateful for him being alive. Haku on the other hand, slapped him. She slapped him hard. Then said something about someone understanding her pain, leaving her, then she kissed him on the cheek. She slapped for coming back to her. She said she had kissed him for coming back to us. Sasuke corrected, with extra emphasis on the fuss, trying to prevent Sakura from making too much out of it. She had to correct herself. Sasuke. She said, me, but changed it to us after she realized what she had said. Understand her pain. What was that about? Kiba asked. I've asked both Naruto and Kakashi. Naruto said it wasn't all that important that I knew. Kakashi said that it was for Naruto alone to tell me. Naruto has had Kakashi all his life. What could he have had to endure? Perhaps if we asked Haku we might get a better understanding. Chuji mentioned. What has Naruto had to endure? Have any of you ever noticed how some of the villagers stare at him? The look they reserve for him is only one that I would use on my worst enemy. I don't know if the two are related, but it can't be for all the pranks he's pulled. Those stares are just too vicious. Shikamaru replied to his longtime friend's question. Nobody knows Haku well enough to simply ask her about her history. It may be a rather personal question. The group nodded their agreement, with nothing further to say on the matter. The chakra exercises were resumed in near silence. Elsewhere in Konoha a pleasant giggle could be heard accompanying the somewhat heartier chortle. A man that was evidently talking with a girl. You mean he actually painted the Hokage monuments? The girl managed to ask after recovering from fit of giggles. Yes, that was one of the more memorable pranks he pulled. It was the last he did before becoming a ninja. Irika replied, sighing slightly as he reminisced. Your ramen is ready. I am, the waitress at Ichiraku's ramen stand said as she set down their steaming bowls of miso ramen in front of them. They continued to talk as they slowly ate their ramen. Naruto and his friends, they certainly are close. Haku thought of his friends as they thought about the blonde Jinchuriki. Yes, well they are now. Irika replied, thinking back to how things used to be so many years ago. Haku gave a slight tilt of her head to show her confusion. Irika noticed and explained. Well, years ago not all of them were friends. It started out as Naruto, Shikamaru and Chuji being friends and becoming friends with Kiba at some point. Ino was friends by association through their parents. She was more friendly with Sakura. Sakura was picked on as a child. The only person that anybody picked on more was Naruto. Irika paused to see if she was still following before continuing. At some point Sakura stopped picking on Naruto. This worked in Ino's favor. Imagine being that young and having to pick between the boys who were already friends and the only girl that could be a real friend. Seeing Haku nod, he continued on with the group's background. Then you have Sasuke, Shino, and Hinata. Hinata and Sasuke are from prestigious clans and would have been actively encouraged to avoid the group, particularly Naruto. It was difficult for them. Both had high expectations thrust upon them by their families and the village. So they were in a way always on their own. He gathered a breath before continuing. Shino is from the Aburame clan, not the most social of the Konoha clans. Well, these three recluses joined the group after the Uchiha clan massacre. One of their own clan members killed a great many of their number, including his own parents. After that Sasuke seemed to change. He had a higher drive to work. He was top of the class already, but he just seemed to be pulling ahead from the rest of his class more so than before. When his class saw the extra effort, they started lifting their game. No one wanted to get left behind. First the boys picked up their act. I can only assume that this is how Shino got involved in the group. Then the girls of the group lifted, not wanting to get left behind by the boys, and Hinata didn't want to get left behind by the girls, and that is how she got into the group. Over the remaining years, 3 others joined, Misao, Sai and Ami. I guess it was because they set their priorities straight. You know the saying, birds of a feather flock together. Irika was getting tired of talking by now, but he decided to finish with one little bit. They seem to run like a well-oiled machine, but occasionally there are cracks that appear within the group. Ami was one of the ones that used to tease Sakura the most, and Sakura teased Naruto rather cruelly when he was the focus. It makes for some awkward moments now and then, either from guilt on one part, or an incomplete trust and insecurities on the other's part. That's rather interesting. I thought that they had all just been good friends from the start. Haku mused out loud. Heh, hardly. In some cases you would have been forgiven for thinking that they were mortal enemies. Though with the way they work together these days I can understand where you are coming from. With the way they're improving as a unit I can see them cementing a place in our history books one day. Irika chortled, idly hoping that he might get some reflected glory for being their final year academy teacher if they remembered him years from now. Haku smiled slightly before turning back to her ramen. Once the food was finished the pair said their goodbyes and parted ways. It was now the 7th day of traveling for Naruto and Jiraiya. They were now in the mountain range dividing Iwa no Kuni from Kaze no Kuni. Any absolutely unnecessary chakra usage was expressly forbidden by Jiraiya. It had been a true wake-up call for Naruto after that conversation. Flashback. What? Why not? Why can't I practice summoning or summon Rei-san? Because using chakra enough to summon will no doubt attract unwanted attention, and moving in a number larger than absolutely necessary is foolish. But you're a Sannin, surely you could be able to take any opponent, even if they were ANBU. Naruto almost whined back. I am, but you are not. While I'm battling I can't protect your hide as well. I'm immortal, remember. Moron. When they discover that you are immortal they won't try and kill you, they will try and capture you. Think about that, their interrogators will simply torture you till you die, then start the process over and over. Worse yet, what if they try and use you for breeding stock, to create warriors for their country, for use against Fire Country? Then your own powers would be used to destroy the village you love. Jiraiya growled back. I never thought of that. You're a ninja, you must think of the worst case. Not planning out your moves could prove to be fatal to you, or more importantly in your case your comrades. Not thinking things through could be disastrous for you village. Naruto nodded as they continued on their path, having been given a lot to think about. Flashback end. Naruto, look. Jiraiya's voice broke him out of his reverie. He cast his gaze to where Jiraiya was pointing. There was a cave in the mountainside. It was well hidden from view and anyone no looking too closely would have missed it entirely. After a day and a half of searching through the rugged terrain it was the slightest hint of a breakthrough. The cave was on a completely different mountainside to the one they were on. After choosing the most appropriate route getting there they entered the cave. What they saw inside amazed them. Instead of narrowing down like one would expect, the cave opened out into a large circular room of sorts with 10 or so pathways each seeming to lead deeper into the mountain. Well, isn't this something? I was only expecting to find a place to stay for the night while we picked up our search tomorrow. Jiraiya said as he looked about. So which way from here? We rest and let some clones do some exploring. It'd be stupid if we got lost and died here. Naruto snickered. It's not that funny, even if you are immortal, I get the feeling that you wouldn't do too much without food and water. Naruto paled slightly and nodded. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto uttered and summoning 20 clones into the open area of the cave. Well, get to it, start seeing if there is anything worth seeing here. He gave his orders and they all rushed off to do his bidding. Why 20 and not 10, in case the caves branch off further? Jiraiya was suitably impressed. The boy was noted for being an idiot when it came to written tests, but when it came to practicalities he seemed just as good as any of the so-called geniuses. It made him wonder if these geniuses were actually all that good or if it was something that those around them had blown out of proportion. As he and Jiraiya sat talking, they were surprised when two clones burst into the circular room from different entrances. "Which entrance did you guys go in?" The Bunshin each pointed to the exit that the other had walked out of. Naruto shook his head only to receive a sudden burst of information from two of the dispelled clones. It was the partner of each of the clones present. One had dispelled of its own will after finding a dead end, the other had met its fate by a long fall that was hidden by the darkness. The other two clones dispelled seeing as they were no longer needed, and Naruto moved to make a pile of rocks or something the like that would distinguish the two entryways from the rest to note that they were not the correct way. He explained to Jiraiya what was going on. It was a further 4 hours before Naruto received and more information, then in the time span of what only seemed to be a half an hour was able to rule out several more passages. One had a cave-in, another was a second dead end, and the last was actually a loop that took you back on the same route over and over. The only reason the pair of clones picked up on it in the dark was that one of them made a gouge in the rock with a wind jutsu. It wasn't long before they walked around and it felt the relief of the spiral-shaped mark it had carved into the rock. With only 4 remaining passageways left open to them, it was now a game of hoping that the chakra of the clones didn't run out before they made it through the veritable labyrinth of a mountain. In the 2 hours that they were waiting, they managed to eliminate 2 more entrances, one as it led to a large open area with a small underground lake that went nowhere and the other subject to another cave-in. It was nearing the end of the 6-hour maximum that Ray had said was the limit for his clone when he received one more piece of information. Burned into his memory was the image of what seemed to be several small stone huts, the last thing that the clone saw before dispelling. Naruto also took note of the intense heat that the pathway leads to on the way to these huts. It seemed that this pathway took you far deeper into the earth itself. "It seems that's the path we need to take," Naruto said to Jiraiya, pointing out a cave to his left. "We'll get some rest tonight and start sometime tomorrow," Jiraiya said as he marked the other entrance as incorrect. 14 hours later found Naruto and Jiraiya well and truly down the path that they had deemed the correct one. As Naruto remembered from his clone's experience, the heat through this passage gradually raised, it was now sweltering. Naruto had sealed his jacket into a scroll, while Jiraiya's shirt was taken off and tucked into his pants, leaving only his mesh to cover his upper body. "Shouldn't be too much longer now," Naruto mentioned to Jiraiya. As they rounded another bend, Naruto came across the site they had been traveling for the last 6 hours. There they both saw with their own eyes what the clones had seen the previous night. 3 small huts sat, seemingly carved out of stone, sitting in a cavern illuminated by crystals embedded into the wall. Outside one of these huts sat some small items of pottery as well as a potter's wheel. Instinctively Naruto moved towards this hut. There was something different about it. "How was it that you managed to find this place?" a voice from within the hut asked. "I was directed here by my father. He told me that I was from the Dragon Clan and that if I wanted to know more then I should come here." "Indeed, you are of the Dragon Clan. And yet you are not of the Dragon Clan. There is something about you that seems abnormal. Something that is not draconian." The voice replied, "My mother." Naruto almost whispered, "My mother was of the Phoenix Clan." Naruto stated in a more steady voice, "Well, that explains everything. And if I'm not mistaken, your traveling partner is human, correct? This is Jiraiya, my godfather. My name is Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, or more accurately, Naruto Namikaze." "I see. Now, why have you come here?" "First of all, to receive instruction in the dragon's sword style, Hiten Mitsurujiryu. And to ask about the powers of our clan. For now I can agree to the sword style instruction. Depending on what you want to know, I may or may not tell you what you want to know. For today you will rest, your training will begin tomorrow. Before we go any further, perhaps it would be best if I introduced myself. My name is Seijiro Hiko." The voice had been given a name as a tall man with long black hair walked out of the hut. He wore a white high-collared cloak with a red interior and a matching pair of blue pants and shirt. The most outstanding feature of the man was that he was incredibly well built. Naruto casually noticed a wooden-hilted katana held to his waist by a white cloth tied around his body. The man indicated that the pair should stay in one of the huts that were apparently unoccupied. The days that came were tough. Many things had been revealed from both parties. The first question Naruto asked was about how Sejiro could tell that he was not a pure-blooded dragon. It came to light that it was just a sense that they came to develop over the years. Naruto had little doubt that this was what had attracted him to Sejiro's hut in the first place, though he couldn't precisely tell what it was, he just knew that something felt different. It was also from this sense that Sejiro seemed to detect Rei's presence within Naruto. This led to a lengthy conversation about his father, his mother, and the whole incident surrounding his birth. Sejiro seemed indifferent to the news and pressed on with his breakfast. After breakfast came the training Naruto had been dying for. The session started off with a sparring match between Sejiro and Naruto. Naruto, while not having any true style, was not a complete novice with the sword, yet when he versed Hiko, it was as though a wolf had been led into a kennel with a blind newborn pup. There was nothing that he could have done. In short order many cuts had appeared all along Naruto's body, each no deeper than a paper cut, a true testament to Hiko's control over his blade. Naruto could not believe that the man had landed so many hits in such a short amount of time. It made his previous sensei, Gekko Heiei, look almost like a novice. It seems we need to work on your speed above all else. Sejiro said to Naruto as he observed the healing power of the phoenixes kick in and reseal the cuts that appeared all over his body. Naruto had been expecting to at least be able to defend against the man. What he encountered was on a whole other level. The rest of the day was spent learning 3 of the most basic techniques used. The first was Batajutsu, sword drawing techniques, the second was an opening move, Do-Ryu Senator. Do-Ryu Sen relies on the speed of a swing to send earth in the same direction as the swing. A horizontal swing will send large chunks at the enemy, while a vertical swing can leave a fissure in the ground, causing a loss of footing. Batajutsu is a technique that leaves the user open to counter-attack if it misses. To counter this, an additional swing is made using the katana's sheath. This move is called So-Ryu Sen. By the end of the day Naruto had managed to perform the Batajutsu and the So-Ryu Sen with the correct motion. All that remained was for him to be able to perform the techniques at a far higher speed in order for them to be effective. The So-Ryu Sen was not as simple. For a great while there was no visible change to the earth no matter which swing style he used. After swings numbering in the high hundreds he was slowly getting more and more frustrated. "Sensei, would you mind demonstrating again?" Naruto requested. Wordlessly, Hiko performed the technique, first a horizontal swing, sending stones between the size of a man's fist and a human head, flying in the direction of his swing. Then he performed the vertical swing leaving a 1-foot wide fissure for 20 meters ahead of him. The ground here is not the same as that on the surface. If you look closely you will see hairline fractures from your vertical slashes and small chips in the ground from your horizontal strikes. The ground is far harder here, so it is also far harder to actually rip it asunder. Hiko advised. Naruto practiced his swings for the next 2 hours, until pebbles started to get launched or else cracks of little under a centimeter appeared. "That will do for today. We will at our here." It had taken a short while for the meal to be prepared. Naruto and Jiraiya were eating from the stored food that they had packed. Hiko had cooked rice with some water, apparently that gathered from the underground lake. The meal was eaten in silence until Naruto decided to try and get an answer the question his parents had tried to find the answer for. "Sejiro-sensei, when we first met I said that I wanted some information about the clan and you said that you may or may not tell me." "Well, my father said that the immortality the dragons possess, as well as the phoenixes, is granted by the gods. I was wondering, what it was that made the gods decide to bestow such a gift." Sejiro looked rather contemplative as he tried to think of an answer. "I won't lie, but I won't tell the truth either, at least not in its entirety. I am not permitted to tell you the exact details." Naruto looked ready to hear anything. He was completely tuned into what his sensei had to say. It was a gift for the clans beyond spectacular performance in the first ninja war. There are other clans that were also similarly rewarded. Spectacular performance in the first ninja war. Correct. And one more question, if I'm allowed. How do we have a summoning pact with the Shinigami-sama? Again, I cannot tell you everything, but I will tell what I can. As you know, we are immortal. Well, the story starts out with one of the earliest clan leaders losing his wife in the first ninja war. He lived for some time after her death. One day he went to the Hall of the Eight Fathoms, a place where it is possible to speak with the gods. There he made a pact with Shinigami-sama. It is seen was dishonor to commit suicide within our clan, to die a coward's death and run away. Hiko paused to see if Naruto was still following. This man implored Shinigami-sama to reunite his with his beloved, even if it was in death. And so it was done, but the Shinigami-sama is a god that believes in universality, or perhaps it just has a sick sense of humor. In any case, the same deal was given to all those in the Dragon Clan, and it became that when a pair mated, they mated for life, because if one died so would the other. Well, anyway, as I said, Shinigami-sama is one that believes in universality, death being a good example. So then why should one have a pact with death when nobody else did? And so the Reaper summoning was formed. It is not actually a family summon per se, as anyone who knows the necessary hand seals and has the sufficient chakra can perform the summoning. Naruto nodded in mutely understanding before finding a flaw in the explanation. That sorta makes sense. The thing is, why would Shinigami-sama apply the summoning to all, but death of your wife or husband to only the Dragon Clan? There are things that I have deliberately left out, knowledge that can only be passed on from one clan leader to the next. I must go and prepare a few things for tomorrow morning. With that, Hiko bid them farewell and left for his hut. The next morning Naruto was awoken to the sound of a loud clanging by his head. He woke with a start before seeing what appeared to be a pair of bracers, leg guards, and some new clothes. Wear those when you train. This is to build the speed and strength required for Hiten Mitsurugi. They are made from a special or found within this mountain range that is naturally quite dense. They have the ability to store chakra, making them even denser. Eventually, when the time comes, you can withdraw the chakra within them, giving you extra chakra and reducing the weight. Naruto eagerly donned the new gear, understanding the twofold benefit when he was used to them at far higher weight after chakra usage. The day was spent doing much of the same activities as yesterday, practicing the techniques he had learned, as well running with the weights on to improve his speed. By the end of the day he felt exhausted, admittedly not as exhausted as a training set with Guy, but exhausted nonetheless. The next day Jiraiya approached Sejiro about needing to return home with Naruto. Hiko-san, I must advise you that this may well be our last night with you. Our food supplies are running low and Sarutobi-sensei only gave me a limited amount of time for this. I need to be back on the outside shortly, as both Naruto and I have responsibilities to attend to. Wait. Can't I simply stay here and train under Hiko-sensei? No. You have things that you need to do on the outside. While Naruto could not think of a single pressing thing that he had, he knew that Jiraiya most likely would, and the tone that Jiraiya was using was one that would brook no argument. In that case, I will teach you 2 more techniques and a variation to go with one of the first. I expect you to practice them all in your free time. This technique is called Ryu Sui Senator. It is not a particularly elaborate move, it simply entails jumping high into the air and slashing down from the opposite shoulder that the sword is wielded from. The variant is simply a stab instead of a slash, and it called Ryu Sui Senzan. The other technique is Ryu Ken Senator. This is a counterattack move where you must use the full speed required of Hiten Mitsurugi to sidestep the initial strike and then strike out at the opponent's neck. This move is redundant against enemies that are faster than you are. Hiko said to Naruto, demonstrating each technique as he went along. The rest of the day was spent practicing these techniques. Naruto could practice the others in his own time back at Konoha, and the training with the new equipment was something that he could do practically 24/7 just by wearing the equipment. He needed to learn the actual technique so that he wouldn't practice it incorrectly when on his own. While Hiko had said that neither Ryu Sui Sen nor the Ryu Sui Senzan were particularly elaborate, it was still difficult to master, as it was difficult to put any real power behind the blade, and he was jarring his body as he made the attacks when he connected with his sensei's blade. It wasn't until he was instructed to shift his body weight that things more or less fell into place. He wasn't having any real effect with his strikes against Hiko, but the man was insanely powerful. The main benefit was that he wasn't so shaken up after each strike, and he could feel that the blow was more powerful than before. That night they shared their last meal together. Normally the meals were eaten in silence, but tonight the meal was somewhat more light-hearted, with idle banter and some teasing on Hiko and Jiraiya's part when Naruto had been goaded into letting Rei out. She had been kept inside the seal for the past few days as there really wasn't all that much to see, and Naruto had said that the seal was probably more pleasant than the hot mountains core. Hiko had accompanied Naruto and Jiraiya as far as the circular room with many entrances on their journey home. Naruto, before you go, there are a few things that you might like to know. The first is that you are welcome to come back to further your training in Hiten Mitsurugi. The second is that while I couldn't tell you everything about how we got our power immortality, if you want further answers then you must seek out the true reason behind the ninja wars. Jiraiya looked at him very skeptically and filed the information away for later use. The reason for the ninja wars? I thought it was all just a bid for power by each of the 5 elemental nations. We really can't stay much longer. We have already stayed longer than I intended. We bid you farewell. Have no doubt that we will see you in the future. Jiraiya said his goodbyes as he turned to walk out of the cave. Before I leave, would you be able to tell me where the Hall of 8 Fathoms is? Hiko looked at him long and hard before responding. It's found on the westernmost point of the eastern continent, though as you are the gods will not listen to you or answer your questions. You must be of the same level as the ones that earned the gift of immortality. Thank God. I thought he was about to say that I had to be the clan leader. I'm getting seriously sick of hearing that I can't know because I'm not the clan leader. With these thoughts running through his head, Naruto bowed to his sensei and left without another word. It was some hours before either Naruto or Jiraiya spoke on the way home. Ero Sennin, do you know anything about the truth behind the ninja wars? Naruto asked, still using the name he had called Jiraiya in his frustration over his perverted behavior. Damn it, are you still calling me that? Jiraiya grumbled back. You are supposed to be a Sannin, a powerful ninja, and you claim to be a sage of the Toad arts. You are also happen to be a mega pervert. I included both aspects in the name. Jiraiya mumbled something about stupid prepubescent brats and their lack of appreciation for the fine feminine form. Well, do you know anything? Naruto pressed on. I originally thought that the origin was of the elemental nations pressing for power over more land, just a battle for total supremacy. But in the context of what is happening it doesn't make sense. Why would a god give a clan such an incredible gift for outstripping others? There has to be something more behind this. Naruto nodded in understanding. Jiraiya had given him some food for thought. Perhaps he could ask the Hokage and see what he knew. Naruto and Jiraiya had made good time in getting back to Konoha, which was now just visible on the horizon. They were rapidly approaching the village and it would only be several more hours before they were at the village's gates. Naruto was wearing the special clothes that Hiko had given him and was now starting to realize just how much they hindered his movement as he wasn't covering ground anywhere near as fast. Brat, before we get into the village I just wanted to talk to you about your sword techniques. Jiraiya called to Naruto while still moving at high speed. Yeah, if you can avoid it don't tell anyone about your techniques or anything else that you may have up your sleeve. If possible, reveal nothing at all, so I can't even tell my friends. No, you'll find out by the end of today why not. Nothing significant was exchanged between the pair for the remainder of the trip, though the faint whispers of ramen from a certain blonde, while a dreamy look came over his traveling partner's face every once in a while. Once at the western gates that they had left from roughly 2 weeks prior their papers were checked, which took an unusually short amount of time. Perhaps being in the presence of one that was practically at Kage level made them smarten their act for at least 5 minutes. Naruto was told by Jiraiya to do whatever he wanted to do for the time being. Jiraiya in the meantime went and reported to the Hokage. As soon as Naruto disappeared from his he shuned directly into the Hokage's office. To his credit, if the aging man was startled by his student's sudden appearance he didn't show it. Well, what happened? Did you find anything out? A couple of things actually. The first is that the gift of immortality he possesses is actually a gift from the gods to his clan. The gods apparently gave the gift for brilliant performances in the ninja wars. That is quite interesting. There is more. Apparently there is some connection behind the gods giving the gift and the true meaning of the wars. You mean there was a hidden agenda behind that of simply obtaining more land? Supposedly yes. The man that said so, Seijiro Hiko, is the leader of the Dragon Clan. He apparently knows quite a bit about the matter, but would not share, not even with Naruto. He did say that he would tell Naruto if he became the clan leader. Speaking of, Naruto has to go back when he is 16 to be trialed as a potential leader. Hiko also left the invitation for him to develop his sword skill in the future if he wants to return. Well, I will give these matters careful thought. In any case, I will need to inform the Jounin senseis that you have returned so they can inform their charges about the upcoming events. Naruto meanwhile had raced home in hopes of seeing his older brother. He searched the house. Having no luck there, he went through the village, checking the most likely places that he would find, all turning up with nothing. He decided to check the training ground that the group usually went to in hopes of at least finding someone that he knew there. He arrived to the odd call of a jutsu being announced. Looking around, he saw charred trees and great mounds of dirt displaced. Then he saw just about everybody that he associated with at the training ground. All the rookies and nearly every Jounin sensei was there. The only person missing was Guy Mado. What the hell are you training us all this hard for? The normal training is impossible, but for the last week it's been like you're trying to kill us. There could only be one person that would moan that much about the training they were given, Shikamaru. You never changed, do you, Shikamaru? Naruto, you're back. It was Kakashi that asked. Just then, actually. So you guys have been getting your butts handed to you, have you? You could say that, though it would probably be more accurate to say that it's been taken away and not being given back. It was Miseo trying and failing spectacularly to paint a more vivid picture. Oh, what the hell? Well, normally they'd be nice enough though, give it back to us, but for the last week they've been taking our butts, making us grow new ones, then taking them as well. The group just sweat dropped at the sheer pointlessness of the statement. Right, well anyway, we didn't want to tell you why we're training you hard till Naruto got back so we could announce it to you as a group. All your Jounin senseis, Guy included, feels that you are all-powerful enough to take the Chunin exams. Some of the group, namely Naruto, Sasuke, Kiba and Ami, looked excited at the prospect. Most looked thoughtful about the idea. Only one person looked as though they had their own personal raincloud raining on them. Shikamaru was not entirely impressed, something he decided to voice with the least amount of effort possible. Troublesome. It had been 2 days since Naruto had arrived back home in Konoha. 2 days since the group of rookies had all been told that they were being recommended to compete in the Chunin exams. Their Jounin senseis had told the group that this was more for the experience than anything else. If anyone made Chunin, it would be seen as an added bonus. It had also been 2 days since Naruto and Shikamaru had stumbled across a team from the Sand Village. Flashback. Come on, Shikamaru. Surely you aren't so lazy to miss the Chunin exams. Surely you have noticed that square rock that's following us. I have. I'm trying to ignore it and stop trying to change the subject. Konohamaru, hearing that his rival in attaining the position of Hokage was trying to ignore him, immediately got his panties in a twist and tried to make a flashy entrance. Boom. The box had exploded and Konohamaru and his friends Moegi and Udon could be seen coughing in the clearing smoke. You can't ignore me, I'm your eternal rival, he brazenly declared. Both Naruto and Shikamaru shuddered at his choice of words. Konohamaru, I'm kinda busy, trying to get the laziest person in this village to compete in the Chunin exams. You mean him? Why don't you get his girlfriend to try? You have a girlfriend? How much changed while I was away? Naruto asked incredulously. I don't have a girlfriend. Shikamaru snapped irritably. Asuma-sensei was talking about how apparently we choose girls most like our mothers, which is why he said that Ino must be my perfect match. Shikamaru and Ino sitting in a kissing in a tree, kissing. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes baby. Apparently this little chant was the last straw for Shikamaru, because he actually did something that involved energy and started to chase Konohamaru. Meanwhile Naruto started laughing. His laughter was to be short-lived when Konohamaru ran straight into a boy wearing what appeared to be a black cat suit with purple face paint on. Ouch, you little brat. I'll teach you, watch where you're going from now on. The boy grabbed Konohamaru and lifted him clean off of the ground. What do you think you are doing? Teaching this brat to watch his manners. Kankuro, let him go and let's leave. A girl with blonde hair tied into 4 ponytails and a large metal object tied to her back tried to reason with him. The boy, now identified as Kankuro, appeared not to be even listening to the girl. Just so you know, you're holding the Hokage's grandson there. I don't think he'll be impressed if you lay into him. I'm the son of the Kazekage, so he should also respect me. Kankuro countered with a mean smile about his face. So you're both related to Kages, but you're a ninja. Attacking a Konoha citizen, a child no less, well, I hate to think what our ANBU would like to do about protecting our citizens. Shikamaru added, gaining some true leverage over the situation. That actually put some fear into him. No matter whom he was related to, attacking a citizen for something as trivial as this would guarantee a reprimand that would be no laughing matter. Just as he was filtering through the new argument, a third person from the Sand Village joined the commotion. He had flaming red hair and a gourd on his back. Kankuro, release him. Unlike the blonde girl, this boy was listened to immediately. Gaara, sorry, he start. Shut up. Gaara interrupted, his voice like ice. I apologize for my teammates' idiocy. I am Sabaku no Gaara. My teammates are Temari and Kankuro. The invitation was left for Naruto and Shikamaru to introduce themselves, something that Shikamaru did hesitantly. Shikamaru Nara, and that is Naruto Uzumaki. I assume you are here for the Chunin exams, correct? I look forward to seeing you in the exams. Gaara said as his farewell bidding before turning on his heel and heading away. Naruto, for his part, was having a score of different thoughts running through his head. He feels like Hiko-sensei. Does that mean he's a dragon too? No, he doesn't feel like Hiko-sensei, he just feels different from Shikamaru. Naruto-kun, Rei-san, what you sense, I sense it too. It's familiar, but I can't quite place it. Use caution. Rei advised. Thank you. He paused for a second before asking, since when am I Naruto-kun? It was always Naruto-san. Since I became Rei-chan, I never called you that. You did, when you summoned me in front of Jiraiya. Naruto. Shikamaru was now yelling. How the hell can you zone out when such a freaky guy is about? Sheesh. Flashback end. It was only a further 2 days until they were due to take the first exam of the 3-part exam. Naruto and Shikamaru had told the others about the encounter they had with the sound team and advised the rest to use caution around them, particularly the redhead. 2 days had come and gone rather quickly. The teams had been set out and the only thing left to do was to arrive at the exam room for the first exam. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were all walking up to the designated room for the exam, room 301 of the Ninja Academy. Having walked up only one set of stairs, they immediately knew something was off when they saw a sign saying 301 one floor too early. A quick check showed them that a genjutsu was in place. There were 2 people standing either side of the supposed room 301, as though they were standing guard. The 3 saw Niji, Tenten and Lee demanding that the guards be allow them into the room. Just as the group tried to walk past, they were stopped. You guys are way too green to be doing this exam. People have died doing this, you know. One of the pair started. You guys should just thank us for saving you and go home. We've spotted the genjutsu, so just let us past and everything will be fine. Sakura said in as quiet a voice as possible, trying not to alert any teams that might have been coming up the stairs to the trick, hoping to reduce the competition. The pair gave a disbelieving look at each other before allowing the trio to pass. Niji and his team used this as their way past as well before stopping Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura. Do not think you are any better than the rest of us. By the end of these Chunin exams I will have put you and all your silly friends in their place. I will use this exam as a stage to prove my superiority to both Hayashi-sama and Gai-sensei. Niji, stop this. They haven't done anything, so don't go looking for trouble before the exam starts. Tenten tried to reason with him. Niji sent them a parting glare before walking past them, taking care to brush against each of them in turn. I apologize for my teammates' unyouthful behavior. We may be on different teams, but I will do my utmost to protect a fellow Konoha ninja. When Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto walked into the exam room, they immediately saw the rest of the rookie group. Hey Shikamaru, you decided to come after all. Naruto greeted. You're one to talk, we thought you weren't going to show at all with how late you are. Kiba replied as he strolled up with the rest of the group. We're later than you, but still on time, so what's the problem? Sasuke replied indifferently. You poor little things, you guys have no idea how things work around here. Maybe I should give you a hand. And who are you? Ino questioned the bespectacled, silver-haired teen that had abruptly started talking to them. Forgive me, my name is Kabuto Yakushi. You guys are making a fair bit of noise, so I thought I'd do the friendly thing and just warn you that you are making yourselves a walking target. The group turned to the rest of the examination room to see practically every pair of eyes trained on them giving heated glares. The hell with them. If they really want a piece, then they can form a line and I'll take them all down one by one. Naruto declared, raising his voice for the last part to ensure that the whole room heard. You're not quite all there, are you? No, never mind. Kabuto gave Naruto a funny look before turning to the rest of the group. So is there anything you want to know? I can tell you a fair bit. Have you done these exams before? Hinata asked. 6 times before. I'm what you'd call a veteran. I'm not so sure we should be taking advice from people that fail that many times. Miseo piped up. I have information on competitors if you'd rather that then. Kabuto offered. What countries are competing this year? Shikamaru asked. If he asked the question he had in mind, about Gaara's abilities, he would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention from the boy. Well, there are 13 teams from sand, 10 teams from rain, 5 from grass, 4 from waterfall, 1 each from sound and lightning and 27 from fire. What do you have on the teams from sand, sound and lightning? There isn't anything exceedingly special about either sound or lightning, but there is one standout team from Suna. The team consisting of the Kazekage's children. The real mystery of that team is Sabaka no Gaara. He's done 11 C rank missions and AB rank, all without ever being injured. The hell? Kiba voiced. AC rank without damage, well that was possible, though not probable, though AB rank and no damage, something was awry. The rest of the rookies took in the information and decided that avoidance, as Shikamaru and Naruto had suggested, was the best course of action. Just as Kabuto had said this last part, he was attacked by several ninja wearing hitayatesh bearing a musical note, evidently from the Sound Village. One drew back his sleeve and swung a roundhouse punch at Kabuto. Kabuto dodged rather nimbly and appeared to be fine, till his glasses shattered. He lost his balance, then fell to the floor and vomited. Still think that there isn't anything special about the team from Hidden Sound? The girl of their team sneered at him while Sakura ran a diagnostic jutsu before healing his perforated eardrum. There was a large poof of smoke and before them stood 12 people in gray uniforms along with a tall man in a bandana wearing a black trench coat. Alright, you sick, baby-faced degenerates, that's more than enough. There will be no fighting in these exams without the proctor's clearance. Understood? Anyone going against that can leave now. Sorry, we have some extra energy from all the excitement. A boy that had more of a resemblance to a mummy than a human tried to justify. The man just ignored him and continued. My name is Ibiki Marino, I'm the proctor for the first exam. Get to a seat, no sitting next to teammates. Well. Stop staring and get to it. Everybody scrambled to a desk at his command after momentarily being dumbfounded. Right, this exam is a written test. Are you kidding? I suck at these. Naruto, though dejectedly. Listen up, I have to tell you the rules for this exam, and I won't be repeating myself, so listen properly. The rules are as follows. You start out on full marks when you get your paper. For each of the questions you get wrong you lose a mark. If you are caught cheating you lose 2 marks. Great. Any other ways for me to fail? Furthermore, if you get caught cheating 5 times or don't get any questions right and score a 0, then you along with your teammates will be disqualified. Oh, crap. Right, you all have your tests, so begin. Right, let's just see what the questions are like before I completely threw in the towel. These are freaking impossible. Even Sakura and Shikamaru would have trouble with these. Still, not as bad as Irika-sensei's tests. If you're caught cheating in one of those it's an instant fail. After looking at the questions he realized what he had just run through in his head. Wait, I don't fail immediately for cheating and I only have to get 1 question right so I don't fail. Basically, I have 5 shots to get 1 question right. May as well have some fun doing it. It was about 15 minutes into the exam when the apparently clam Naruto requested to go to the toilet. He went accompanied by one of the male chunin. 10 minutes later he came back looking rather relieved, the chunin chaperone came back looking rather disgusted, and it became apparent to everyone in the exam room why. Naruto stank. As he took his seat somewhere near the middle, those that he passed by recoiled in disgust at the vile smell that assaulted their nostrils. Kiba and Akamaru could be seen desperately trying to cover their noses. Ibiki gave him a stern look before continuing watching the rest. Naruto sat there for the next 5 minutes looking as calm as he had for the whole exam when all of a sudden there was a massive wind from outside. The wind shattered the windows, blew papers everywhere and even sent some people flying. It was absolute mayhem, and inside it all many of the Tsunade had been grilled about disrupting the exam. After all, the wind responsible could only have been a jutsu, and what better village for wind jutsu than the wind village itself. When the commotion was over and everyone had their tests back, there were 4 people that noticed that their tests were still absent. You will be reissued tests, Ibiki told them, but we had questions answered. One of the examinees whined. That's your problem, not mine. Naruto, still looking calm, started filling out his test. Pencils down. Time's up. I have one more question to give. Listen well, because there are rules that are specific to this question. He surveyed the group, noting that he had their attention. He continued. Rule 1, you may choose whether or not to take this question. Wait, if there is a choice, why bother taking the extra risk? If we have our questions answered correctly, then why risk it? A random genin from Konoha asked. Shut up and listen, I'm not done yet. If you choose not to take it, then you and your teammates are disqualified. Then of course we'll take it. The same genin yelled out. I said shut up. If you take the question and get it wrong, then you not only fail, but you will be barred from ever taking the exams again. Wait, what? That's crap. There are people that have taken the test before and are taking it again. You're just unlucky I'm making the rules. Ibiki replied with a smile that looked as though he was the cat that ate the canary. That's it, I'm out, it's too much to risk. One genin yelled out. He walked out with the rest of his teammates. Following this, there were many calls from other teams that they too would not take the risk. Naruto, out of the corner of his eye, saw Sakura raising her hand. He wasn't sure what the hell she was doing, but surely she wouldn't say that she too couldn't handle it. It really did seem as though Sakura was going to try again next year. He had to do something. You know, that has to be the stupidest rule in history. Naruto cried out. And still I'm gonna sit through it. So what if I can't become a chunin? I'll just jump from genin straight to Hokage, and then when I am Hokage, I'll make sure that you do nothing but retrieve Tora missions for the rest of your career. The outburst had 2 effects. The first was to make every Konoha ninja shudder at the thought of nothing but rescuing Tora for the rest of their life. The other was to put some backbone behind the rest of the genin. Sakura had lowered her hand and nobody else was quitting. You're quite sure? This decision will affect the rest of your life. Ibiki tried to just get a few more to quit. I gave you my word, and I'll never go back on it, that's my nindo. Naruto replied, full of confidence. Very well then, the only thing left for me to do is to inform you that you pass. Wait, what about the 10th question? The blonde girl, Temari, asked. There wasn't one, or more accurately it was the decision between 2 impossible choices. Let me give you a hypothetical. You are asked to retrieve the plan's invasion force from enemy in enemy camp. It is likely that they know you are coming and have prepared accordingly. Do you, A, not accept the mission because of the risk and try to do it when there is no risk of failure, or do you, B, continue 1, trying to gain the information that could save your village? Those that choose the soft option and chose to save their own necks over their comrades, or simply choose not to run the mission because of the risk of death, have no right to call themselves chunin. So the first 9 questions were a waste of time? Temari asked. Hardly, that was a test to see your information gathering skills in the most adverse of situations. You will find that throughout your career that information can be the most precious thing on the field of battle. He said as he took off his bandana, revealing a horribly disfigured scalp, the remnants of having been tortured for information. However, bad information is better than no information. In this example, if the enemy discovers you, they can change their plans and set a trap. Your information gathering skills must be flawless. At that he decided to actually find out who the outrageous person that wreaked havoc earlier. Speaking of information gathering, who was it that actually pulled that stunt earlier? I have my suspicions. All eyes around the room focused on the nearest Suna ninja, expecting an explanation. What many did not expect was for Naruto to raise his hand and take responsibility. Well, I knew I had no real techniques for information gathering, at least not in this situation. So I went to the toilet. While I was in there, the chaperone may remember me making a lot of noises pretending to try and do a number 2. Please keep the details to a minimum, that is something I'd rather forget. The chunin in question responded with a grimace. Well, after making noises like I was constipated, I dropped a kunai in the water, making the splashing sound. The smell came from one of my unused stink pellets from my prankster days. Many of the other chunin smiled, each remembering a prank he pulled and the chase that ensued. Well, the smell was bad enough for you to need to vomit, so I used that chance to create kage bunshins. Once we left the toilets, they left and went outside after assuming different forms under a henge. From there they used etapa to create the disturbance and then stole some papers. They read them through, dispelled, and the information they absorbed came to me. Well, not too bad, kid. Not only did you manage to get the info you needed, you managed to pin it on someone else. Everyone was looking at the Tsunade as the culprits. Just as he finished, another man wearing a bandana walked in. This one was wearing a pair of round sunglasses, and blue long-sleeve shirt, pants and shinobi sandals. It was Konohamaru's personal tutor Ebisu. Ibiki-san, you left far too many of them. They are an exceptional bunch this year, Ebisu. Well, I will judge for myself. Ebisu snorted, while turning his nose up at the genin. You are all dismissed for the day. You are to meet at Training Ground 44 tomorrow at 7 am. The next came all too quickly. Many of the genin had spent the day resting. In fact, there was only one exception, and that was Lee. He decided that it was necessary to have a victory run of 100 laps around Konoha in celebration of his success of the first exam. The chunin hopefuls gathered around the designated area. Welcome to the 44th Training Ground, affectionately known to Konoha as the Forest of Death. Naruto inwardly smirked. Heh, couldn't be that bad, I've been going there for ages. Calm down, Naruto-kun, don't get arrogant. After all, pride comes before a fall. Rei's voice sounded in his head. Right, sorry. He replied sheepishly before tuning back in. Be given a heaven or an earth scroll. You must try to obtain the scroll you do not have and then make your way to the center tower, positioned 5 kilometers from any entrance. You will have 5 days to complete this, in which time you must also avoid the creatures in the forest and any dangerous plants you come across. What about food? Chuji piped up. The forest will provide, if you know how to look, if not then you'll die of poisoning. Chuji paled slightly. Now then, to pass you must reach the center tower within 5 days with both scrolls. There will be no quitting in the middle, so the easiest way out, besides death, is to complete the exam. You must also have all teammates present at the time of completion, and no teammate may be injured that will prevent their continuing participation in these exams. That means they must be alive and able to fight. Finally, as you are forbidden to look inside the scroll till you get to the tower. As chunin you will be trusted with sensitive information. This is a test of that trust that you will not look. And if we do? One of the rain ninja tested. Well, if you're really that interested, then by all means open them and find out. Ebisu leered. Now I need you to sign these death waiver forms. There will most likely be deaths in this exam, and I don't want your villages to hold it to the hidden leaf if you do. No signed form, no competing. Ebisu stated. A short while later, as the forms and then the scroll were handed out, teams took their positions at one of the 44 entrances placed around the perimeter of the training ground, waiting for the starting signal. A kunai flashed in the air and all teams rushed into the area, immediately starting on some sort of plan that they had worked out together. There is a stream slightly north of this gate. If we head there we can stop worrying about a source of food and water. Naruto shared his knowledge with the rest. How did you know that? I used to train in here from time to time. I don't know every area, but I do know parts of it. Well, it's a good idea, and if there are other teams that wander into the area, then it would be an ideal place to set up traps for an ambush. Sakura pointed out. Fine, the stream it is, but we have to be careful that we don't fall into a trap, just like Sakura said. Sasuke confirmed. It was 20 minutes of traveling when Sakura noticed that something was completely off about this section of the forest. It was dead silent. There wasn't a sound to be heard. They also had the strange suspicion that they were being followed. 2 men and a woman appeared before them, another Konoha team. The team's members appeared to be in their 40s, Naruto couldn't believe that there were people this old that were still genin. Sasuke and Sakura each drew out a kunai, preparing for anything. while Naruto simply made some shadow clones to add more numbers. The three elder ninja said nothing, not even asking for a truce before rushing in to quickly close the gap between themselves and Naruto. It really was fortunate that Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke had prepared beforehand, otherwise they may not have been prepared to react. The enemy team had formed an arrow point formation, meaning that Naruto could not use his Raikoku Kenryo to its full potential by rotating around the enemy and then countering. It simply meant that he was on the defensive. As he was rotating around attacks, he had to change the direction of his rotation multiple times in rapid succession due to the well-coordinated attacks that they were using. Sasuke and Sakura in the meantime had managed to find an opening and managed to knock the two flanking opponents down to give Naruto a chance to counter properly. Sasuke exploited the opening first, stopping a left-handed backslash of a kunai with his own left hand while attacking the person's ribs with his other free hand while they could not defend properly. This caused them to recoil slightly in pain. It was all the opening he needed and sent them flying with a right-legged roundhouse kick. With that person momentarily out of the way, I left the second person in the arrow formation wide open as the other was not there to cover her. Sakura used the butt of her kunai and slammed it against the base of her neck, whipping her head forwards and leaving her head at a perfect height for a knee to the temple. The opening was not left unused and Sakura managed to get from behind her to her side faster than she knew she could move and slammed her knee into the woman's head. This left the third person, the head of the arrow, almost completely vulnerable as there were 4 clones around plus Naruto himself. Naruto swatted the fist that came at his gut aside and simply pushed the man back. While the man was momentarily stunned, 2 clones came in, one from the front, the other from behind. The clone in front elbowed the man in the solar plexus, the clone behind did the same to the same point on the back. The man lost use of his legs and dropped to the floor. "What the hell do you think you're doing? We're all Konoha shinobi. You shouldn't be trying to kill us for the sake of an exam." Sakura growled at the adults. "Stupid girl, this isn't about some stupid exam." The man that Sasuke defeated choked out as he tried to regain his senses. "Then what is this about?" Sasuke demanded. He wasn't given an answer. Instead, the trio renewed their attack with more fervor than before. The 2 that could move re-engaged in taijutsu again, while this time the third that had lost use of his legs was going through hand seals. The other 2 had once again engaged Naruto, keeping him occupied as the third prepared his jutsu. They really are trying to kill him. Sakura thought wildly. As she moved to once again take out the woman of the team, once again she made her decision. If they were going to try and kill her teammate, she would return the favor. She activated the chakra scalpel that she had learned. While it was not fine enough to be used as a scalpel, it was more than enough to cleanly slice through flesh and bone better than any kunai. There was no more thought involved. She got inside the wild swings the woman was using to try and get to Naruto and ran her hand from one side of her neck to the other, cleanly cutting across her trachea as well as jugular vein and carotid artery. Blood spayed everywhere, but Sakura paid it no mind. She had been to surgery rooms and seen just how bloody they could get. Sasuke saw the man going through seals while Naruto was preoccupied trying to dodge the remaining able-bodied person. He recognized taijutsu almost immediately and sprung into action, forming the seals even faster than the man who had already started performing hand seals. "Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu!" he screamed. A great fireball erupted out of Sasuke's mouth, incinerating their enemy. Naruto this time opted to sweep the man's legs from under him, then thrust an open palm against the man's windpipe as he fell, eventually nearly crushing it between his hand and the ground. "Feels just like the good old days, right, Kyubi?" The man spat at Naruto. He had been considering letting the man keep his life, but he had just broken a law punishable by death. Before the man could blink, he had a kunai lodged in his throat. He turned to his friends. "You know, you could have just let them kill me and then get burned up in the fire that followed. You would have had plenty of time to get out of range. That's beside the point. You don't expect Konoha Nin to do that to one of their own." "And why did he call you Kyubi?" Naruto visibly stiffened. "It's nothing you need to worry about, Sakura." Naruto replied tersely. "Yes it is, you were attacked because of it. Don't think that we don't see the looks people give you on the streets. Every time we ask, you play it off as nothing. When we ask Kakashi-sensei, he says it's for you to tell, not him. Aren't we your friend? Can't we know?" Naruto drew a deep breath before responding, I'll tell you after we finish this exam. We need to concentrate. Naruto said as he went and searched the dead bodies, plucking out an earth scroll. Damn, we already have that one. Sasuke muttered. We can still use it for trading if another team has an extra heaven scroll. Right, well let's argh. Sasuke had been cut off mid-sentence, a powerful gust of wind had blown the three apart. Sasuke. Naruto. Where are you? Sakura called out, keeping a kunai draw to protect herself. That wasn't any ordinary wind, that had to be a ninjutsu, perhaps Daitapa. Sakura surmised in her head. Sakura, I'm here. Where's Naruto? Sasuke called back, joining his female teammate. Sakura only shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. Your other teammate is a little preoccupied at the moment. The voice came from a pale-looking man, though at a quick glance you could have mistaken him for a woman. He was wearing an off-white tunic, with a purple belt around his waist and a loose black bodysuit underneath. Who are you? Sasuke demanded. Just an interested observer. I didn't get to observe you a great deal, Sasuke, perhaps you would like a second showing. If you do well enough I might give you a little gift. While the man spoke he seemed to be doing something with his eyes, like a snake does to its prey, and were the unlucky rodent, I can't move. I'm stuck here just from my fear of the man. Sasuke thought frantically, come on, move. Sasuke roared as he jammed a kunai into his leg to get his body into gear and out of the trance-like state. Naruto was just coming to when he heard the sound of the undergrowth being crushed by something very large. He whipped his head around to see the open maw of a gigantic snake bearing down on him. Naruto started moving through the trees trying to escape the snake. If he could just get a free second he could use a jutsu to destroy it, but it was relentless. Just as Naruto thought he had a break, a second snake burst from underneath him. He only just managed to avoid being swallowed, but could not avoid the writhing tail as it rose into the air. The two snakes eyed him for a full 5 seconds before they once again started their pursuit of their prey. Try as he may, Naruto could not do anything. He was always using his hands to grasp onto branches, and the one kunai he did manage to get off bounced harmlessly off of the snake's scales. At the back of his mind he could feel a dull tug, but he couldn't quite grasp onto the feeling and couldn't identify it, so he refocused on avoiding the snake, but it was too late. That one moment of inattention had cost him. No sooner had his feet touched the branch he was aiming for, a snake had used its tail to smash into splinters as another snake came up from underneath, opening its mouth and swallowing him whole. A moment later the snake seemed distended. Before the snake burst open, Naruto clones spilling out. The clones then rushed the remaining snake, positioning all along its body. Bunshin Daibakuha. Naruto called, as all of his clones positioned on the snake exploded. The explosion was enormous, it was seen from miles away. It was taken as a clear warning for many teams not to approach. One team, however, had seen the explosion but were split between going and simply walking into the tower. It was the Sand team consisting of Kankuro, Temari and Gaara. Gaara wished to fight the person responsible, but Temari and Kankuro were delicately trying to dissuade him from the idea. Saying the wrong thing to their mentally unstable brother could mean their deaths. In the end Gaara's older siblings managed to convince him to complete the exam by simply walking into the tower with their heaven and earth scrolls in hand. Sasuke and Sakura were being pummeled by the man that had confronted them. He was yet to identify himself, but they could easily see that he was in a completely different league. Sakura for her part was trying to place genjutsu on the man, or else simply just throw weapons when she found an opening, but he seemed impervious to it all. Sasuke was engaging in ninjutsu and taijutsu. While he would land 1 or 2 sound hits on the man, they were nothing truly significant. If we both keep fighting then we're both going to die. If all he really wants is me, then I can just give him what he wants and Sakura can life another day. He thought frantically, desperately going through his options. Wait, all you want is me, right? It wasn't something the man was expecting to her, but he stopped to show that he was listening nonetheless. Go on. The man allowed. If I let you do what you want with me, if you kill me, will you leave Sakura alone? A predatory grin came across the man's face. You have my war. Don't listen to him, Sasuke. A voice called out. Naruto. Sakura called out. Don't listen to him. You haven't been here, you don't know what we're dealing with. He's too powerful, and when you're gone, who's gonna help me protect Sakura when he goes back on his word? If he kills you, you can't rematch your brother. Everything that we've been doing will be for nothing if you die here. Annoying brat, he was so close to giving in, if you had just stayed out. The man almost hissed. Naruto turned to the man. I don't know who you are, but for doing this, we're of us are gonna kill you. Naruto declared as he was going through hand signs. Sasuke recognized the signs and started to prepare his own jutsu. Futon, Detapa, Katan, Dai Enden. The boys cried out at the same time, Naruto using a wind-based attack and Sasuke using Naruto's attack to power up his own fire jutsu. Very impressive. That might have killed me if I was an idiot and let something so obvious hit me. The man goaded as he rushed in for a taijutsu match. Naruto and Sasuke were switching between high and low attacks. No matter what they tried, they couldn't seem to catch the man off balance. Sakura was firing kunai and shuriken in to keep the man on the defensive when he would have been otherwise attacking in the gaps in the boy's offense. This boy's eyes. They're slitted. Ah, this must be the Kyuubi's container. Drawing on the fox's power, I see. That might explain why he has been slowly getting faster. In a sudden burst of speed, Sasuke and Naruto were both knocked aside momentarily. Dashing over to Naruto, the man picked him up by the neck using his tongue and forms hand seals. His hand was surrounded by a purple fire before he plunged the hand into the seal on Naruto's gut. Casting Naruto aside, he summoned another large snake. The snake, the moment it was summoned, took after Sakura, trying to remove the thorn in its aster side. Naruto was in pain. The strange tug in the back of his mind was even stronger now. A sudden wave of pain washed over his body, his whole body felt like it was on fire. He tried to scream, what came out was an ear-splitting, earth-shattering roar. The roar made the snake stop in fear as it abandoned Sakura in favor of seeing the origin of the sound. The pale man and Sasuke had also stopped their fighting to see what was going on. When their gaze all ended up Naruto, they were amazed at what was happening. His body was growing, his eyes were no longer their piercing blue but a brilliant gold. As they watched, they saw his skin harden and change to a golden color as well. Eventually a pair of wings sprouted out of his back and a tail from the base of his spine. When everything seemed to be finished, Naruto was no longer in front of them. Instead, a 5-meter-long golden dragon was staring at their enemy. The dragon rushed in, crashing through the undergrowth. The trees in its way were left as splinters. The man they were fighting stared at it calmly as the snake he summoned bit into the dragon's torso. They could hear a slight creaking, and then a massive snap, and the snake's fangs broke off and went flying. The dragon bit into the snake's neck. By now the snake was severely wounded, but the dragon wasn't finished. It released the neck and used its claws to rend the flesh all down one side, before sending a torrent of fire into the open wound. The acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air. The snake was well and truly defeated and dispelled in a puff of smoke. The dragon once again turned its attention to the pale man, causing all of its irritation. It charged the man, having no regard for its surroundings and crashing straight through anything in its way. Sasuke and Sakura were both watching in fear and awe of the powerful beast before them. They watched as the dragon was now using its razor-sharp claws to slash at their enemy, taking large chunks out of the trees and leaving mighty gouges in the earth. What the hell happened? I'm going to have to look further into this, the pale man thought as he dodged the strikes dished out by the gigantic reptile. He had just leaped from one tree to the next after the branch he had been standing on was reduced to splinters, only to have the dragon quickly follow up with a strike from a thick tail, sending the man flying. He came to an abrupt halt as he was smashed into a tree, only to see the dragon rear its head back, open its mouth and unleash a torrent of scorching flames. The attack was simply too large to be avoided by conventional means, so the man had no choice but to use a quick kawarimi jutsu to avoid the intense burst of flames. The dragon, however, did not relent, and as soon as it caught sight of him again started attacking once more. This time, with a flap of its wings, the man was sent flying. The gust produced had been short but intense, proving stronger than the Daitapa. The dragon used the man's airborne moment to launch itself at its opponent and cleanly sliced the man in half, only to have the man dissolve into mud. This is truly enjoyable. Having this as a pet would be quite beneficial. If I could find a way of getting him on my side, or perhaps even his children. Oh, the possibilities. The man fantasized in his own head. The dragon had renewed its attack on the man, only to find that it was getting far slower. It had launched itself completely at the paled adversary, only to find that by the time it got to him, it had reverted back into the form of Naruto. The man had caught him mid-flight and was now inspecting him closely, as though it may provide him with some clues. Naruto was far too exhausted to even pout up a fight. Well, Sasuke, both you and your little friend here have piqued my interest. I think I will give you a little gift. You should be grateful, it's not often that one of the Sannin gives you something so precious. He said to Sasuke as his neck extended beyond what should have been humanly possible and bit him on the neck. Sasuke felt like he had just had molten lead injected into his neck. The burning was so intense that he only managed to scream once before passing out in agony. The man retracted his head and performed the same to Naruto. Both boys developed a seal that was shaped much like the 3 tomos in the Sharingan, just with the tail of one tomo facing the head of the next, almost in a chain of 3. Who are you? What did you do to them? Sakura demanded. Tell them that Orochimaru gave them a little gift. When the time is right they will seek me for more power. Sakura knew of the traitor Orochimaru, how could you not? Not only was he Konoha's most notorious Nuke-nin, he was also one of the Sannin. It was little wonder that the 3 of them had stood little chance against the man. The only thing she could do was gather her now unconscious comrades and take them to rest. It was early morning and Lee was about scouting. He was supposed to be looking for any teams within the vicinity. What he found was a squirrel with an exploding tag attached to its back. Who would be so unyouthful to do that to you, my furry friend? Lee said as he looked sadly at the squirrel. Little did Lee just know that Sakura had just warded the same squirrel away from the site where she was watching over the boys. She had been watching them all night. Sasuke seemed fine, but it was Naruto who seemed in real trouble. His body looked as though it was trying to purge whatever was put into him by Orochimaru. He was running a fever and his body was pitching through the night. What Sakura didn't know that Naruto's physician qualities were desperately trying to fight off the tainted chakra that Orochimaru had injected into his body. 3 people were cursing when Sakura had sent the squirrel away. They thought that she had spotted the explosion tag attached to its back and sent it away before the trap could be sprung. In reality, the creature was just about to spring one of her own, more carefully laid traps and she scared it away before it could. Deciding to take their chances, the 3 came out front he shadows to confront Sakura. Sakura immediately noticed the Sound Village headbands and remembered their little scuffle with Kabuto in the first exam. Such carelessly laid traps. The one that looked like a mummy said, taking care to step over the obvious trip wire, only to step on a more inconspicuous wire laid down under dense layers of dirt and leaves. A log came swinging down from a tree from their left, only for the Sound Ninja to dodge that by simply jumping over it. What they didn't realize was that at the same time a hail of kunai came in from behind them and to their right. This only left one direction, forwards. They realized their folly too late. The girl received a kunai straight into her calf muscle, effectively ending her movement. Her male teammate with spiky hair had received a kunai to the shoulder and another to the elbow in his left arm. The last, the mummy, had managed to quickly relace himself with a log, being more skilled than either of his 2 teammates. He was now bearing down on Sakura with a metal gauntlet-like weapon showing on his arm. Before he even reached Sakura he was sent reeling by a kick to the face courtesy of Lee's Dynamico Entori. Lee! Sakura exclaimed, honestly surprised to see the green-clad boy there. I said that I would always help a fellow Konoha nin, even in the middle of these exams, did I not? You did. Thank you, Lee. I would like to know who I am about to fight, but politeness dictates that I must give my name first. My name is Rock Lee. The mummy man regarded him cautiously before answering. I am Dosu Kinyuta, my teammates are Kin Tsuchi and Zaku Obumi. Lee took his ready stance, only to be stopped by Sakura. These are my teammates. Let me defend them. She said to Lee with a steely look in her eyes. Before we start, why are you here? If you're after an Earth Scroll then we have a spare. We have no interest in this exam or even becoming Chunin. We are acting on the orders of our Kage, Lord Orochimaru. And when he orders us to kill your 2 teammates, we have no choice but to comply. Sakura didn't like the answer she got but didn't say anything further. She had already made her decision when the Konoha Nin attacked Naruto, she would defend her teammates, even if it meant killing for them. If all these three wanted was to kill her teammates, then she would simply return the favor. There was no preamble, she activated the Chakra scalpel, before racing in to meet Dosu in a taijutsu match. Sakura didn't have any formal training in using a Chakra scalpel as a weapon, but her normal physical attacks were not all that powerful, so she decided to enhance them by adding Chakra and being able to cut to the bone. She started out with a standard slash at his torso. Dosu, not wanting to test how sharp her scalpel actually was, dodged the blow before trying to land a quick punch as a counter. The punch was brushed aside with a small clang of the gauntlet, putting Dosu in a poor position to either defend or counter. Sakura used the opportunity to send a haymaker at him, only to stop mid-strike. She had an overwhelming sense of nausea and her balance seemed shot. Like the effect of my melody arm. When it creates sound, I can use my chakra to channel it directly into your inner ear, interfering with your balance among other things. Sakura was regaining her composure when Dosu sent a vicious swipe at her head, connecting with her cheekbone using his metal melody arm. As she staggered back from the strike, Dosu charged in for a follow-up, only for Sakura to jump out of range. She was still unsteady, though better than before. She hit herself in the trees, as she jumped to safety, observing her foe. Come out and fight or I'll just simply kill your teammates without any resistance. He called to her. Dosu smirked when she took the bait. He flicked his gauntlet as she drew closer, making a clear ringing sound. Using his chakra he directed it at Sakura. The pitch of the sound directed at her would be enough to completely lose her balance. Dosu's visible eye widened when Sakura continued on the attack. He brought his hands up to defend himself, gauntlet first, hoping that she would at least damage her hand when she punched the melody arm. His eye widened further when he felt no pressure against his arm and realized that he had been tricked by one of the most basic of ninja techniques, a bunshin. Sakura came out from her hiding place and charged at Dosu, her chakra scalpel active. She made her attack, only to have it fall slightly short. She was aiming for Dosu's neck from the side, but the ground around her had suddenly softened, making her lose her footing slightly. The attack was still close enough to do serious harm, but it had been negated by Dosu shifting his body position slightly. Clang! Sakura had landed her blow in such a way that the melody arm used to defend Dosu was not only damaged, but impossible to wear again. As the gauntlet fell to the ground, it was possible to see that the chakra scalpel had passed through a number of the holes on the weapon, meaning it was practically useless for the rest of the exam. A thin trail of blood was dripping down from Dosu's arm, but he paid it no mind as he turned to his teammate, Zaku. Thank you for that, I would have completely lost the use of my arm if that had connected properly. Zaku just smirked as he took his arm out of the soft ground. So he used the holes in his arms to force air into the ground and restrict my movement for a second. Sakura groused in her head. Dosu and Sakura readied themselves for another round. Just as they were about to begin, a foul chakra blasted from the tree in which Sakura had used to keep Sasuke and Naruto overnight. Arrgh! Naruto's scream pierced the air as his body came into view, gripping his neck. A vile black chakra was pouring out of the place where he had been bitten by Orochimaru. Dosu and Kin broke out into a cold sweat as they recognized the black chakra and the trouble it meant. Zaku, having never encountered a person with the seal that Naruto and Sasuke both bore, didn't realize the danger. He stood up and raised his hand at Naruto. Zenkaha, he uttered as a blast of air rushed towards Naruto and the place where Sasuke was resting. While the attack was still heading towards Naruto, a second and far more potent blast of the chakra was felt. A moment later Naruto had disappeared. Sasuke appeared carrying Naruto over his shoulder. It was then that Dosu saw both the seals present on their necks. Sasuke's looked like a typical seal, Naruto's on the other hand was slightly different. Where Sasuke's had the normal 3 tomo in a chain, Naruto's seal was missing one of the tomo, almost as though a link in the chain was missing. He wasn't given much longer to contemplate the issue as he saw Sasuke flicker out of sight, only to feel himself be lifted entirely off the ground. Dosu watched in horror as he saw black flame-like markings spread across Sasuke's skin. The first level of the seal has activated. Dosu thought to himself as he desperately struggled to free himself from Sasuke's iron grip. Why are you attacking us? Do you want our scroll? It was uttered in something barely above a whisper, but the threat carried with it was immense. We, ordered to attack, Lord Orochimaru. Dosu gasped out as he tried to breathe through Sasuke's crushing grip. Why? Sasuke's eyes seemed to bore into Dosu's very head as he stared at him emotionlessly. Seal, cursed heaven, develops when, fighting. Dosu manages to gasp out. Sasuke threw him back a small way, trying calming himself down. Slowly the markings across his body receded back into the seal and the pressure of the vile chakra emanating from him dissipated. Zaku thought he was completely out of the picture and forgotten. He raised his hand again and was about to fire Anther Zenkaha when his hand was redirected skyward. The blast shredded the tree branches in the way, but otherwise was completely harmless. Zaku, that's enough. We're outnumbered and none of us can fight at maximum. We'll leave them be. He said as he started to leave. Not so fast. Leave your scroll behind. Sasuke called to them. As he motioned to leave the scroll behind, his teammates urged him not to listen to Sasuke. He's already said it, you're outnumbered and can't fight at maximum. There isn't anything stopping us from killing you and just taking it. Naruto added. The arguments were ceased instantly. The scroll was collected by Naruto as the other three were ready to strike if their enemy tried anything. Lee, what are you doing? Helping the enemy? A voice called to Lee. It was Niji. I was assisting Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, and Sakura-chan. So you were aiding the enemy. Niji stated. Allies, Niji-kun. They are Konoha ninja first. Let's leave. If they can't survive here, then it will just prove that they were too weak to participate in these exams. Lee shook his head and left with Niji after noticing that the sound Nin had also left, perhaps using Niji's interruption as a distraction and leaving silently. Naruto took a look at the scroll in his hand. It was a heaven scroll, the one they needed to complete the exam. They set out for the tower at the center of the forest in order to complete the exam. They had arrived in the tower by the end of the second day. There they opened the scrolls at the same time as was permitted. In a plume of smoke their academy teacher, Irika, was standing before them. Well, this is a coincidence. Congratulations on passing you three, Irika-sensei. What are you doing here? Sakura asked. Right. I'm supposed to tell you that you are to wait here for the exam to complete. The tower has everything you will need, including beds and medic facilities. You may train, though I would suggest resting. You are strictly forbidden from re-entering the forest. Doing so will result in disqualification. If possible, could we meet with Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Sure, I can arrange that. Irika said before shining out of the room. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down and one at a time. The three genin each took a deep breath before starting over, this time with Sakura as the spokesperson for the trio. Well, first we were attacked by some Konoha nin. They were close to their 40s or 50s. They only seemed interested in Naruto. Well, we managed to kill them. Sakura stopped with a slight glaze in her eyes, as though this was the first chance she had to think about her actions. Are you all right? The first kill is always the hardest. You should know that it's normal to feel guilt. It's okay to hate that part of our job, but it is part of it nonetheless. If you do hate it, it doesn't mean you're a bad ninja, but you should always remember to kill for the right reasons. The right reasons? Sasuke asked. To protect. Sometimes you will meet others that are protecting something for themselves. Those are often the hardest battles, because each of you is fighting desperately to protect those precious to you as well as your ideals and beliefs. Anyway, please continue. Right, so after we defeated them we were attacked again. This time by a man on his own, but he was insanely powerful. Sakura described the fight that she and Sasuke had, right up until Naruto appeared. Naruto took this time to describe the fight that he had with the giant snakes. By this stage Kakashi was getting very worried. To his knowledge, there were only two people that could summon snakes, Enko and Orochimaru. Naruto was at a loss for what happened next, that is where Sasuke and Sakura mentioned that he used some sort of strange jutsu on his stomach. After that Kakashi got a detailed account of the dragon transformation Naruto went through, that culminated in a strange seal being put on both Naruto and Sasuke. By the end of the description of the fight with the sound Genin Cell, Kakashi was pacing in the room, listening very carefully. He had seen the strange formation of the seal on Naruto's neck and said that both would have to be sealed, something that neither boy objected to. Jiraiya had been called to an emergency meeting in the Hokage's tower. When he got there he saw a full room consisting of virtually every jounin in Konoha. "Good, now that you are here we can start," the Hokage announced, noticing that his student had just walked through entered. "I have gathered you all here today to inform you that Orochimaru of the Sannin is interfering in the Chunin exams." There was a rise in the noise level of the room as many people asked questions in alarm. I will hand over to Kakashi Hatake to explain the specifics as it involves his team specifically. Kakashi then retold the event of Orochimaru's battle with his genin, changing facts in the story, to cover for Naruto and his abilities. At the conclusion of the story there were calls to end the Chunin exams. No, to end them now is to seem weak in the face the other nations. If we cancel, then it will be virtually impossible to get missions again. Without missions we would have no money coming into the village and we would end up being destroyed from the inside out. It would play right into Orochimaru's hands. Sarutobi rejected the idea almost immediately. But what of the feudal lords that come to watch the final rounds? We won't be able to protect them adequately. A jounin in the crowd asked. That is exactly my point. If we say that we can't protect them, we will never get any high-profile missions again, particularly bodyguard mission. Our village thrives off of bodyguard and transport missions while many others survive on assassinations. Make no mistake, we do assassinations, though the bulk of our income is directed from guarding missions. If we say that we can't do it, then those missions dry up, we will be left in a very difficult position. There was a general murmur of consensus from the crowd. We will continue with our current course of action for the time being. I urge you to be vigilant and to take notice of absolutely anything out of the ordinary. Well, that is all. You are dismissed. The room emptied rather quickly, leaving only Jiraiya, Kakashi, Enko and the Hokage. So Kakashi, you should go tee your students. I will be preparing to address them within a day or two. Get them to relax. Work through them as they get over their first kill. I doubt the short debriefing you gave them will be enough. And the sealings? I'll send Jiraiya along to check on the cursed heaven seals as well as the Shiki Fuin on Naruto. Sarutobi replied while looking at Jiraiya, who gave a nod of confirmation that he would do it as soon as possible. Enko, I trust that you will not do anything rash. I want. That was both a request and an order, Enko. Actually, it might benefit the boys if you talk to them at some point about the seal. Tell them how it works, what to expect, you know the deal. When both Kakashi and Enko had left the room, Sarutobi looked at his student before speaking his mind. Jiraiya, I'm getting too old for this. Jiraiya had stayed true to his word and sealed both Naruto and Sasuke's seals, and in Naruto's case, rectified the Shiki Fuin. Flashback. I'm not gonna lie to you boys, this is gonna hurt. Naruto and Sasuke both looked determined to see this through. They had prepared a room to perform the sealing. Sasuke was due to go first. Naruto waited outside as he heard his teammates scream in agony, the sealing process being too much for him to bear. He passed out at its conclusion to be carried out by Kakashi. It was another hour before the room was ready once again and Naruto entered. He saw kanji going in every direction from a center point in the room with two concentric circles on the outside. Naruto, strip to your boxers and sit in the center of the circle at the point where the kanji originates. Jiraiya instructed. Naruto took his place in the room and Jiraiya went through a long chain of hand seals. At the conclusion, the kanji written around the room receded to for a circle around the two remaining tomo of the seal. The pain was intense as the seal ran its course. When it was done, Naruto was conscious, though barely. I know it's a lot to do in one hit, but it's better that I fix the seal on your stomach as well. Jiraiya said. Naruto, who could only nod tiredly back in response. Jiraiya formed the necessary hand seals, then plunges a hand covered in purple fire into the seal on Naruto's belly. Gojio Kaien. Jiraiya intoned as he performed the technique. Naruto gritted his teeth in pain as the seal was rectified. Everything seemed normal until his body started radiating the vile chakra that was placed into him by Orochimaru. He grabbed his neck where the seal was and started screaming again. The chakra started to pour out of his body until it slowly dissipated into nothing. When he let go, Jiraiya took a look at the seal on his neck. It had changed once again. There was only one tomo visible now, and the seal Jiraiya had placed was completely removed. I unsealed the extra seal on Rei's chakra. As soon as that happened, one more of the tomo is destroyed. Perhaps she used her demonic chakra to force more of the tainted chakra out of his body. In any case, I can't perform the sealing again today. It will have to wait for a while, when he gets his strength back up. Otherwise he'll be unfit to finish the rest of the exams. Jiraiya thought to himself. He had just had a major breakthrough with the cursed heaven seal, albeit with some assistance. If it can be completely removed, I think Anko would be the first in line to have it removed, despite the apparent pain. I just need to find what caused the first tomo to be removed. Flashback end. I congratulate you all on making it this far. Before we go any further through these exams, I feel it is necessary for you to know the true meaning of these exams. Sarutobi greeted the Chunin exam competitors. You mean a meaning besides advancement to Chunin? The blonde girl from Suna, Temari asked. That is correct. These exams are designed to foster friendship between the nations. They are also used as a replacement for war. After the Shinobi Wars, it was agreed by the Kages of each elemental nation that the cost of war was far too high, so these exams were set up as a method for still playing out that battle, while minimizing casualties and deaths. Make no mistake that while you may be here for personal reasons, your village's pride and honor is on the line. Sarutobi surveyed each of the genin, satisfied that they understood what was happening. He proceeded with the next stage of the explanation. Before we continue to the next round, sorry for interrupting Hokage-sama, but would you mind if I did this part? Not at all. The Hokage said, deferring to a man chewing on a senbon with a bandana on his head and a standard jounin vest on top of blue pants and long-sleeved blue shirt. My name is Gima Shiranui, the proctor for the third exam. As it stands, we have too many people that can enter the final round, so we have to cull numbers by holding an elimination round. Normally at this stage we would only need a one-on-one, nothing barred round to determine the people that pass on. However, due to the sheer number of participants, we have decided to run a series of battle royals. That's not fair. We all passed the exam, so we should all go through. A random genin called out. The rules state that we may run a supplementary exam to cull numbers at any point through the exam. If you really feel that it is unfair, then make my job easier and quit. Actually, I extend that offer to everybody. Is there anyone that would like to quit? I don't think I can compete any further. People looked to see where the voice came from. Many of the rookies were surprised to see Kabuto as the owner of that voice. You may leave then. Ginma said to Kabuto, who escorted himself out. The battles will be 9 matches of 4-person battle royal, with the 10th match being a 5-person battle royal. The conditions are to be the last person standing at the battle's conclusion to win. Nothing is barred, even killing, though if I call a match, stop immediately or risk disqualification. Finally, don't rely on my decision. If you feel you are outclassed, forfeit and live to see another day. He turned to look at a screen that would decide the first 4 contestants' names. As he was waiting, Kiba whispered to the rest. Is it me, or does this village have something going for proctors with bandanas? How did you manage to sustain such brutal injuries? Kabuto asked his master. It's of no great consequence, not so long as you hurry up and heal them. I just got a little careless. Orochimaru hissed back. Of no great consequence? You have 17 of 24 ribs broken or in some way damaged, your left arm is fractured and your liver looks like it suffered a massive impact. If I was asked to guess, I would have said you pick a fight with your ex-teammate and let her walk all over you. Kabuto told Orochimaru the extent of his injuries as he started to use the Shosen Jutsu to heal the injuries. Fortunately, no one is asking you to guess how I received my injuries, but there is someone ordering you to do your job. If you really must know, then that Kyubi brat did this. He drew on the power of the Kyubi then? Kabuto surmised, awaiting confirmation. No, even better, he turned into a golden dragon. Kabuto thought his master had gone insane when he heard that. I must have misheard, because I thought USA. You heard correctly, he turned into a dragon. Imagine the possibilities if it were genetic. I could breed him and have an army of dragons, perhaps with the curse seal. Orochimaru's eyes glazed as he envisaged that and many more things. Meanwhile, back at the tower in the center of the Forest of Death, all eyes were trained on a giant electronic billboard that while scrolling through the names of the contestants in the Chunin exam. The board stopped on 4 different names. Finally, the random selection was complete and 4 names were displayed. Would Sabaku no Gaara, Eiji Katagaki, Hideo Minori and Sumi Kanbasu please enter the ring? Gunma called to the nominated genin. Eiji, from AIM, and Hideo from Kusa both entered the ring by vaulting over the side. Gaara disappeared and reappeared in a swirl of, looking utterly bored. Sumi, another Suna ninja, had gone deathly pale. She looked from Gaara to the other contestants and then to Gunma before announcing her decision. I wish to withdraw. I forfeit. Gunma didn't pursue the matter but simply looked at her and gave a nod of acknowledgement before continuing with the first round. Very well, then let the match commence. Eiji and Hideo were breathing hard. It was plainly obvious even to those viewing from far up above in the stands. Most just attributed it to being slightly anxious. The Suna nin knew the true reason. Eiji was looking at the other 2 contestants, sizing them up and trying to come up with a decent strategy that might lead him to victory. Hideo was doing much the same thing. However, it was Gaara that made the first move. The boys simply raised a clenched fist to shoulder height with a straight arm. All eyes were cautiously watching what he was about to do. Gaara suddenly opened the clenched fist. At the same time both Hideo and Eiji fell to the ground screaming in pain, gripping their lungs. Eiji had no idea what kind of jutsu this was, but it was evident that Gaara was the originator. From his position on the floor he desperately threw a kunai at Gaara in the hopes of at least breaking his concentration and ending the jutsu. Everyone watched the flight of the kunai as Gaara did nothing to defend or evade. Just as the kunai was expected to hit its mark, a wall of sand formed in front of Gaara and stopped the kunai cold, before dissipating and letting the kunai fall to the ground. Hideo had realized what was happening. Gaara could somehow control the sand and was making it rip them apart from the inside out. Now that he looked closely he could see the sand suspended in the air. He never got to finish the sentence as a sickening grin came across Gaara's face and made a violent sweep of his hand, causing the sand in both his opponent's chest cavities to fly out. Their eyes widened. It would have been almost comical in any other context. This was just gruesome. He was about to forfeit. You could have let him live and the result would have still been the same. You moving on to the next round. He did not tender his forfeit early enough. Gaara replied in a monotone. Grudgingly Gunma called the match in Gaara's favor. Up in the stands Gaara's teammate Kankuro could be heard making jokes. Well, just like they say, 2 types of ninja, the quick and the dead. He said with a smirk on his face. Most chose to ignore his comment, while the teammates of the newly deceased glared at the boy, being kept in check by their respective senseis. The arena was cleared and the next match was called. The names stopped and the contestant called forth. Would Sabaku no Kankuro, Misumi Tsurugi, Dai Ando and Ryuji Fujiwara please make their way down to the arena? Misumi, Dai, and Ryuji all vaulted over the railings of the stand. Kankuro simply walked down using the stairs, frustrating everyone no end with his snail's pace progress. When he got to the fighting area, Misumi cast him a look of loathing for making him wait that long. Begin! Hey-8 cried. Misumi wasted no time in charging Kankuro. Apparently he was the type to hold a grudge and was in the process of dealing retribution. Everyone watched on as it seemed that Misumi was far too fast for Kankuro to evade. Misumi's arms lengthened to proportions that shouldn't be humanly possible, wrapping around Kankuro and constricting until a sickening crack was heard. Everyone looked on in mild disgust at the ability, watching as Misumi released his hold over Kankuro, the boy's body falling to the ground dead. Shouldn't irritated me, idiot. Misumi said to Kankuro's dead form as he turned to the slightly pale remaining adversaries. Ryuji knew that he was at a severe disadvantage. He was from the Takigakure and many of his jutsu revolved around water usage. To use water jutsu right now he would need control as legendary as that of the Nidaime Hokage. In short, his main arsenal had been removed. His taijutsu was not quite as good as his teammates and he could only really use kunai and shuriken with any decent proficiency. Misumi grew tired of waiting for his opponents to move, so he started on the offensive once again. As they were standing in a slightly modified triangle formation, with Ryuji and Dai standing closer to each other than either one was to him, he extended his arms and performed a sweeping motion, attempting to catch both his opponents in the maneuver. Dai reacted faster than Ryuji and managed to evade. Ryuji was caught in Misumi's iron grasp. Misumi grinned sickly at Ryuji. Misumi retracted the rest of his body to where his hands were situated, approaching Ryuji at devastating speed. With no way to dodge and not enough time to form a jutsu, Misumi collided with Ryuji with incredible force, sending him crashing into the wall behind and knocking him out. "So, just you and me?" Dai muttered to Misumi. "Appears so, wouldn't want to forfeit, could save your life." Misumi replied darkly, giving a small indication to Kankuro's dead body on the arena floor not far away. "Not a chance." The Kumo Nin responded as he drew 8 kunai into his fingers. He threw all 8 kunai at once. Misumi easily dodged as he closed the gap between the two. What Misumi didn't realize was that Dai had put a very powerful negative charge into each of those kunai using some low-level ration manipulation to affect the metal composing the kunai. He tried to flick his hand to his kunai pouch, but had to change plans as Misumi lashed out with a long-range backhand. He blocked the hit, but was too far away to counter. Misumi was doing nothing more than flailing his limbs in Dai's general direction, but if the dents that the hits were putting in the stone ground were any indication, style or not, those hits would hurt if they connected. He realized that if he went in too close then he would get wrapped up by his opponent and wind up dead from a broken neck. Dai was dodging proficiently, but the ground around him was slowly losing its integrity as Misumi flailed his arms, not giving him the time to get to his kunai pouch. Suddenly Dai's eyes widened as the ground underfoot crumbled away, leaving him unable to dodge another hit. He was struck by Misumi and was sent to the floor some 5 meters back. Misumi didn't have to wait to be told, he was already closing the gap, intent on finishing the match how it had started. His arms extended, aiming to wrap Dai up much like he had done to Kankuro. Dai managed to duck, dodge and weave in and out of the seeking arms before he was finally caught. The pain was evident in Dai's eyes as Misumi slowly began constricting the life out of him. Desperately he was reaching for his kunai pouch, struggling to hold on as he tried to gain the only thing that could save him. He felt his hand clasp over a shuriken and immediately started pumping positive ration chakra into it. From up above the crowd could see 8 kunai starting to buck in their place on the ground or in the wall. Everyone watched intently as the battle drew to its conclusion. For the second time in the course of the match a sickening crack could be heard as Misumi had broken his opponent's body. Unfortunately for Misumi, he had not done this fast enough and the technique Dai was trying to use took effect. Dai had pumped the 8 original kunai so full of negative ration chakra that they couldn't help but be attracted to the kunai in Dai's hand charged with a very powerful positive current, the kunai in his head acting as a magnet for the rest. Dai and Misumi had not changed orientation from when Dai threw the original 8, so when the kunai came out of their moorings, they charged straight at the positively charged kunai in Dai's hand, right through Misumi who happened to be in the way. All 8 pierced his chest cavity, killing him almost instantly. Well, this match is over. The result of the second preliminary. He stopped for a second as he swore he saw movement from Kankuro. Given a few more moments, Kankuro stood up and removed the package from his back. It unraveled to reveal another Kankuro with chakra strings attached to his fingers, a henge dispelled from the original revealing a puppet. The winner for the second preliminary is Sabaka no Kankuro. Genma pronounced. Shikamaru had a smirk on his face. He won without doing a single thing. Now that's my kinda ninja. He mused, his friends shaking their heads. A woman with blonde hair went down and collected Dai's body, sealing it into a scroll. When she walked past, Naruto took more note as she walked past on her way back to what had to be her genin team. While her physical appearance was something to behold, a slender face, with beautiful eyes, it was her presence that Naruto noticed. It was again different from everybody else. It was like Gaara, but so very different at the same time. Rei-chan, what about you? Can you detect anything? Naruto asked Rei, expecting her to sense the same thing as him. Sorry Naruto-kun, she seems perfectly normal to me. Rei responded. Genma shook his head at the way the match had played out before turning to the giant board for the next set of competitors. The board stopped flicking names and stopped on 3 familiar names. Would Niji Huga, Sakura Haruno, Ino Yamanaka and Rin Fushi please enter the arena? Genma's voice rang out. It was set to be an interesting match, particularly for those watching from Konoha. 2 of the 3 top graduating kunoichi from 3 most recent class would be battling. Added to that, everyone was aware of the attempted kidnapping of Hinata when she was younger. While it was unlikely for such a kind person to hold grudges, it was also known that Niji had lost his father in the political furor that followed, and Niji was the kind of person to hold grudges. All 4 were now present on the field, so without any further delay, Gema started the 3rd bout. "Begin," he called, leaping back out of the line of fire. No sooner had the command been given, Ino and Rin had started forming hand seals. "Raitun, Raimari!" Rin exclaimed. "Futon, de Tapa!" Ino hollered. Rin had finished her hand seals first, but it made no difference as her lightning-based jutsu was cancelled out mid-flight by Ino's wind-based jutsu. The attack was directed so that it would 2 of her 3 opponents, Niji and Sakura. Sakura had not expected the wind and was blown away and into the wall. Ino threw several kunai at Sakura. She was tempted to engage Niji in a taijutsu match, but had sparred enough with Hinata to know that she wouldn't have a ghost of a chance against such a talented taijutsu user, particularly as someone who relied more heavily on ninjutsu and genjutsu. Sakura had regained her feet after a minor collision with the wall. She looked at Ino approaching Niji cautiously and saw the Kumo kunoichi going through more hand seals. She made her decision. If Ino was trying to engage Niji, then she would take on the Kumo girl. Niji saw Ino approaching and completely disregarded her. He turned to Rin, who was going through more hand seals, activating his Byakugan, and prepared a Juken strike as he closed the gap between the 2. Seeing the gap being closed so rapidly, Rin realized that she would have to abandon her jutsu in preference of getting out of range of the strike that was coming. The abilities of the Byakugan and the style of the Juken were well known throughout Kumo, and it was a sore point with many of the older generations that they had been cheated out of a person with the Byakugan working when they requested the head of Hayashi Huga in exchange for killing one of their own envoys that was participating in a treaty negotiation. Ino was stumped. She was closing in on Niji, an obvious indication that she was going to engage, when he turned around and attacked a different opponent who was far further away. Sakura had finished going through hand seals and had announced her jutsu. Ninpo, Dokujiri no Jutsu. No sooner had she said the words, she had belched a great blackish-purple cloud of noxious gas. She wasn't hoping to have to use this jutsu so early in the Chunin exams, hopefully keeping it for the final matches, but against an opponent like Niji there was no choice but to go full throttle from the go. She was silently thankful that Megumi-sensei not only made her understand the extraction of poison from the body, but the production of it as well. The cloud raced towards her opponents. Ino and Niji managed to avoid, but Rin, who was in midair, had no hope as she was in the middle of backpedaling from Niji's oncoming taijutsu assault. The cloud hit, and a short moment later Rin emerged looking exceedingly pale. Niji was furious. There was no way on this earth that some other no-name genin was going to detract from his vengeance against those that took his father away from him. He coated his hand in chakra and surged forwards, intending to land a lethal blow, to be the one that finished the girl. While the poison was slow and more painful, it was also treatable. He would finish it. Rin saw her danger, but was in no position to dodge. Her lungs were burning and her muscles screamed at every movement. She resigned herself to what was to come. If she was lucky, she would still come out of this fight with her life intact. Niji's hand was inches from the girl's here when his hand stopped dead in the air. The Jounin sensei for the Kumo team had stopped his hand mid-strike. "Forgive me, Proctor-san," she said, turning to Genma. "I've already lost 1 student today. I will not lose a second. My student will forfeit and seek medical attention for the poisoning." She continued, ignoring Niji's look of pure rage at being denied his revenge. Genma nodded before making the announcement. "Rin Fushi is disqualified for outside assistance. The match will continue." Up in the stands, Guy Mato was shaking his head in disappointment. He hadn't thought that he needed to tell one of his students to keep their cool, least of all a Huga who prided themselves on being stoic and holding a proper image. More disappointing was to take all his rage out on an innocent that had nothing to do with any of the pain that Niji felt. Down in the arena, Niji was practically shaking with rage. Realistically, it was only his hands that were trembling, but to those that knew his well enough knew that it was more than just that. Niji prided himself on being calm and collected in battle, using taunts to get under his opponent's skin. When annoyed in training, his attacking still had all the composure that it normally would. The attacks themselves were far more relentless and unforgiving. For any Juken user not to pull their punches, it usually meant death for the adversary. The look he fixed upon Sakura was one of pure loathing. She had taken away his revenge, his form of justice, and now he was going to make her pay for denying him. Sakura realized her trouble when Niji started bearing down on her. She only had a moment to look at Ino before both their minds were made up. If they wanted to survive this, they had to work together. They were not Konoha nin anymore, not to Niji anyway. They were nothing more than targets to be eliminated. Sakura was going through her options. Genjutsu would be practically useless against the Byakugan, and Taijutsu was practically suicidal on her own. Their only true hope lay in ninjutsu. Ninpo, Dokujiri no Jutsu. Sakura called. It was only supposed to slow Niji down, not actually hit. Ino had other ideas though as she watched Niji navigate around the smog. She countered his movement till they were on opposite sides of the cloud, Ino already going through hand seals. Futon, de Tapa. Ino grinned as she watched the cloud change its course and head for Niji. Sakura was racing around to where Ino was now, hoping to catch the tail of her wind-based jutsu. Katan, Enden. She exclaimed, performing a much weaker version of the Uchiha signature jutsu, Dai Enden. She got the effect that he wanted, and the fire was caught in the end of the wind jutsu, increasing its power slightly. The paired jutsu were flying towards the giant cloud of toxic gas. As soon as it had touched, the cloud itself caught ablaze. Up in the stand, Naruto and Sasuke were wide-eyed for two reasons. The first was that Sakura knew such an awesome jutsu, the second, that combo was awesome. When she was back on the team with them, they would be able to get Sakura to use Dokujiri. Sasuke could use any one of the Katan jutsu at his disposal, and Naruto could easily use Detapa, being a wind type. The spectators didn't have to wait long, as there was a change in the formation of the jutsu almost as instantly as it had been set alight. The fire was spinning into a vortex. Everyone heard Hinata gasp as she realized the technique Niji had used as they watched the inferno that was the poisonous cloud slowly dissipate. Kaiten. She breathed. What? You know that jutsu, Hinata? Kiba asked, not fully understanding the predicament that Sakura and Ino were in. Kaiten. Hinata repeated, it's one of the most prized techniques taught only to members of the main branch, and even then they may be unwilling. Branch clan members aren't even allowed to access the section of the library that technique is kept in. What's so special about it? Miseo asked. It involves precise chakra control and being able to release chakra from every tenketsu in the body while spinning. It creates a dome of chakra that deflects practically any attack. Down on the competition arena, the three combatants all heard Hinata's explanation. You heard what Hinata-sama said. Knowing this, will you still fight? Will you still fight a fight that you know that you can't win, trying to struggle against the destiny laid before you? Ino snorted. While it wasn't the most ladylike reaction, it certainly summed up what she and many others in the room felt at the moment. There is no such thing as destiny, there is only what you make happen yourself. Up in the stands, Naruto was listening very intently. If only you knew, Ino, sometimes there is such a thing's destiny. Naruto thought as he thought of his immortality. That is not true, and you know it. Rei practically growled. How so? I'm immortal. I don't even share the same fate that the rest of these people do, where they will die. I will keep on living. Don't tell me you agree. Surely you haven't forgotten that there is always a way out. There is not a way out for me. I can't grow old and I can't die a mortal death. Then don't die a mortal death. Die an immortal one. You can still summon the Shinigami and end your life that way. The prospect is not great and I wouldn't have you do it, but remember, you always have the power to change your life, at least in that method. Rei started out ferociously, becoming softer as she continued. Thank you. It wasn't everything that he wanted to say, but he felt that it summed everything up best, and he knew that Rei would understand. Down on the arena floor, Niji was finishing his own monologue about how destiny really does exist, explaining the cruel practice of the caged bird seal that the Huga employed to keep the branch members of their clan subdued. All three competitors settle into a fighting stance. While it was supposed to be a battle royal, it seemed that Ino and Sakura had formed an alliance, defending themselves against Niji. It would likely be the last bout, as many expected Niji to triumph despite the 2-1 odds. Ino smiled as she got an idea. The Byakugan was a dojutsu that allowed the user to see chakra in all its form. Knowing this, she decided to use that great advantage against Niji. Niji saw her forming hand seals. It's useless, I can negate any jutsu you use. Ino simply smiled as she announced her jutsu, Futon, de Tapa. The first time Ino had used it, Niji didn't have his Byakugan active. This time he did, and just for extra measure she pumped a little extra chakra into the technique. The result was that Niji had a chakra-rich wind directed straight at him, blinding him momentarily as all he could see was the chakra in the wind. Ino wasted no time in moving to her next technique, Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. She whispered, trying to give Niji as little indication as possible about the plan of action. When Niji had regained his sight, he saw 3 kunais sailing at him, one aimed at his head, one at his stomach and another at his groin. He also had a moment to notice that Ino was missing. The kunai were no more troubling than a mosquito, but Ino was nowhere to be seen even with the Byakugan. Underground. Niji thought to himself, almost furiously for taking that long to work it out. He started his technique immediately, the Kaiten simply deflecting the kunai. Ino had planned this. Even if she couldn't approach from above ground, the ground underneath Niji was completely untouched by his jutsu. Once inside the protective shell she could grab him and pull him down to his head, as she had seen Kakashi-sensei do to any of the boys once they got too cocky. She reached up though the ground to grab onto Niji's leg and regretted it almost immediately. ARRGGHH, despite being underground the sound was still amazingly loud. The hand was retracted immediately. The jutsu ended and Ino came up a short distance away nursing a hand that looked as though it had had a disc sander applied to it. Her left hand was devoid of any skin, tendons and even bone in 1 or 2 given places could be seen. The Kaiten is a constant application of chakra. Even if you got inside the shell itself, you still had total with the chakra that I emit from my body that is constantly rotating. Niji broke into a run before Ino had the chance to move. Still nursing her heavily damaged hand, many went wide-eyed as they saw the strike he was aiming to perform. His hand stopped just inches away from Ino's heart. He stopped and turned to Gunma. Gunma nodded and acknowledged that the hit would have been potentially fatal if it had connected. Ino Yamanaka is hereby removed from the battle. Those who knew Ino well enough knew that the look of pain was not from the pain in her hand, but the disappointment in herself. Niji turned his attention to Sakura, his eyes held nothing. They were dead, a look that he would only reserve for an enemy out on a mission. You should not have interfered, was the only exchange between them. He darted forwards, determined not simply to end the match, but to make Sakura suffer for her interference with his revenge. Sakura could only dodge and hope to counter as Niji lashed his at him. Niji was using straight-out thrusting motions to attack Sakura, most thinking he was aiming for the tenketsu. Though Sakura could not see the tenketsu herself, she had a fairly good understanding of where most of them lay as well as any other notable features through her studies with Megumi. Niji wasn't just aiming to defeat her, his tactics, the targets he had selected could maim her. Many watched as Sakura nimbly dodged the blows. Against any other male opponent, except for perhaps Misumi Tsurugi, she would have had more of a chance to counter as she would have been faster and more nimble on her feet. Unfortunately for Sakura, her opponent was Niji Huga, trained in a style that required both great dexterity as well as rapid motions. Niji changed tactics in an instant and launched a simple uppercut to the solar plexus when Sakura presented an opening. Sakura, so concentrated on protecting the extremities that Niji seemed to be aiming for that she left her core practically unguarded, something that she would regret dearly. It was all the opening that Niji needed, his hands coated with chakra. He thrust 4 very sharp jabs into Sakura's elbow joints as well as her knees. As soon as her knee joints had been hit, Sakura collapsed under her own weight. Up in the stands, Hinata gasped for the second time in that match. Try as she may, Sakura could not stand. Her arms and legs could do little more than flail feebly. No one but Hinata had realized what Niji had done. How could they? It required Huga eyes to see. Niji had put far more chakra into the blow than was necessary. The winner of the third round is Niji Huga, Gunma announced. She quickly vaulted over the edge of the viewing area to where Sakura lay. She examined Sakura as he medic simply tried to get her into a stretcher, expecting her to make a full recovery from a simple juken strike. That was completely unnecessary. She practically growled as she glared at Niji. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto heard the comment but had no idea what she meant. Hinata, it was a simple juken strike. I've seen you strike in those zone through training and very one has always been fine, Kakashi said, trying to appease the apparently infuriated girl. It was one thing to see any of the other girls angry, but for calm, kind Hinata it was beyond unusual. No, I reduced the amount of chakra when I aim for those areas. He increased it. Those 4 points are the largest tenketsu in the body. The only place with more chakra is the reserve pool, where all the body's chakra flows from. They are vital because tied in close with those tenketsu are major nerve pathways. He didn't just shut down the chakra network, he severely damaged the underlying nerves. It'll take a miracle for Sakura to walk again, let alone run or do anything that is required of a ninja. Recognition swept across Kakashi's face a moment before Hinata had spelled it out for the group. It was fortunate for this as he was required to jump down into the competition arena to stop Naruto and Sasuke from doing anything too foolish. Asuma had jumped down as well, taking Naruto while Kakashi took hold of Sasuke. Through Asuma's arms Naruto yelled at Niji, "You could have just ended that by knocking her out. What did you prove by doing that? That she was never fated to be a decent ninja. She had no chance, she never came from a clan, didn't have any skills that lent itself to victory in battle, she could have never won in the first place. I was only reminding her of her place." Up in the stands 10-10, Niji's teammate, looked like she had been physically hurt her by her teammate's words, not coming from a ninja clan herself. In all of this Hinata appeared to be the most furious. "What you have done won't be easily forgiven, Nii-san," Hinata said with as much contempt as she could muster. By this stage Guy Mato had joined the convention, moving towards Kakashi. "Kakashi, I'm sorry. The blame rests with me for not being a better sensei and correcting Niji's incorrect mentality." Guy offered Kakashi, bitter disappointment in his student and himself evident in his voice. Kakashi simply remained silent, not trusting himself to respond. Kakashi wasn't the only jounin to feel some resentment towards Niji Huga. Even though Sakura was officially listed as under Kakashi's tutelage for major mission, it didn't stop the feeling of loss welling in the remaining jounin sensei that had taught Sakura. Genma cleared his throat. "As important as this is, could we please return to the stands? I have the remainder of the fights to continue with." With that the group cleared off the competition floor and went back to the stands. Many of the Konoha nin glaring at Niji, including one of his own teammates, while the other just looked disappointed. Genma had turned his attention back to the giant electronic board, now flicking through the different names. The board stopped and he made his announcement. "Would Hisa Heibaruto, Shinobu Miyazaki, Aoto Miyake and Nagi Nakamura please make their way to the ground level?" Genma called. As their name was called out, each nin, one each from Kumo, Taki, Aim and Kusa began to move. Once all 4 had arrived by jumping over the railing, Genma started the match. "Begin!" he hollered before jumping back. The match held no real interest for the observers from Konoha and the result was a swift victory for Hisa from Kumo through vast use of a large repertoire of Raitun Jutsu. The floor had been cleared, and the board was once again scrolling through names. "Shikamaru Nara, Kintsuchi, Otoya Kawano and Sachio Matsuo please head down to the arena." Much like Kankuro had done, Shikamaru simply strolled down the stairs, aggravating his opponents in the process. "Begin!" Genma announced to the genin hopefuls as soon as Shikamaru was in a ready position. It would have taken extremely keen eyes to notice the small hand flick that Kin performed as soon as Genma gave the command. In fact, it would have taken fine eyes just to see that she had indeed done so after the starting command. As both Otoya and Sachio slumped to the floor, she had pierced the neck at one of the jugular vein pressure points with senbon needles, causing both boys to fall unconscious almost instantly. Shikamaru had noticed the fine movements and simply moved his neck out of the line of fire. Shikamaru nodded at her ability with the weapon and made sure not to get pinned by them. "You had to be difficult, didn't you?" Kin groused at Shikamaru, who only replied with a grin. Shikamaru took out 6 kunai and placed them in between his fingers on each hand. He threw them, one aimed at Kin, the other 5 completely missing. As there was such a large gap between the kunai, Kin decided to dodge the kunai instead of block them. She tried to move her hand to her kunai pouch, but found her movement restricted. She looked at the ground to see her shadow connected with Shikamaru's, with his shadow split into 2 more slithers aside from the ones connecting themselves. Then she realized that whatever her opponent did, she mimicked. "What's the point? Now whatever you do to me you do to yourself," she said to Shikamaru. "Can't you just be quiet when you're about to be defeated?" One of the major drawbacks of this jutsu, I suppose, the victim can still use their mouth, otherwise I'd have it active on Ino practically 24/7. You wait till you get back up here, you lazy baka. Ino, an indignant Ino, called back. In any case, I threw the kunai as a distraction. I sent my shadows along with the shadow of the kunai and you happened to dodge the kunai. It was never the plan to hit you with those kunai, just to distract you to capture your shadow. The thing is, I sent a shadow along with the other kunai as well. My father doesn't need anything to do that, guess I still got a little way to go. Shikamaru looked over his shoulder so Kin could see behind herself and look at what the other two shadows were attached to. She saw the two boys that she had knocked out in the first moments of the fight back on their feet. They were still very much unconscious, but somehow Shikamaru's jutsu had brought them back upright in order to mimic his movements. Shikamaru turned right around and walked away from Kin, making her walk to the slightly slack, unconscious forms of Sachio and Otoya. When Shikamaru thought that his three opponents were close enough, he drew a kunai, making his captives do the same. He raised the kunai to neck height before speaking again. You know, you can still use your voice. Shikamaru reminded her. Kin caught on quick. He was telling her to forfeit. She had two kunai at her throat and there was nothing she could do about it. I yield. The winner of the fourth match is Shikamaru Nara. Ginma made the official all. Shikamaru released the jutsu, returning to the stands where he was promptly smacked upside by Ino. Baka, was the only thing she said as she turned to see the board scrolling through more names as Sachio and Otoya were both removed so they could regain consciousness. Shikamaru could be heard muttering darkly about troublesome women. The next match will be between Sabaku no Temari, Tenten Higurashi and Misao Makamachi. I thought that there was going to be all four-person battle royals except for the last match of 5. The sensei from Kumo asked. No idea, I just call the contestants as the board presents them. We'll have to wait and see what it coughs up for the remaining matches. Ginma replied patiently. The matchup was poor for both Misao and Tenten, both of whom specialized in ranged throwing weapons. Fortunately for Misao, she managed a slightly better showing than Tenten as she had one or two minor jutsu that aided her somewhat. It wasn't enough to overcome the older and more experienced Tsunade as she blew every projectile off course, had an answer for every jutsu and kept them at a distance, preventing them from engaging in taijutsu with powerful blasts of wind from the fan that she usually kept attached to her back. The winner for this round is Sabaku no Temari. Temari smirked at the announcement before making her way back to the viewing area. Everyone waited for the board to display the names of the next set of combatants. Before Ginma had even made an announcement, one of the competitors had vaulted over the railing when the board came to a rest at his name. The other two followed suit, not bothering to wait for Ginma to call on them. Rock Lee, Dosu Kinyuta, and Tsubuhata, another Suna ninja, were already and waiting for the signal to go. It didn't take long to arrive, but for Lee any waiting was too much as he was practically bouncing in anticipation. Tsubu was getting increasingly more distracted by Lee, whether it was because of his peculiar behavior or due to his horrid sense of fashion nobody could tell. Begin. Lee disappeared in a shot only to reappear where Dosu was originally standing, his fist extended. Dosu was flying towards a wall at incredible pace, colliding with it and knocking him out almost instantly. Power of youth! Lee shouted. Tenten had seen the effect of alcohol on her green-clad teammate and had to wonder if this was the effect of another drug, perhaps caffeine. Tsubu was officially freaked. A spandex-wearing mini-me was shouting at the top of his lungs about the power of youth, not to mention that it appeared that he had caterpillars for eyebrows and that haircut, it just sent chills up his spine. Lee, show him secret taijutsu technique number 13, WOSH. Lucky number 13, sensei. Then you'll let me use it, only this once. Guy said solemnly. A grin came across Lee's face that seemed to indicate that Christmas had come early. Prepare yourself for one of my most formidable techniques. Tsubu was practically at his breaking point, but did his best to prepare himself for whatever onslaught was about to come. Suddenly an image of a beach at sunset appeared behind Tsubu. Many who trained with Lee and Guy recognized the technique already. Lee started prancing to Tsubu as a look of abject horror came across his face, not knowing what to expect. Tsubu! Lee cried out happily as he crushed his opponent in a hug that was normally reserved for his role model, Guy. Sobu gagged. Sobu gagged even harder. Many were unsure if it was because of Lee's insane grip or whether it was because he was in such close proximity to something so horrid as Lee's eyebrows and spandex suit. Sobu. This time Sobu practically vomited. In a corner Kurenai was practically in tears. A genin with absolutely no talent in the areas of nin or genjutsu had somehow created an image that could not be dispelled like any method of genjutsu disruption no to a genjutsu mistress. Double exclamation mark, double exclamation mark, double exclamation mark, double exclamation mark. Poor Tsubu had finally snapped. He was bent over, grabbing his head. Apparently he could not handle all of Lee's youth. After most unorthodox tactics I recognize that Tsubuhara is no longer fit to fight, or open doors. Gunma thought to himself, I call this match in favor of Rock Lee, WOSH. I'm through to the final round. Gunma shook his head as he turned back to the board, deciding to put the ridiculous match behind him. The next match will be between Shino Aburame, Zaku Obumi and Take Yamashita. Each genin moved to join Gunma on the competition floor as their name was announced. Begin. The command was acted upon almost immediately. Zaku raised his hands and used a jutsu, blasting pressurized air at both of his opponents. Zenkaha. He announced, air discharging from the small holes in his hands. Both Shino and Take dodged to the sides away from one another. Take removed some shuriken from his holster and let loose at both Shino and Zaku. Zaku feeling confident chose to blast the kunai out of the air, while using his other arm to blast at Take, not even considering the almost stationary Shino, who had only moved twice since the battle and only to dodge an attack. Take smiled at Zaku's choice of action. He had hoped that he would remain stationary. Despite outward appearances, Take was quite fast. His bulky build fooled most into thinking that they would have a speed advantage over the boy. Zaku realized that he would not have a chance to build the necessary chakra for another blast after missing Take. He prepared for a taijutsu battle. Take came at him hard with a straight-out left jab. It was parried by Zaku, who then tried to use a counter-punch to the now exposed ribs. Take twisted out of the blow, using the rotation to send a roundhouse kick at Zaku's head. The kick was ducked under as Zaku attempted to sweep Take's legs from under him. All throughout the exchange both boys were keeping an eye on Shino, who was completely stationary. Shino's face betrayed nothing of what he was planning. While being able to fight your way out of tight situations was indeed valuable, the Aburame valued being able to avoid such situations in the first place. Shinobi like Kankuro and Shikamaru would forever hold his respect for only using a few jutsu to beat their opponents, using their intellect instead of outright power. Those in the stands were also having a hard time understanding Shino's reluctance for battle. Only those with sharp eyes could pick the little bits of the ground steadily marching towards Shino's two opponents, currently locked into a fierce taijutsu battle. Take had noticed that his movements were getting a little sluggish. It was taking more and more effort to lift his limbs. He had also noticed the slowing of Zaku's movements. Zaku threw one too many a sloppy punch and with a true effort, Take turned the punch against him and threw him to the floor a small distance away. Zaku hit the hard floor and he got a clear view of ground level. What he saw had him absolutely freaked. There were thousands of small bugs swarming around him and Take. He jumped up, the movement taking far more energy than it should have. You were taking so much notice of me and Take that you failed to notice the growing army of Kikai surrounding you. Shino informed monotonously, while he stopped a short way from Zaku. Take was looking around himself. He was an island in a black sea of Kikai bugs. Go! Shino directed the bugs. They swarmed Take first, covering his body, draining the remainder of his chakra in seconds, all the while Take was screaming in agony as some bugs ate more than just his chakra. Zaku held up his hands, one facing Shino, the other facing the swarm of Kikai. You were good, but you can't dodge from here. Zaku said with a fierce grin on his face. He forced chakra through his hands, but nothing happened. He forced more through, his arms started to bulge before being blown off at the elbow joints, apparently where the hole started. Many in the crowd winced at the scene. When you were thrown to the floor, some of my Kikai took the opportunity to creep into those holes in your arms. It appears is that those holes are directly infused to two of your major tenketsu. He informed, not even stopping to check if Zaku was listening. Once they were in there, the chakra had no way to escape. The first time they managed to eat all the chakra you pumped in there, but the second time you pumped chakra in at a rate far higher than they could consume, so with no proper outlet, your chakra created one. The winner is Shino Aburame. Genma mad the victory official as Take Sensei came and gave him a chakra pill while the medics tended to Zaku, two picking up the boy on a stretcher, while a third collected the arms that had landed a few meters away. The next match will be between Hinata Huga, Ami Tanaka and Kaiuritsu Tada. Most had not realized that the board was running through name selections again as they were observing the cleanup from the previous match. Kaiuritsu, a boy from Kyuzugakure, and Ami both vaulted over the railings. Hinata, being a slightly more conservative person, took the stairs, though having the consideration not to take as long as either Shikamaru or Kankuro. Genma looked between the three combatants, determined that they were ready and gave the call. Begin. Hinata activated her Byakugan while Ami drew a pair of tonfa that were holstered on her belt. All three regarded each other carefully. Kaiuritsu must not have fully understood the implications of the Byakugan and the Juken fighting style as he rushed Hinata, evidently thinking that a person that was using taijutsu was less dangerous than a person using weapons. For Hinata, his movements made his intentions painfully obvious. He may as well have been announcing his attacks before he executed them. She only had to wait for him to strike before evading and gripping his arm. Just as she was about to deaden the sensation in the boy's arm, she let go just as a tonfa passed right through the space that her arm originally occupied. Ami wasn't going to allow Kaiuritsu to be taken out of the fight that easily. He would have survived Hinata's strike, but would have been easy pickings for either one of them as the fight progressed. He seemed more interested in attacking Hinata than Ami, so having him in the fight for the moment was beneficial, because the moment Hinata gave Ami her undivided attention was the moment Ami would start losing the battle. Man, this is so awesome! Kaiuritsu said enthusiastically. Once girl, desperately try and get her hands on me, the other valiantly defending me so I can help in whatever way possible. Oh, I think he's slightly touched in the head. Temari sat up in the stand, many just sweat dropped. It's like it's something straight out of Aika Aika. He said in an almost longing voice. This simple sentence had a profound effect. Many of the genin boys in the audience paled, knowing Ami's fierce hate of the book. Kurenai could be seen glaring at Kakashi, who was trying to plead his case of not knowing the boy from a slice of bread. Gaara broke the almost stagnant silence. There is going to be blood soon, mother can sense it. Nobody doubted him. Could we please resume the match? Hinata raced. Kaiuritsu was still slightly distracted by whatever musings were going on in his head. He snapped to attention at the very last second, dodging with only a hair's breadth to spare. She pursues me so vigorously, she must be attracted. Ami was so, she didn't know what she was, but it wasn't helping her fight. She quickly came to Kaiuritsu's aid, forcing Hinata to go on the defensive, then staggering her attack with the Kusa boy so Hinata wouldn't have the chance to counter. It's so tempting to just give in, to allow the blue-haired maiden to have her wicked way with me, allow her to catch me and do with me as she pleases, but where would that leave my violet-haired mistress? And methinks it is far more fun to play hard to get. Hinata was blushing at his insinuations. Ami was dumbfounded. This would be so much more interesting if he could actually come out with something better than this garbage. Even the stuff the Cyclops reads is better than this. Anko was growling. Hey, I pretty much stopped reading when Naruto came into my life. Kakashi defended himself. You still read, Kakashi, you always will. That's why you're always gonna be a mild pervert in my books. Kurenai responded. Kaiuritsu was deliberately being perverted in hopes of distracting his opponents. Unfortunately, it was getting him nowhere. Sadly, he wasn't intelligent enough to recognize this. Ami was now seriously debating if she should just take the idiot out herself so she wouldn't have to deal with his stupid ramblings and try to take Hinata on her own. Hinata changed tactics. She rushed Ami, careful to dodge several side tonfa strikes from Ami's left hand, then having to dodge a thrust with the short head of the right hand tonfa. Now she tries to remove her competition from my body. Just how far will the blue-haired maiden go? Fortunately, the violet-haired mistress can hold her own. Kaiuritsu continued with his absolutely pointless tactics. Perhaps I should stop their epic battle. I'm sure that I could convince them that there is more than enough for me to go around. And boldly he went forth into their melee and grabbed each of their hands. He drew their hands close before kissing their hands, then roughly tugging them until he had an arm around each of their bodies, his hand coming to a rest on each of their derrieres. Hinata and Ami both went bright red, Kurenai looked livid, though Enko was smirking. Apparently she had an inkling of what was to come. All of Hinata and Ami's male friends went deathly pale and said a solemn prayer for the foolish boy. Kairitsu misinterpreted their red faces. Don't be embarrassed, this is just my way of showing that I care. Before he could blink, Kairitsu's head was trapped between Ami's right arm and the long tail of her tonfa, her left arm securing it in place, leaving him at her mercy. She could easily snap his neck from this position. And this is me showing you that your advance was extremely unwanted. Ami said in barely above a whisper, is there anything you wanted to add, Hinata? She asked sweetly. Hinata nodded, then approached. You know that the Byakugan is useful for damaging soft tissue above all else. I can remove the chakra pathway to your softest tissue if you'd like. The offer sounded genuine too. No, what do you want? Say it and I'll do it, just not that. Then forfeit. I forfeit. The words were rushed, stumbled out as though his very life depended on it. And to an extent it did with the way Ami was positioned. More pressingly on his mind was the service Hinata had offered. I think the girls have been spending too much time with Enko-sensei. Sai said as he watched the remainder of the match unfold. What was that, Sai-kun? Enko inquired. And nothing, never mind, I thought so. Enko said. Back down on the arena floor, Ami smiled at Hinata. Ami? Yes, Hinata, sorry about this. Hinata's chakra-laced fingers were centimeters away from Ami's heart. She had used the opportunity to get close to her opponent and then put them in a compromising situation. Ami nodded in defeat. The winner of the 9th match is Hinata Huga. Before the combatants had even started their trip back to the stands, the next round selection was being made. By the time they rejoined with their teams, the next combatants had been announced. Sasuke Uchiha, Yoroi Akato, Aya Sakui, and Auru Otome. Proctor-san, there isn't, a penalty for my teammates if I, quit now, is there? No, the rest is individual, but you will give up the chance to be considered as a chunin. Gunma replied, not sure if the kunoichi wannabe actually understood the purpose of the exam. Not thanks, who wants to be a chunin anyway? I've got more important things to worry about. Just look at my hair after that ordeal in the forest for death, it'll never be the same. And the state of my beautiful fingernails, man, that is so sad. It's idiot like them that give proper kunoichi a bad name. Kurenai muttered. Meanwhile Ino and Sakura both shuddered at the thought of them possibly being like that if Sasuke hadn't changed, and then the rest of the group with him. So Aero Otome from Kusagakure has forfeited the match. Would the remaining competitors please come down? Sasuke, Yoroi, and Aya entered the combat area, all three surprising everyone in using the stairs. Begin. Gunma's voice rang through the room. The fight was short-lived. As soon as the command was given, Sasuke opened with a flurry of shuriken. Tied to each was a thin trail of ninja wire. His two opponents let the shuriken pass before realizing the mistake. By the time they saw the wire, it was too late and they were tied together. Blurring through hand seals, Sasuke announced his jutsu. Katan, Dai Enden. The jutsu passed harmlessly overhead, doing only superficial damage. It singed both Aya and Yoroi's hair off, as well as Yoroi's mask, revealing very bad case of acne. While the jutsu had missed, the evidence was there. If Sasuke wanted to, the pair would be dead. The fact that they had their hair damaged meant that they couldn't do anything about getting out of the way. The winner of the 10th match, Sasuke Uchiha. Gunma pronounced, with Sasuke allowing himself a small smirk. Well, seeing as there are only 4 combatants remaining, I won't bother going to the board. Will Kiba Inuzuka, Chuji Akimichi, Sai Komatsu, and Naruto Uzumaki please join me for the final round? Gunma announced almost tiredly. So the old crew, hey. Kiba snickered. Feels like we're competing for the practical section for Rookie of the Year all over again. Sai admitted. Enough with the reminiscing, if you don't mind, begin. Gunma gave the all clear and 3 of 4 burst into action. Sai used his Sumi Bunshin, while Chuji was part way through a Baika Jutsu. Kiba had fed Akamaru a soldier pill and had used Jujin Bunshin to make him into a more feral self, while making Akamaru more humanoid. Naruto remained completely still. What? You're not even gonna try and beat us? You're gonna let us walk all over you? Kiba asked, almost laughing at how easily it was gonna be to knock Naruto out of the comp. Naruto grinned back. Watch closely, he ordered. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The newly formed Bunshin walked over to a nearby wall with no one nearby or above it. Naruto practically ran to the other side of the room as far away as possible from the Bunshin or his opponents. Bunshin Bakuretsu no Jutsu, he announced. The Bunshin detonated, leaving a 10 hole in the wall. Many in the room went pale, those that knew Naruto better realized how much trouble they were in. When did you teach him that? Anko demanded of Kakashi. I never did, this is the first I've seen him use it. Though he did steal the forbidden scroll, remember? Kakashi said in a low voice so that Anko could hear. A look of understanding swept over her face before returning her attention to the match. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto announced for the second time in the match. This time the whole arena was filled with Naruto clones. There wasn't 2 meters of free space without a Naruto clone. Well done, Naruto. But how do you plan on surviving this as well? You'll get caught in the blast as well. Naruto smirked at Sai, before poofing out of existence. Once of the clones nearest to Kiba spoke. Did you really think that the boss was dumb enough to get caught in his own jutsu? There isn't anything out here but Kage Bunshins, but you can take the risk. You won't be killed, but it will definitely hurt like hell. Sorry, I can't allow that. You detonate all these clones and someone in the stands is likely to get hurt. That is against the rules. Dispel these clones safely and we can continue the match. As Genma spoke, Sai, Kiba, and Chuji all let out a sigh of relief. All the clones dispelled, but when they were gone there wasn't a Naruto left on the field. Kakashi smiled, unlike the rest, who had focused on Naruto's clone as it blew a hole in the wall, he watched both. He and of course Genma, who was required to watch all aspects of the battle, had seen Naruto do a quick henge as the clone blew up the wall. He was now sitting pretty as a rock that looked as though it had been left from the damage of a previous battle. That can't be legal. Kiba whined. Actually it is, Genma affirmed, you'll just have to wait for him to reappear. With nothing they could do about it, the boys continued their match. All still having their initial jutsu in effect, they started to attack. Getsuga. Kiba called, spinning around so fast that it looked as though he were a horizontal mini tornado. Sai's Sumi Bunshin was destroyed in the attack, but Kiba bounced right off of Chuji, who was rolling around the arena at outrageous speeds. He was heading for Sai, who nimbly dodged out of the way. Chuji used the wall like a metal ball does a bumper in a pinball machine. He bounced of it and changed direction far faster than many though possible. Sai only was regarding his options, and as it stood he could only see one open to him at this very moment. The Sumi Bunshin was not suitable and he had not yet perfected the Chogiga. Just as Chuji missed Kiba and tried to bounce off another wall, he drew 3 ink pots from his pouch and launched them at Chuji and Kiba. While they were still flying, he used the most basic of fire jutsu, Katan, Enden. It was a little known property of the ink that he used that upon heating it expanded to ridiculous proportions. However, this wasn't the most interesting thing. When the ink cooled down it set rock hard. Kiba and Akamaru were in the middle of dodging and Chuji was in no state to dodge without the use of a wall, so both were covered by the attack. The ink cooled quickly and it set so hard that both Kiba and Akamaru were completely immobile. Chuji didn't fare much better. Despite his size, it had him glued to the wall that he was about to bounce off of. Anko had expected as much. He had used the, "Okay Naruto, you can come out now. The other two can't do anything." Sai called out to Naruto. Little did he know that Naruto was literally right next to him in the form of a rock. Naruto ended the transformation and swiftly detached one of the chakra bracers Hiko had given him. He forced it onto Sai's arm before pumping it with as much chakra as he could, making it far heavier. The weight was too much for Sai and he was dragged to the floor by his arm. Genma observed all 4 combatants. Naruto was the only one capable for free movement, so he called the match. The winner for the final match is Naruto Uzumaki. Will all victors please join me down on the competition floor? Most of the genin moved swiftly, not wanting to keep the proctor waiting, with exception of both Kankuro and Shikamaru. Right now that we need to assign pairs for the final rounds. Please pick a number and call it out once you have it. This will determine the fight order as well as your opponent. Ladies first. Naruto offered, allowing Hisa, Temari and Hinata to have first pick. 2. Hinata called to Genma. 11. Hisa chirped. 3. Temari read aloud, someone in the background writing their names and numbers on a board. The boys picked out their numbers. Sasuke drew a 7, Gaara an 8, Lee a 6, Niji number 1, Shikamaru number 4, Kankuro a 9, Shino a number 10 and Naruto a number 5. Right, so the matchups are Hinata against Niji in the first, the second will be Temari against Shikamaru, the third is Naruto against Lee, Sasuke and Gaara will be fourth with the final matchup being Kankuro against Shino. Hisa Habaruto will have a bye for her first match, fighting the victor of the fifth match. Genma paused to take a breath and wait for any questions, seeing none he continued. The finals will be conducted in 1 month, use that time to train while foreign dignitaries gather, they will be watching the final matches and your village's worth will be decided based on your performances, so put your best foot forward for both your own promotion as well as your village's honor and future. Life was incredibly dull, she had decided. Sure, her studies under Megumi were interesting, but when she wasn't studying she really had nothing to do. With Naruto and all of his friends competing in the Chunin exams, there wasn't anyone that she could hang around with. She had found some solace in hanging around the ramen stand that Naruto frequented, talking to the sand owner's daughter Ayam. Eventually even that lost its luster as she increasingly found herself feeling like a third wheel, something completely out of place in the restaurant. For those exact reasons we find Haku wandering about aimlessly in Konoha. She had finished her studies for the day under Megumi and was now free for the afternoon. She eventually found herself on top of the Yondame's head atop the Hokage monument. Haku-san, a voice called out behind her, startling her somewhat. She turned to see the owner of the voice, but it was unnecessary, she was already wearing a smile at merely recognizing his voice. Naruto-kun, it's good to see you again, how have the Chunin exams been going? She asked. Great. Me, Sasuke, Hinata, Shikamaru and Shino all made it into the final round. That's quite an achievement, congratulations. Tell me all about it. Haku replied, genuinely interested and grateful to have someone to talk to. Naruto regaled his exams experience so far, leaving out one of 2 minor details, such as Orochimaru's interference as well as the curse marks that both he and Sasuke had received. So what from here? Haku asked, realizing that Naruto had the final exams coming up within a month. Nichan is going to train Sasuke while Ero-Sennin trains me for the month. Ero-Sennin? Oh, right, Jiraiya of the Sannin. He explained while rubbing the back of his head. Only you would call one of the most powerful ninja in the world by such a name. She ribbed playfully. Seriously, all he ever does is perv on bathing women so that he can write his Ika Ika series. Naruto fumed. Wait. You mean that orange book that Taro reads? That would make a perfect gift, a signed copy. You're kidding, right? He doesn't actually read that, does he? Naruto deadpanned. That aside, it was good to see you. I'm going to go pay Sakura a visit. Then I'm going to start my training with that perverted sage tomorrow. I'll come with you. Haku offered. No, it's alright, I'll go alone. Before Haku could reply, Naruto was gone, heading for the hospital. Haku was disappointed that her time with the blonde had been cut short, but then she remembered a tidbit of information that he had once given her. I come up here when I want to think and when I want to be alone. Remembering this, she realized that he had most probably come up to the point to clear his head and that plan had been shot to the ground when he found her there. All things considered, she couldn't be too annoyed with his brusqueness. Naruto walked into a room in the hospital to see a bed-bound Sakura with Sasuke by her side. How are you feeling? Sorry, stupid question. Naruto quickly retracted the remark and started again. It's alright, and I've been better. Sakura responded, showing that she wasn't offended. I wonder, Rei-chan, do you think my blood would be able to help? Not likely, Naruto. The way your mother described the trait in her scroll, it made it sound as though tea was for open wounds or for poisons. I suspect that if this ever happened to Phoenix, then they would just kill themselves, and when their body was reincarnated it would be whole again, as with your decapitation. Besides, you would have to freak Sakura out by either getting her to drink your blood or else force yourself to cry. The third water source isn't an option. Point taken. So that's out. Naruto was broken out of his mental conversation by Sakura's soft, almost reverent voice. Naruto, Sasuke, I want you to promise me something. If you to fight Niji, don't do anything you'll regret. Don't kill him, Sakura asked, her voice so soft it almost sounded as though she was pleading with the pair. I'll go as far as necessary. Naruto responded slowly, Sasuke giving one slow nod in agreement. Sasuke turned to Naruto. I think now is as good a time as any for you to make good on your promise. Sasuke said as directly as he could. What? Naruto asked, thrown for loop. You said that you would tell us about why the villagers hate you so much at the conclusion of the second exam. Sasuke reminded, not bothering to beat around the bush. Is now really the best time? Naruto asked, looking at Sakura. No, this can't be put off any longer. Sakura urged. Naruto looked back and forth between the two before resigning to tell them. Before I tell you this, you must know one thing. What I'm about to tell you is an S-ranked secret. Mentioning this aloud is an instant death sentence within this village. Sakura gasped while Sasuke went wide-eyed. Now, what do you know about the Kyuubi? Naruto asked, knowing full well what response he would get back. It was killed by Yondaime-sama just over 12 years ago. He sacrificed his life to save the village. Sakura replied automatically, it was ingrained knowledge. That's not entirely true. The Yondaime did defeat it, but the Kyuubi could never be killed. Instead he went for the next best option and sealed it within the only thing that could contain it, a newborn baby. Sasuke's eyes narrowed when he heard the conclusion. You mean to say that the newborn baby was you? Sasuke asked, though it was not really necessary. Shikamaru was right. Sakura suddenly announced. What? Naruto asked sharply. When you were away, Shikamaru was thinking out loud and said it was really strange how the villagers treated you. The hate you received was far too great to be a result of all your pranks over the years. Then I guess I'm gonna have to have a word with him. Naruto said grudgingly, preferring to keep the secret between as few people as possible. So, you guys aren't scared? You don't care that I have a demon sealed within me? Naruto asked, almost perplexed that they were having a similar reaction to Haku. Anyone who knows you well enough would be an idiot to call you a demon because you contain one. Besides, if I sealed a weapon in my arm, then I don't become the weapon, the same way you don't become a vicious demon if you have one in you. Sasuke assured. I take offense to that. Rei's voice chimed in Naruto's head, with Naruto chuckling outwardly. She's not all that bad. In fact, Rei-chan is very nice when you get to know her. The other two were silent for a moment before something clicked for Sakura. Rei-chan? Not your civilian friend? Sakura said with sudden realization. Yep. The same. Naruto replied as both Sakura and Sasuke paled slightly. So who else knows? Sakura asked. You too, Haku and everybody about 5 or so years older than us. You told her before us. The situation was different. Naruto said it with such finality that even if Sakura had cared to ask, she didn't think that she'd get a response. In any case, you two need to get home, rest up and start training for the finals. Sakura directed at both boys. And make sure that you remember your promise to me. She called to their retreating backs. Re-yes and shine. A voice broke through Naruto's dreams, waking him up. A quick look at his alarm clock told him that it was 4 a.m. Recognizing the masculine voice belonging to Jiraiya, Naruto responded accordingly. Damn it. What in the hell are you doing there this early, starting your training? What else? Jiraiya exclaimed. You have a half an hour to get ready and eat. I want you at the ravine by training ground 37 by 4:30. Grumbling, Naruto set to getting ready, and a half an hour later he was at the designated location. What are we doing here? Use the most powerful summon you have. Jiraiya demanded without explanation, following a calculating look from Naruto. Hurry up and get to it. Alright already. Kuchiyos no jutsu. Naruto replied before complying with the demand. A large phoenix appeared with several black plumes in its crest before Naruto apologized for summoning him without just cause, only to be dismissed a moment later. Right, you're still there. I want you to try using Rei's chakra. Jiraiya said, finally giving a reason for at least one thing that he said. But I don't. I'm aware you don't like using her chakra. but if the time were to come, you have to know whether it would be possible or not. Naruto-kun, he's right. There may be a time when you will need my chakra to do this. Fine. Naruto ceded. Focusing internally for a minute, Naruto started to develop a slight red tinge around him before quickly flashing through seals. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. For the first time Naruto had summoned something larger than the phoenix he had summoned with his trip to find Hiko. This phoenix was immense, being at least as tall as Gamabunta the Toad Boss was. The truly spectacular sight was when the phoenix stretched out its wings, the wingspan being as great as the snake boss, Manda, was long. The phoenix was mostly black with a mosaic of gold and red feathers across its body, glimmering in the light and giving the impression of being on fire. So this is the new summoner that Shinmi spoke of, Naruto, was it? Well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tobufushicho, boss of the Phoenixes. Tobufushicho-sama, it is an honor to be in your presence. It is good to finally meet you in person, Naruto. Is there anything you require of me? No, boss. My apologies for disturbing you unnecessarily. Think nothing of it. And remember, when you need us, the Phoenixes will always come to your aid, Tobufushicho said before dispelling in a massive plume of smoke. No, boss. My apologies for disturbing you unnecessarily. Jiraiya mimicked in a high voice, imitating Naruto. Why don't you show me that much respect? Because you don't deserve it. Naruto replied, Jiraiya sporting a look of mock hurt on his face. Now what? Naruto asked. With that out of the way, you are at my mercy. Jiraiya said as his face became a lot more stern. The training Jiraiya made Naruto was harsh. If Naruto had thought that any of his genin sensei were harsh, then Jiraiya was on a whole other level in his training techniques. Damn it. You really don't pull your punches, do you? Naruto grizzled. Why bother? Your enemies never will. Jiraiya had reasoned as they both got ready for another bout of taijutsu. In reality Jiraiya really was pulling his punches. If he really wanted to beat up on the kid he would have. He was just fighting at a level slightly above Naruto each time. What Naruto failed to realize was that Jiraiya was constantly having to raise the level he was fighting at. The improvements were small but rapid. Each morning was the same routine. Jiraiya would work on Naruto's physical capabilities. Naruto often mentioned that he would like to learn a new jutsu, but the sage had refused, telling him that his opponent would not give him time to even get through the hand seals. The first week of training went by without much event, almost boring Naruto to tears with repetition. The only thing that changed regularly was that Naruto was made by Jiraiya to pump chakra into his arm and leg bracers, making them far heavier. It was only until Jiraiya was satisfied with Naruto's improvement with speed, power and fluidity in his taijutsu that he decided to move on to other areas. The next area that they moved on to was chakra control. The mere memory of those hellish days was enough to make Naruto shiver. Flashback. Naruto had arrived at the usual place to see two people standing there waiting for him. Enko-sensei. What are you doing here? Naruto asked, not entirely sure what to expect. Helping you train. What else, Gaki? Naruto really didn't like the way she made the word train hang, nor did he like the lingering smirk on her face when she said the word Sanai Jayashu. Before Naruto could do anything he was tied up in Enko's snakes. Now before you ask, I got Enko do this so you couldn't run. Your chakra training involves Enko peppering you body with senbon, then you have to push those senbon out using your chakra. The catch is you can't just blow them all out, you have to do it at a certain rate. Rate? Yep, for example you can't have any of the senbon fall out before say 5 seconds. This will force you to continuously use chakra in small amount, and focus your control. And so it started. The first time Naruto tried, all 3 senbon blasted out of his body with such force that Jiraiya had to use Dorihiki to protect Enko and himself. The second try was marginally better. By the end of the day Naruto was pushing all of the senbon out at the 20-second mark. He thought he'd get a break when he ran out of chakra or when they ran out of senbon, but he was sorely mistaken as they came prepared for both possibilities with soldier pill and multiple sealing scrolls with senbon sealed in them. Each day Jiraiya added a new layer to the task. Day 2 required Naruto to push the senbon out of one part of the body, but not from others. Day 3 involved pushing out Senbon from different parts of his body at different rates. Days 4 through to 8 were simply a repeat of Day 3. Jiraiya had insisted that he made sure that he got the thing down. Naruto insisted that it was because both Jiraiya and Anko used his pain as a sadistic form of pleasure. Anko insisted that, well, Anko didn't deny Naruto's accusation, but she did get a certain gleam in her eye as she threw each Senbon. After his last evening of chakra control training, Naruto sat at his usual stall at the Ichiraku's when he happened to look over to another stall to see none other than Yujito Ni and her student Hisa Habaruto dining as well. "Naruto Uzumaki, if I'm not mistaken?" She directed at him after noticing his interest. Naruto struggled to find something to say after he realized that he'd been staring. "Care to join us?" Hisa offered. "Thanks," Naruto said, momentarily stunned by the offer. They trio started chatting about nothing in particular until Yujito told her student to run and grab some drinks for them. Naruto took the break in conversation to ask Yujito something that had been plaguing his thoughts since he first saw the Kyumo Jounin. "Yujito-san, can I ask you a very personal question?" Naruto had to be very delicate about how he did this. He sat quietly as Yujito looked at him cautiously before nodding consent. "I have a sort of sense. It doesn't allow me any great insight really. The thing is, I can feel different forms of life. When I sit with you I feel something different to normal." Naruto looked as though he was thinking hard about what he was saying, something evident to Yujito, so she decided to hear him out. "It's just different, not bad." Naruto tried to clarify. "In truth, I actually only realized this sense a few weeks ago and I'm trying to learn all I can. I was wondering if you knew what it was that makes you feel different to the rest." Yujito looked at the boy, wondering how to help him, or indeed whether she should. "If I told you outright, I would be breaking a village secret. The best that I can do is to tell you my title but not what it means. I am what's known as a Jinchuriki." Naruto's eyes widened before he quickly whispered something to Yujito. "One with the power of a bijou sealed within them." Now it was Yujito's turn to be surprised. "How in hell does a genin know about that off the top of their head?" She whispered back dangerously. She had to be cautious. If he really wasn't who he seemed, then she could be in a lot of trouble. The atmosphere of the room had changed drastically. It was enough for the civilians to notice. Naruto figured he had to do something. He made a placating move to calm Yujito down before jumping up onto his seat and yelling his head off. "Oh yeah? Well, it takes one to know one." Naruto yelled in as childish a voice he could muster. He sat down again, huffing and puffing for show, but Yujito realized the message in the outburst. "Nibi." The single word was all Naruto needed to understand. "Kyubi." Naruto responded. A look of surprise crossed Yujito's face. What was all that about? Hisa had returned to the table with the drinks. "Your sensei called me a stupid blonde." Naruto replied easily, making it look as though lying was second nature to him. "Well, if you're stupid enough to ask me such a personal question, then it's a fitting title. Imagine asking a lady her age. What did you need to know for? To see whether I was young enough for you? Or whether it was old enough?" Yujito continued with the lie while enjoying the flushed look on Naruto's face as he worked out what she was implying. After the drinks were finished, Yujito suggested that it was time to retire for the night for all parties involved. They went their separate ways for the evening after Naruto said his good nights. Hisa and Yujito saying goodbye to Naruto's already retreating figure, his raised hand in recognition of the farewell. Flashback end. We find Naruto with Jiraiya, training his chakra control again. They had moved to mixed sessions, involving taijutsu and physical training for the first half and chakra control for the second half. Jiraiya had noticed that Naruto's form was off in the sparring, but it was even more evident in the chakra control exercises. Naruto was almost back to square one, blasting the senbon out of his body. "That's it. Stop right there." Naruto gave his sensei an empty look before Jiraiya continued. "Your head is nowhere near where it needs to be. What the hell is on your mind to lose focus this badly?" Naruto remained silent for a moment before answering. "Did you know that there are others like me?" Naruto asked hollowly. Jiraiya was actually caught off guard by his question. Of course he knew what the boy was referring to, but he didn't ever expect the words to come from his mouth. "Yes. I knew." Jiraiya answered heavily. Do you think that we all live the same sort of life? All hated but the general population. Jiraiya was wondering where the boy was going with this conversation but answered anyway. No, I don't think that is the case. Why do you ask? I was wondering what would have happened if Ni-chan and everybody else hadn't provided me with their love and friendship. Would I have become like Gaara? And if there is anybody out there at risk of being like Gaara, I would want to help them, no matter the cost. Naruto said pensively, good reasons. My advice would be to speak to Yujito-san about her past. And for now to train. If you aren't strong enough, then good intentions aren't enough. To what is needed is the strength to defend what you hold precious. Naruto looked at Jiraiya as though he was seeing light for the first time. He never knew that the man could provide such good advice. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya was actually taken aback to hear that again, the first time in nearly 15 years. What's with Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya asked. I always said that I show respect to those who deserve it. You have always had my respect, but certain other activities detracted from that. And I really do appreciate you training me like this. It was an answer that surprised Jiraiya, but he had noticed that Naruto seemed to be more focused now, so they returned to their training. While Naruto was training intensely with Jiraiya, his friends were also being pushed to their limits by their own sensei. Sasuke was being pushed to beyond his breaking point by Kakashi. It was a mere miracle that the boy's body simply hadn't shut down after such punishment. Lee was put through one brutal training regimen after another by Guy. While Guy tried not to play favorites and help Niji, the boy turned away help from his sensei. Tenten had yet to even remain within earshot of the boy after his outburst at Sakura through the preliminaries. Shikamaru and Shino were training with their clans, leaving Asuma free to help Kurenai with Hinata's training, as neither Ino nor Chuji made it through. Out of all the genin, Hinata seemed to be pushing herself the hardest. It was recognized that next to Sasuke, she had the most dangerous opponent, made all the more deadly by Niji's open hatred of the Huga main branch. It was a week till the final day and Hinata was still desperately looking for a way to neutralize Niji's Kaiden. She had decided to go to the ramen stand that Naruto claimed had the best noodle and broth mixture in the world. This is how Naruto found Hinata when he walked into the stand to find the indigo-haired girl sitting on what happened to be his usual seat. Hinata. What are you doing here? Taking a break from training for an evening. Hinata said, some of her frustrations becoming evident in her voice. Care to share? Or is that a secret strategy for the exams? Naruto asked, hoping that he could take a load off her mind. No, it's nothing secret. I'm just starting to question whether or not I can beat Niji. Hinata sighed. Hinata, you're not the same girl you were all those years ago. You can do this. Naruto tried to assure her. This is nothing to do with who I am. It's simply an admission that there is a very strong chance that I will lose to Niji. I will try to beat him, but it's as though the gap in our skills is too large for me to make up in a month. Hinata replied. Hinata, what is your goal in life? While it was worded as a question, it was meant more as a reminder, as every one of Hinata's friends knew what her goal was. To unite the main and branch houses of the Huga clan. Hinata responded. Niji believes that everything is dictated by fate. You know, he believes that you are fated to lose against him. Prove him wrong. Open his eyes. I know and I want to. It's just I don't think I can. You, out of any of the rookies, have the best chance of doing it. Did you know that? Naruto told her, making her look at him in disbelief. But Sasuke and you are so much stro. Every technique has a prerequisite. It was something that Aniki taught me. Jutsu require head signs and chakra, other techniques require timing or precision. You know the Juken as well as Niji does. That means that if you can take a requirement away from him, then he can't perform his techniques, even if it's a single technique. Just make sure it isn't something that he can use against you. Naruto said to her, giving her a hard look, urging her not to give up hope with his eyes. Hinata straight ahead, digesting what he had said. Nothing more was said between them as they ate their ramen. They said their goodbyes and parted ways before getting ready for a new day of training. The next day Naruto arrived at the usual training ground to find Asuma there instead of Jiraiya. Asuma-sensei. What's going on? Jiraiya had an errand to run, so I've got you for the day. We are going to spar all day today till you drop from exhaustion. Naruto simply smiled and got ready. By the end of the day Naruto wasn't tired, but he was extremely sore. His only relief was that his phoenix blood was taking care of it rather quickly. Asuma hadn't earned his status for nothing. Asuma, on the other hand, was about ready to drop from exhaustion. It was simply staggering how much stamina the blonde genin had. The final week was spent with Jiraiya learning a new jutsu. It came as a surprise to Naruto that Jiraiya was actually going to work on something other than taijutsu and chakra control. There are two that I'm gonna be working on. The first is the Kage Kunai and the other, if you master the first, is Yomi Numa. The Kage Kunai was mastered by Naruto in an hour. It was hardly surprising, and after all, if the kid could master Kage Bunshin and Bunshin Daibakuha, then Kage Kunai should prove to be no harder. Yomi Numa, on the other hand, did prove to be more difficult, as Naruto had discovered. It wasn't simply about performing the hand signs and performing the jutsu. No matter how many times he tried, the ground seemed to completely liquefy when he used the jutsu, rather than having the consistency of a swamp and sucking the opponent down to the bottom. It took Naruto several days to work out that if he was to use more chakra, then he had to spread it out over a larger area. The higher the chakra concentration in the soil, the more liquidized it became. With this worked out, he performed the jutsu again, this time spreading the same chakra out over a large area. The result was to have a swamp more than 800 meters across form, though it was still fairly watery, meaning that Naruto had to spread his chakra out further or to reduce the total amount of chakra he was using. Jiraiya recommended a little of both. The night before the final examination, Naruto was out late after a long day of training. Normally a sensei would rest their genin before such a large event, rather than exerting them so strenuously, but Jiraiya had recognized that it would make little difference to Naruto, so he worked the boy to the bone until the end, almost literally in some cases. Naruto was headed to his favorite haunt when he happened across Yujito ni. Yujito-san. Naruto greeted with a small wave. Naruto-san, the Kyumo Jounin returned with a small nod of acknowledgement. Yujito-san, I've been meaning to talk to you. Would you care to join me for some ramen? My treat. I'll join you, but you don't need to pay for me. That seems way too close to a date. Or is that what you want, Naruto-san? Yujito teased. She knew she really shouldn't, but it was just so amusing seeing the poor genin get worked up like this. Naruto-san, it's fine. Let's go. Yujito said to a gobsmacked and spluttering Naruto. Within a minute they were comfortably seated in Ichiraku's, the same place they were when Hisa was with them. So what did you want to talk about? I wanted to know what kind of life you had growing up. Interesting question. What specifically did you want to know about my life? Yujito looked thoughtful as she tried to understand where he was coming from. I wanted to know whether you were happy. Whether there were people that hated you. Did you have people that helped you and accepted you, knowing your secret? Yujito contemplated the question for a moment before responding. I've never really given it much thought, but I suppose I had a good childhood. I'm sure there were people that did hate me, but I was never subjected to them. And yes, there were lots that helped. My situation is no secret. It is known to the general population, so they can accept me as I am, or hate me and avoid me. As Yujito collected her thoughts, Naruto asked another question. Have you ever wondered what would have happened if you didn't have that in your life? Never, I've never had a reason to. But apparently you have. I'm going to guess that it was recent. Gaara. I often wonder if I could have turned out like that. Naruto-kun, I'm so sorry. Rei sounded almost heartbroken. Rei-chan, never apologize for that. I promise you on my soul, that Madara Uchiha will pay for trying to control you. Naruto waved her apology aside. He could never hold Rei accountable for actions that she was never in control of. Naruto. Yujito called Naruto out of his thoughts. You zoned there. Naruto looked at Yujito with a new purpose. Do you have a free moment? Yujito nodded. Naruto scarfed the last of his ramen, before motioning for Yujito to leave with him. A short while later they arrived at one of the remote training grounds before Naruto turned to Yujito. Are you on good terms with your bijou? Yujito almost fell over at the question but managed to simply nod in response. What I am going to show you stays strictly between us. Naruto waited for her to agree before showing her what he was going to do. Naruto-kun, What are you? Rei never got to finish as Naruto announced his jutsu, Kage Bunshin. For the first time in a very long while, Rei was out in the open. Yujito-san, this is Rei. Or as most people know her, Kyubi no Kitsune. It's a pleasure Yujito-san. Yujito actually did fall this time, straight onto her backside. What this boy had done was inconceivable. After an explanation of the mechanics behind the technique, Yujito was ready to try the technique herself. Kage Bunshin. Before them stood a woman with flowing purple hair, wearing a midnight blue kimono with a sliver cat embroidered just above the hem at the bottom left of the kimono. She was looking directly at Naruto before kneeling on the ground and bowing to him. Naruto-sama, Kyubidano, I am eternally grateful. I am forever indebted to you. Must you really stand on ceremony all the time, Shizai? This is too large a gift not to stand on ceremony. I will never be able to repay this. The purple-haired woman countered. Repayment? If you really want to repay me, then friendship would be nice. Friendship, Naruto-sama. I think I can do that. The purple-haired woman replied before looking at her Jinchuriki for confirmation, who simply nodded in agreement. Good, first things first. My friends don't call me Naruto-sama, it's just Naruto, and they don't bow to me either. Friends are equals, Shizai. Yujito asked the only thing that she could handle knowing for evening. My name is Shizai Kuyu, Nibi no Nikomata is simply a title or rank, like Kage. Shizai explained, Yujito nodding in understanding. All four took a seat on the damp grass and talked for a while longer, not about anything in particular, but just chatted as friends would do as they tried to pass away an afternoon. It wasn't until much later that Yujito pointed out that Naruto should get going as he had to rest up for the afternoon. Naruto, I want to thank you. Nib, Shizai has always wanted to get out of that cage she has been in for more than 20 years. She never tried to take control of my body and has always been there for me, she was merely imprisoned in me to give the village more power. Think nothing of it. Naruto tried to brush away as he slowly grew more embarrassed from the thanks. No. This is important to me. To the both of us, so thank you. Before she left she said one thing to Naruto over her shoulder, you know, after getting to know you, I think that if I could have a little brother, then I would have wanted him to be exactly like you. Naruto was on the verge of tearing up as she left the training grounds. First an older brother, now an older sister. Naruto said aloud, mostly to himself. And a grandfather too, Naruto-kun. You can't forget Sarutobi. That old man isn't off the hook. Why? Then consider letting him off the hook already. Rei cut him off, exasperated. What if he were to die tomorrow? Could you live the rest of your life hating the fact that you forgave him too late and he never knew? What he did, it was beyond reasoning. Naruto hissed back. No, it wasn't. Rei countered simply, his reasoning was flawed, but he was still trying to do what he thought was best for you and the village. I'm not telling you what to do, but just consider it. Naruto didn't respond immediately. It's getting late and I really should get some rest. It was his way of ending the conversation and providing him a reason to not think about what they had just discussed. It was the day of the final exams, all contestants were standing before a filled-to-capacity Chunin exam stadium. Gunma Shiranui was before all the competitors explaining the proceedings to them. Your first match will be a one-on-one with the opponent that was determined at the end of the preliminary round, with exception to Hisa-san, Shino-san and Kankuro-san of course. The victors will then go on to a round-robin tournament. The person with the most victories at the end of the round-robin will be the winner of the tournament. Gunma surveyed the Chunin aspirators before continuing. Remember, the person that wins does not necessarily become a Chunin. Similarly, the person that has to bow out in the first round can still advance in rank. It will hinge on your abilities to show the qualities required of a Chunin. After his address to the genin he turned his attention to the Hokage so he could address the crowd and the genin. To our esteemed visitors, I welcome you to the final examination. Citizens of the elemental nations, I compel you, cheer for your competitors, provide them with a tangible atmosphere of excitement and anticipation. Competitors, good luck. Fight well, do your country, your sensei, and yourself proud. The crowd received the address with a wild cheer as Sarutobi sat between the Kazekage and the Reikage. Well, now that we are clear, can start. All competitors but Hinata and Niji please clear the field. Once the competitors were clear, Niji and Hinata turned to face each other. Well, isn't this fitting? The Huga failure about to be disgraced in front of half of Konoha's population by none other than a branch member. Niji taunted, trying to get under Hinata's skin. For one with the Byakugan, you certainly are blind, Ni-san. I will open your eyes. And while I'm at it, I'm going to make you regret your actions toward Sakura. Hinata responded coolly, my eyes see perfectly. You are fated to lose this match, just as Hanabi-sama is destined to be the clan head. Niji retorted. It seemed that the exchange had come to an end as both settled into a juken stance. Begin. Gunma roared for the benefit of the crowd. Seeing that both were willing to sit and wait till the other had moved, Niji moved in first. He struck out at Hinata's shoulder only to have her twist her body and strike out at a tenketsu on the offending arm. He parried blow with enough force put Hinata off balance. Hinata was far more nimble than he had expected and rotated with the parry and swept low at his legs, forcing him to jump over. During that brief moment that he was airborne, Hinata sent a hand at Niji's shoulder, hoping to disable his right arm. Niji realized that he was in no position to avoid or parry the strike, meaning that he only had two options left, block or get hit. He caught her left hand with his own left hand. Simultaneously both Huga forced a small amount of chakra into their opponent's arms on the underside of the wrist, causing both the left hand on each person to crumple. A stalemate. Hayashi observed, his younger daughter simply observing the match. She had been instructed to watch Niji very closely, but it seemed that her elder sister was also worthy of consideration. Both combatants had separated from each other, readying them for another bout, both having an impaired use of their left hand. You are holding your own, for now. Niji said to Hinata. Quit now if you don't want to be totally disgraced. He finished. I won't quit until I've completed what I set out to do. Hinata replied, never losing sight of either her opponent or her goal. This time it was Hinata's turn to rush in and start the offense. As soon as she was within range, Niji changed his stance and started spinning while pushing chakra out all of his tenketsu. Kaiten. He announced. Hinata saw the trouble she was in and did the only thing that she could to salvage the situation. Kaiten. She called, matching her cousin's move. Both chakra domes expanded from their creators. They were positioned close enough for part of their opponent's dome to be within their own. The result was for the incompatible chakras to repel from each other in spectacular fashion, blowing both competitors in opposite directions. Due to their position in the field, Hinata was sent flying and bounced off the ground before coming to a stop after rolling across the ground. Niji on the other hand was far closer to the wall behind him than Hinata was, and before he could even land on the ground he hit into the stadium wall at full force. Both Huga struggled to regain their feet after the recovering from the staggering amount of force that had sent them flying. Niji was a little slower to get to his feet, but it made no difference as he was already rushing in to meet Hinata's advance. Hinata was hoping that she could catch Niji while he was still recovering. She knew that with him so close to the wall he wouldn't risk the same move that had blasted them apart, or he would endure a far more vicious hit than before. Niji's right hand lashed out Hinata's left shoulder, only for her to dodge again. While she was contorted out of her usual stance, Niji aimed for her right leg with the other hand, hoping that she wouldn't be able to move it out of the way in time. However, she surprised him when she rotated around fully and tried to lodge an elbow in his ribs. Niji was forced to cancel his motion and try to dodge. He evaded successfully, but Hinata made a follow-up strike. This time, instead of parrying sideways, he directed her straight down. What he didn't expect was for her to go along with it. Hinata was now in a handstand, switching from hand to hand as she performed rotating helicopter kicks, all of which were avoided by Niji. He got inside her kicks and aimed a low sweep at her supporting hands, but she saw the motion coming. Pumping a bit of chakra into her arms for extra strength, she pushed off the ground and vaulted back onto her feet. As soon as she had rectified her body position, she charged her entire hand with chakra, not to close any tenketsu, but to blast Niji away. Niji saw the move coming and made to match it. Both hands connected to the opponent at the same time, giving a similar result as the duel Kaiten, the opponents being launched away from each other, though both also managed to maintain their footing this time around. The combatants were panting from exertion. This would likely be the final round. All were expecting one final bout of high-level taijutsu, so when Hinata withdrew 8 shuriken from her pouches and slotted them between the fingers on both hands, a few raised eyebrows in surprise. A pointless move. The Kaiten will render such a tactic useless. Hayashi surmised. It looks as though Hinata has run out of ideas if she is resorting to such a common tactic. Niji has won the match. You are within my field of divination, Niji announced to Hinata. Seeing that Hinata made no move to change the situation, Niji took it as a sign of resignation. He rushed in, ready to complete his technique. He had played right into Hinata's hand, though he didn't know it yet. Just when Niji was upon her, she loosed the shuriken in her hands. Niji couldn't dodge all of them properly. He did what he saw as his only option, not as though it was going to change anything. Kaiten. He started his ultimate defensive technique. Again he had played right into Hinata's hand. Hinata swiftly went through 5 hand seals before announcing her jutsu. Ryo Kenchigai no Jutsu. She was concentrating hard. The ground under Niji's feet cracked, making him lose his footing as he was in the middle of his Kaiten. Niji's feet sank into the small fissure around him. Suddenly, just as soon as the fissure had appeared, Hinata had closed it with Niji's feet still stuck in it. Niji still had his momentum from his Kaiten. Unfortunately for him, his feet could not turn with the rest of his body as it was trapped in the ground as a result of Hinata's jutsu. Then suddenly there was a sickening crack that echoed around the field, followed by a harsh scream of pain. Niji's body had rotated further than what his ankles could bear, so his ankles broke. I will. You can do nothing, Niji, you are beaten. It would be a simple matter to kill you like this. Then why don't you? Niji snarled. My goal today was to open your eyes, not shut them permanently. Hinata replied in a level voice. It would be welcome to escape this life. You could just as easily end your life yourself, but then that would prove that fate doesn't exist, because you chose yourself when and how you would die. Hinata informed. You wish for me to kill myself? Niji replied. The tone he used seemed to imply that he almost seemed willing. No, you said that I was fated to lose this match. I have proved you wrong. Must you mock me still? Niji demanded. Hear me out. What? What could you say that could possibly say that would interest me? Niji was almost livid at having to be put through this in public. You said that Hanabi was fated to become clan head. You believe that you are fated to bear the seal that you hate so much for the rest of your life. Help me change my fate, help me become clan head, and I will help change yours, and that of any other branch member, including your children. Hinata concluded. What? Niji, for the first time ever, was dumbfounded. I swear on my own life that if I defy what you believe fate has planned for me, then I will change what you believe fate has planned for you and remove the caged bird seal and ban its practice. Hinata gave her oath. Niji looked on in disbelief, not sure if Hinata was sure of what she had just declared. Looking at his cousin, he swore himself an oath, as long as she held true to her words, and indeed her dream, he would support her. He would change what he had become and live his life, no longer blaming fate for something if he could strive to change it. The winner of the first match, Hinata Huga. Genma announced. In recognition of the victory, Hinata bowed to the Kage stand before turning to her father and bowing to him. The crowd had been worked up to a frenzied state from the first match alone. Hinata had rejoined the rest of the competitors in a booth separate from the rest of the crowd. Niji was taken to the infirmary to have his broken ankles treated. At the infirmary he was met by Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. Here, Hayashi passed on Hisashi's last testament to his only child. Niji read the letter that was written in what was unmistakably his father's handwriting. It detailed the events of the Kumo visit, including the attempted kidnapping on Hinata. It also told of how his uncle had resigned himself to death to slake Kumo's thirst for blood and how Hisashi had willingly taken his place to save his brother. His final message to Niji was to live his live as freely as he could, to live his live on his own circumstances just, like his father had done. Back in the arena, the next pair of combatants had been called upon and was already deadlocked in a battle of wits. Shikamaru and Temari's battle, while not all that interesting to the observing civilians, was riveting for the ninja that were watching. After all, it was not often that such high-level tactics were used by mere genin. The match had started out with Temari blasting Shikamaru with wind from her fan, only for the boy to dodge and vanish from sight in the dust cloud that was kicked up from the jutsu. Shikamaru then launched his attack, his shadow shooting out from the shadows of the trees in the stadium only for it to stop just short of Temari's own shadow. Temari marked the distance that the shadow had traveled and aimed to stay out of range while hoping to sever the lazy genin with one of her wind jutsu. Shikamaru did try to use his jacket with a kunai tied to it as an island of shadow to extend his reach, but Temari reacted just in time, leaping back just out of reach. The move had failed and cost Shikamaru his advantage of surprise. Temari had no real idea of where he was till he launched his attack. Temari was so focused on avoiding the shadows that she could see, that she neglected the shadows behind her that were slowly growing as the afternoon wore on. Shikamaru, however, had counted on this and was not the kind to leave any possibility unconsidered. All he had to do was keep her distracted while the shadow grew towards her. Then he tried it again. He threw a kunai right at Temari with his cage mane extended along its shadow. She dodged the kunai as well as the shadow that went with it. "You've tried that already. I saw you do." She had expected the maneuver once again and had dodged accordingly, but his aim was never for Temari, it was for the shadow of the arena wall behind her. Shikamaru's shadow touched the arena wall shadow and immediately shot out again, all the while Temari was unaware of her own proximity to the shaded area. Captured within the jutsu, she had no choice but to do exactly as Shikamaru did. She was slowly walking to the center of the arena. She stopped just a little short, as did Shikamaru. Shikamaru then made Temari throw her fan out into the space between them, slightly closer to her opponent than it was to her. Shikamaru bent to pick up the fan, Temari mimicking his motion, though picking up nothing. They walked closet until they were just an arm's length away from each other. Shikamaru lined up Temari's fan with her head, all the while Temari did the same, though not actually holding anything. "You know, you can still use your voice," Shikamaru said to Temari, his exact words to Kintsuchi before he defeated her. Temari had a fierce flicker run through her eyes before she swallowed her pride. "I forfeit," Temari said to Gunma, though not able to turn her head to face him. Winner of the second round, Shikamaru Nara. There was a polite spatter of applause from around the arena, though nowhere near the tumultuous noise that was raised for the conclusion of the first match. Both Shikamaru and Temari left the arena, rejoining their fellow competitors. Lee and Naruto were already in the arena before being called. The Kazekage looked on at the match. He had cared little for the first two matches. The only two matches that he really cared about were this one and the one after between Gaara and Sasuke. Why did he care so little about a match that featured his daughter? In truth, the Kazekage was an impostor. Orochimaru had formed an alliance with Suna. One that had been broken as easily as Suna had broken their treaty with Konoha, though Konoha was unaware of it thus far. Orochimaru had killed the Kazekage in order to get closer to his sensei, the Sandaime Hokage. As Orochimaru watched on, awaiting the start of the match, he thought back to the final plans he'd laid out with Kabuto, his spy, just a few weeks ago. Flashback. "Soon, very soon, the moment of my vengeance will be at hand. I will make that foolish old man and his village pay for spurning me and choosing Minato Namikaze as Hokage instead of me," Orochimaru said out aloud, barely able to keep the glee out of his voice. "My lord. I have just spoken with the Suna Jounin, Baki. Their preparations are complete. Sand will march on Konoha the night before the final exam and make camp just out of Konoha's surveillance area. Come the morning of the Chunin exams they will complete the rest of the journey." Kabuto reported. "Excellent, everything is proceeding as expected." There was a small pause between the two leaf traders as Kabuto considered how to word his next question. "Have you considered a strategy for fighting the Sandaime, Orochimaru-sama?" he asked, keeping his voice as respectful as possible. "Oh yes, I have quite a surprise for Sarutobi. I dare say it will be just like old times, a happy little reunion. All I need is several sacrifices." Sacrifices? Will the sound genin currently in the exam suffice? They have outlived their usefulness in any case. Dosu and Zaku, yes. Keep kin. Orochimaru said without hesitating. Kin? Kabuto asked, not sure what his master was thinking. Yes, in the near future, I will have need for as many incubators as possible. Just find another to sacrifice. Orochimaru explained, a vicious smirk playing across his face. As you wish, my lord. Kabuto intoned before leaving in a bow, leaving Orochimaru in the room on his own. Flashback end. Now he would just have to wait and see whether the second he had taken an interest in would shine as well. Down on the arena floor, Genma was shaking his head in dismay at the two competitors. Well, seeing as you're eager, I may as well get going. Genma sighed before going back to his role as referee. Third match, Naruto Uzumaki vs Rock Lee, begin. The competitors didn't need Genma to yell for them to hear, but the crowd did, and it added to the atmosphere. Lee and Naruto were both in their standard taijutsu stances, Naruto waiting for Lee to come at him. He didn't have to wait very long. No sooner had the match begun, Lee had blitzed across the field and was on the offensive. Lee lead out with a basic right punch. Naruto easily spun around this. Lee sent an aerial roundhouse to Naruto's head as Lee avoided an elbow to the ribs. Naruto was forced to cancel his actions and spin the under the kick the opposite way. Naruto recognized that he had a lot to thank Jiraiya for. Just a month ago he could have seen himself out and down for the count. By this point, he would have never been able to dodge any of those hits. There was no two ways about it. Lee was freakishly fast and hit very hard. Now he could not only see and dodge the incoming attacks, he could also mount some kind of counter. Lee came at Naruto with another high kick. Naruto braced his left arm with his right on his wrist braces, letting them take most of the force. Before Lee could completely remove his leg from the area, Naruto had grabbed it and sent him to ground. Naruto made to follow up after the throw, but Lee had already made it back to his feet. The match raged on. In the stand, a young apprentice medic was watching the two boys in awe. Haku had watched the first two matches with relative interest, was enthralled with this one. Now Naruto was fighting. The only thought that was running through her head was his safety. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she knew that he'd be fine, particularly after she saw his rebirth on the bridge, but she still couldn't help but worry. I'm becoming a mother hen. She mused to herself as she watched Naruto take a solid hit to the mouth, looking as though his jaw may have been dislocated, before he grabbed the offending arm and forced his hand into the elbow, returning the favor. The boys broke apart, Lee forcing his elbow back into his socket as Naruto gave his jaw a hard jerk. The civilian portion of the crowd winced at the sight. It was nothing new for the shinobi, many of whom had seen things far worse. It would appear as though I can't beat you without shedding a few pounds, Naruto-kun. Lee announced across the field. Elsewhere, the Jounin sensei for the rookies were watching on in amusement as Lee made his declaration. Kurenai, a less seasoned Jounin than her colleagues, was the first to speak. How much difference could a few pounds make, she asked, not quite sure what to expect. Kakashi was the one to reply. You haven't had much exposure to guys' eccentricities, have you? Kakashi asked. Kurenai shook her head in response. He has a habit of taking things to the extreme. As soon as he had finished the sentence, Lee dropped his weights in a corner, a massive dust plume rising from the area. Most people's eyes went wide with shock. Kakashi just shook his head. While he wasn't too worried for Naruto's overall health, he knew his adopted brother would want to win this. It was just one more step towards getting people to notice him in the correct light. No sooner than the few pounds were shed, Lee had disappeared and went on the offensive. He appeared under Naruto, kicking him up into the air. Naruto didn't fly as high as he would have liked due to the extra weight, so Lee had to use a few extra kicks to get him there. Guy, what the hell is you student doing? Asuma demanded, recognizing the opening to the Omote range. That move could kill Naruto. Before Guy could even open his mouth, Kakashi had responded. Asuma, don't worry about it. Naruto can handle himself. He assured the Sandame's son. Kakashi, you may be a glazed person, but even you should have some concern over this. Kurenai admonished, shocked about Kakashi's lack of interest over his adopted little brother's well-being. Just watch, was Kakashi's simple reply, not taking his eyes off the match for a moment. Naruto was sent flying by Lee, who had appeared underneath him. Lee had grabbed him around the midriff and both boys were plummeting to earth head first at devastating speeds. Naruto's head was slightly further down than Lee's so that he would hit first. There was nothing nearby with which to perform a substitution, so there was only one real option left. Flashing through 5 quick hand seals, Naruto announced his jutsu. Doton, Yomi Numa. The ground under Naruto and Lee liquefied, both boys falling into the goop. The crowd watched the murky swamp tensely for any movement. The swamp was completely still, save for a few bubbles that made their way to the surface every now and again. Then a figure covered in mud burst forth. Naruto had emerged. Naruto didn't even wait for a second before withdrawing chakra, making the swamp more viscous. Just as the swamp became a honey-like consistency, a massive surge of chakra was felt somewhere below the depths. Mud was sent everywhere as Lee also emerged from the mud, so he opened the first gate. Kakashi surmised, this might just get more interesting. He's not done yet, Kakashi. Kakashi gave him a stare demanding an explanation. It's all over. Lee can open no less than 5 of the 8 gates. I'm sorry for the pain Naruto is about to endure. Guy said in a completely level voice. Kakashi had a grim look on his face. There were too many variables in this match. A boy that could open the inner gates who could likely outdo most jounin in a pure taijutsu match, another that had the most powerful of the tailed beasts sealed within along with Orochimaru's gift, that was partially removed and likely highly unstable, and finally a transformation that if not controlled correctly would likely level half of Konoha. Lee had progressed to the 4th gate and was currently unlocking the 5th. Most had assumed that the boy couldn't use ninjutsu due to a lack of chakra. A stupid notion, of course. Chakra reserves increased with training. Lee merely had trouble expressing it out of the body in jutsu, but had an abundant supply of it. Naruto felt the chakra and decided to match. He removed chakra from his bracers. There was so much that it was literally pouring out of his tenketsu. It was swirling around his body aggressively. Lee and Naruto gave each other one last fleeting look before rushing in. Lee was still faster by a considerable amount, but Naruto still managed to hold his own. The shinobi watching the match could barely keep up. Only the high chunin and above could see the furious exchange. Lee came in at Naruto with punch to the solar plexus. Naruto moved around it and jumped, sending a kick to his opponent's head. Lee grabbed the leg and forced a sharp jab to Naruto's side. He immediately regretted both actions. The block was successful and the punch was a direct hit, but where Lee had made contact his skin was bright red and his clothes were shredded. What is that? Lee asked. It's a defense of sorts. My bracers use chakra to become heavier. I can draw upon them to make them lighter and to get a boost in chakra. The problem is that I have so much stored that it pours out of my body because there isn't enough space. I'm controlling the excess to do what Niji's Kaiten did to Ino. It can't do anything else that the technique can, but when you have a surplus of chakra you may as well use it to your advantage. Lee nodded in understanding. It was a perfect technique to use against him. He couldn't use ninjutsu and didn't use a weapon to extend his reach and prevent his arms from getting turned to mincemeat. He would have to his hard and fast, hoping that he could knock Naruto out before his hands were rendered useless. Lee rushed at Naruto again faster than ever. He belted Naruto right across the face. Lee didn't stop but pressed his advantage. He was using Naruto as a pinball. Naruto was desperately trying to match the moves, but the boy had him outclassed in speed. He needed something to level the field. Naruto could see the incoming blows. He simply couldn't avoid those hits, and then it came to him. Instead of avoiding, I have to make sure I get maximum contact. Lee tried to land a furious blow on Naruto's chest. The blow landed, but instead of Naruto rocketing away, he took Lee with him, an iron-like grip on the offending arm. Arg! Lee screamed out in pure agony as his flesh was slowly grated away, revealing bone in some places. He managed to kick away from Naruto and nursed the savage lacerations on his arm. His hand was limp, indicating that tendons were likely to have been snapped and the wound was bleeding rather heavily. Lee didn't have enough bandaging left on his hand to stem the flow properly. Naruto recovered from the kick and immediately went on the offense, not trying to land punches, but simply trying to grapple at Lee. Lee was faster than Naruto and managed to evade the blonde genin for a time before Naruto stopped. Lee, as good as you are at evading me, all you're doing is delaying my victory. Naruto called out, what do you mean? I can still win, this is only a flesh wound. Lee called back, Lee, if you try a direct attack again then I'll do the same to a different limb. you keep evading, but the longer you do the more you bleed. You'll eventually pass out from blood loss, and the longer you leave that wound the harder it will be to heal. You may never be able to use it again. Lee looked at Naruto with obvious pain in his eyes, not from the arm wound, but from having to make an impossible choice. To fight and win now at the expense of future glory, or to take a fall now and live to fight another day. Proctor-san, I forfeit. Lee announced. The winner of the third match is Naruto Uzumaki. Genma called to the crowd. The applause was tumultuous. There were even people standing and applauding. Lee immediately sought medical attention while Naruto first turned to the Kage box and looked directly at the Sandaime. The Sandaime caught the look and saw that it was not the hard look of a person bearing a grudge. Not many would understand it, but the eyes seemed to show forgiveness and acceptance. The Sandaime tipped his hat in recognition of Naruto's win, earning a massive grin from the blonde before he returned to the competitors' area. The next match will be between Sasuke Uchiha and Sabaka no Gaara. Please join me down in the competition arena. Genma announced. Sasuke took the stairs while Gaara once again opted to send Shunshin down into the arena. The fourth match, Sasuke Uchiha, Sabaka no Gaara, begin. Genma called out. Sasuke wasted no time in going on the offensive, going in with standard Goken techniques. You taught your student the Goken? Using the Sharingan, I assume? Guy asked Kakashi, though it sounded more like an accusation. Yes, and I am sorry. I realize that people like Lee have had to work extremely hard to get to where they are. I just felt that this would be the only way that he would survive. Guy accepted the apology. He could understand where Kakashi was coming from. After all, he had taught Lee a number of forbidden techniques to make up for his massive handicap. Apparently, Sasuke had also been worked rather hard in his speed. There was little mistaking the massive speed increase that he had undergone since the end of the preliminaries. He would easily be comparable to Naruto, though not quite as fast as Lee. Sasuke was blurring around a completely stationary Gaara, his sand moving independently to protect the boy from harm. He's never getting past that defense. Kankuro snorted up in the stands. It wasn't as obvious to some, but to better eyes it was becoming clear that the sand couldn't keep up with Sasuke's furious assault as the barrage of kick and punches continued. Then it happened. Sasuke's erratic assault broke through the defense and scored a clean kick to Gaara's face. Temari, Kankuro and Baki were all astonished. More than that, they were terrified. Gaara had never been injured before, so they had no idea how he was going to react. Gaara's face curled into a snarl as he made a sudden snapping motion with his hand, sending sand into spike to skewer Sasuke. Had Sasuke not had his Sharingan active, he might not have dodged the strike. Gaara was relentless with his attack, sending sand at Sasuke at every possible opportunity. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke uttered after completing the necessary hand seals for the Grand Fireball technique. When the blaze had calmed down, a great deal of Gaara's sand had crystallized to glass. Before Gaara even had time to make more, Sasuke was upon him again, this time unhindered by the sand that was guarding Gaara. Any sand remaining was not enough to mount a proper defense and simply crumbled under Sasuke's assault. Then, in a move very reminiscent of Lee, Gaara was kicked into the air by Sasuke, who then flipped Gaara in the air and unleashing a devastating chain of combos. Shirsha Rindan. Sasuke roared. He jumped back to observe the damage his attack had caused, only to see Gaara slowly rising out of the crater the attack had made with what appeared to be cracks all over his skin. He managed to shatter Gaara's Suna no Tate. This kid's good. Temari commented, thinking for the first time that Gaara might actually lose. Gaara's eyes were bloodshot and the look on his face promised death for many as he started hand signing. I will not lose. I will give your blood to mother to taste. I will not allow my existence to end. I will kill you. Gaara declared, going into hysterics. A perfect sphere formed around Gaara. Sasuke rushed in to try and prevent the move, only to have more sand spikes launched at him. He dodged, but only marginally. Sasuke leapt back and used the tree climbing technique to stand on the arena wall. Flashing through 3 hand seals, he held his hand in front of him as lightning began to crackle in his hand. You also taught him Chidori? Guy questioned, honestly surprised that Kakashi would give away his prized move to a genin. Kakashi only nodded, not taking his attention away from the action even for a second. Sasuke rocketed down the wall and across the stadium, his hand extended as though he was going to punch a hole straight through the sand sphere surrounding Gaara. The Tsunade stood by watching the attack doomed to fail, only to have their world toppled upside down as the attack went through, followed by a piercing scream from inside. Arg! Is this pain? What is this? Blood? I'm bleeding. Gaara screamed, a yellow eye visible through the hole that Sasuke had punctured through the sand cocoon. After a subtle motion from the Kazekage, feathers began falling from the sky, putting all of the civilians to sleep as well as a great deal of genin and chunin. The jounin had not fallen for such a technique, nor had the better trained genin and chunin. Within a second of the genjutsu, Baki appeared by Gaara, Temari and Kankuro immediately by his side. Take Gaara, let him finish his transformation, without him we'll be crushed. He ordered his genin. They gave a sharp nod and whisked their brother away. As they retreated, the arena was flooded with ninja from sand and sound. They immediately began their work and started killing anybody they found in their path. The Konoha nin were quick to react in defending their comrades. Meanwhile, the Konoha rookies that were battle-ready had all reported to their senseis. Naruto, Sasuke, Shino, take Pakken and go chase after the sand team. The rest of you stay and help defend the arena. Remove all civilians from the area and wake up any Konoha ninja that you happen across. Any and all techniques are permitted on enemy ninja. Kakashi gave his orders and summoned his nin dog Pakken. What's going on? A voice called over the chaos. It was Yujito ni and her student Hisa. Konoha is under attack. Kakashi looked at the Sandaime, who was now at knife point with the Kazekage, the Raikage looking at the ready. The Kazekage ripped away his face coverings to reveal Orochimaru, the genius student of the Sandaime and one of the Sannin. They watched as a purple barrier was erected by 4 of Orochimaru's ninja. An ANBU tried to crash through the barrier only to be consumed by a purple fire, his comrade stopping short, settling to simply watch as they could do nothing from this vantage point. For now, we will help. Hisa, go along with the team sent after the sand team. Kakashi looked at the 3 boys and the Kyumo Kunoichi for a moment before they got the message and left in chase of the Suna trio. Isn't this a nice little reunion, Sarutobi-sensei? The Kazekage hissed into the Hokage's ear. Orochimaru, good guess, how did you know? The snake Sannin replied, forcing the kunai into the aging man's neck only for him to dispel in a puff of smoke. Well, I really should make the reunion complete, Eda Tensai. Orochimaru uttered in a harsh voice. 3 coffins rose from the ground, each with a different kanji marking on it. One had first, the next had second. It was only then that Sarutobi realized what heinous act his student had committed and desperately tried to stop the last coffin forming. He threw an exploding tag attached to a kunai that detonated on impact. The coffin was obliterated and the third actually breathed easier for a second. From the 2 original coffins emerged the first and second Hokages, Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, Sarutobi's own senseis. You've aged, monkey. The first greeted. It happens with the passage of time, Hashirama sensei. A pity we could not have met once again under better circumstances, Sarukuen. The second noted. Enough of this foolish sentimentality. Orochimaru snapped, forcing a kunai with a tag bearing seals wrapped around it into each of the summoned Hokage's skulls. Their eyes became hollow as their bodies bent to Orochimaru's will. The Raikage appeared beside the Sandaime. Need a hand with this? The robust man offered. No, this is my problem and I will handle it myself. I cannot allow you to risk yourself to come to harm over Konoha's problems. The only thing that can result will be war. The way I see it, we're damned in every sense. 2 Kages fighting 3 Kage-level ninja. There is the point that you raised and the fact that if I don't help then Konoha may want vengeance if I don't assist in the killing of an internationally wanted criminal. The Raikage reasoned. If you 2 gentlemen are quite done, can we start? Orochimaru demanded, going through hand seals. We're not going to be able to outrun them, you know that, right? Kankuro voiced to his sister, Temari, as they took a quick break. The Sand siblings had long detected the massive chakra source trailing them and realized that they were being followed. We'll be fine, Temari said, though not sure of her words herself. Naruto, Shino, Sasuke and Hisa were all trailing the Sand team, and with the burden of Gaara, the Suna siblings couldn't really move as fast. We'd better get moving again. Kankuro said as though he was simply thinking aloud. Kankuro moved and went to help Gaara, while Temari remained completely stationary. You coming or what? Kankuro half joked. I'm staying here, I'm gonna try and hold them off for a bit and give you two some extra time. Kankuro nodded in understanding, there was nothing that needed to be said between them. He left immediately, hoping for his sister's safety, but not daring to say aloud for fear of being smacked in the head for being over-emotional. Temari didn't have to wait for long before the tracking party showed up. Please allow us to pass. We have no intention of hurting you, just preventing whatever it is that you plan to have Gaara do. Shino requested in a calm, almost monotonous voice. Sorry, but I can't allow that. Gaara is central to all our plans. Temari retorted, standing at the ready with her battle fan. Fine then, if you really want to fight, I'll take you. My friends can move on while I take you down. Sasuke said as he prepared himself to fight. The others made to move ahead only to be blocked by Temari. Just as she was performing hand seals to use a jutsu, she was forced to cancel as Sasuke sent a barrage of shuriken at her. I thought I told you, I'm your opponent. Called to her, go ahead, you guys, I'll catch up after I'm finished here. He called out to the rest of his teammates, none of them really needing the urging to go ahead. Haku had met with the main group of the Rookie 9 as they were fighting their way through the crowd and defending the citizens present. Hataki-san, is there anything that I can do to help? She asked slightly breathily as she sent a senbon into a pressure point of yet another enemy. You're not listed as a Konoha ninja, so I technically have ordered you away from the battlefield, in fact I could be severely reprimanded if I do not. However, desperate times called for desperate measures, and I'm going to have to ask you to use your skills as a medic to treat any wounded Konoha citizens you may come across. Haku nodded and noted the wording. It wasn't a request to treat either the civilians over the shinobi, or vice versa, just to treat anyone of Konoha that she came across. She set out to do her work, taking back some of the senbon needles she had embedded in someone's neck. Doton, Doriyahiki. The Sandaime called out as a wall of mud formed in front of him, protecting him from the flaming dragon Orochimaru had sent his way. His reprieve was short-lived as he had to jump to dodge tree growth coming from the ground, courtesy of the Shodaime Hokage. The Raikage was currently engaged in a taijutsu match with the Nidaime and was more than holding his own. Both the Hokage and the Raikage had realized that the warriors Orochimaru had summoned were more than simple summons. Both Kages had succeeded in mangling their opponents in some way. The Raikage by sending a particularly brutal punch overloaded with electrical energy as his opponent's left arm, the Hokage scorched the right half of his opponent into nothing through the use of Karuenden, only for both injuries to heal within a matter of seconds. Do not interfere. Orochimaru ordered the Shodaime, as he appeared to gag on something deep within his throat. Sarutobi already knew what was coming and prepared his own technique. Kuchios, and Kua Enma. In a puff of smoke a wild-looking ape appeared, surveying the battlefield. Is that your traitorous student, Sarutobi? Yes, Enma-sama. Isn't that Shodaime-sama and Nidaime-sama? Enma demanded, looking livid. Yes, he used a forbidden jutsu to summon them here, he almost got Yondaime-sama here as well. This is unforgivable. Enma roared as he transformed into the adamantine staff. Sarutobi took hold of the staff as Orochimaru had completely summoned the legendary Kusanagi sword. Be warned, Sarutobi, even in this form, I don't think I have the power to fully withstand the Kusanagi. A tightened grip around the staff was the only acknowledgement that Enma received. Temari was starting to realize just how much of a mismatch this was for her. Sasuke had an arsenal of fire jutsu more than competent to make her wind jutsu flounder, he was faster than her and could easily get inside the distance she set to use her techniques, and to top it all off, that Sharingan made it as though he knew her moves before she did. He had dodged everything easily and she hadn't landed a single strike. I think we're gonna have to hurry this up. My friends are gonna need me and I don't want to leave them at the mercy of your brother. Sasuke said decisively, getting ready to end his match with Temari. Mercy of my brother? Temari mimicked, my brother doesn't show mercy to anyone. He's gonna kill all your little friends before you even get there. She sneered. Sasuke chose not to respond and just stood at the ready. He moved in on Temari as she sent another wave of wind from her fan at him, laced with blades of chakra. Sasuke wove in and around the blades, not giving Temari the time to counter. He sent her high into the air with a fierce uppercut. He got ahead of her flight path and appeared right over her, stopping her motion with an elbow to the stomach. In the instant that her body had stopped rising, but gravity hadn't yet taken effect, Sasuke clubbed her with a double-fisted punch, hitting her like a mallet and sending her back to ground. Before she could land, he nailed her right on the spine with a knee, very much how she had done to Tenten with the butt of her fan. The final blow came as he grabbed her head while she was still slightly suspended and smashed it into a nearby tree, his hand not letting go until he felt her body crumple as she went unconscious. Elsewhere in the city, a giant three-headed snake had breached the city walls and was now wreaking havoc in the civilian section of the village. The ninja in the area had tried many methods of defeating the beast, from exploding tags and even high-powered jutsu, but the snake seemed all but impervious to damage. The Tsunade allied with Odo had poured in, while the Sand Ninja focused their efforts on the shinobi, avoiding civilians' death. The Nin from Sound cut down all before them indiscriminately. "Well now, we can't have this. I'll take care of the summon, the rest of you deal with the invasion forces." A voice called over the chaos to the Konoha ninja. "Jiraiya-sama." "Thank God." One of the ninja called out as he recognized the legendary figure. "Kochios, Yatai Kazushi no Jutsu." Jiraiya intoned harshly, summoning a giant toad to land on the three-headed snake, crushing it and dispelling it and sending it back to the summoning realm. "The rest of you go and fight, defend our city, show them the will of fire and prevail." Jiraiya rallied, the surrounding Nin looking more determined than ever. The fight between Sarutobi and Orochimaru was a sight to behold. Not many could say that they had ever witnessed a fight between two Kage-level ninja. The fight itself was very even. Orochimaru was a very slippery character and managed to evade the blows that the Sandaime was sending his way, while Sarutobi managed to parry the opportunistic strikes that Orochimaru made. Down in the stands, Haku was tending to a wounded shinobi as she briefly watched the pair fight. The skills on display were on a whole other level, not even Zabuza could come close to matching those skills. Was this really what it meant to be a Kage? If so, then it was little surprise that Zabuza had lost so easily to the previous Mizukage. Sarutobi was fast getting sick of this game of him striking, Orochimaru dodging and countering, him parrying and striking again, with the whole chain starting over. He struck out one more time, but this time a feint, a poorly veiled one at that. Orochimaru read the feint as Sarutobi had expected and came in for the strike that he had intentionally left himself open for. Just as Orochimaru's blade closed on Sarutobi, the old man made to make another attack. With his longer-reaching weapon, it would still force Orochimaru to block in time or else have the staff smash into his head and either kill him or render him unconscious. Orochimaru, made to block the hit, there was no way that he could avoid. Unfortunately for the snake Sannin, it was another feint, this time far better concealed than the first. With a subtle change in his stance, the Hokage retracted his staff and speared the butt of his staff into his former student's arms. The motion was so swift that it barely gave Orochimaru time to react. The most he could do was lessen the damage about to be done. Nonetheless, the staff still smashed into Orochimaru's hands, breaking the thumb and index finger as well as forcing the sword out of his hands. Orochimaru jumped back out of range as Sarutobi gave chase. All of a sudden, both the Raikage and the Hokage's vision went black. Instantly recognizing his sensei's genjutsu, the Hokage made his decision. "Raikage-sama, I thank you for all your effort, but it really does seem that I must shoulder Konoha's problems on my own." The Hokage addressed his guest for the Chunin exams before addressing his errant student. "Orochimaru, you claim to be a master of jutsu, but there is one jutsu you are yet to see, the jutsu that defeated the nine-tailed fox over 13 years ago. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Sarutobi called out with a ferocity and determination that he had not possessed before. His two clones ran off and grasped the Shodaime and Nidaime Hokages, holding them still as Sarutobi performed 9 hand seals in quick succession. Shiki Fuin. The true Sarutobi ran off and grabbed his student-turned-enemy, a true testament to the aging man, being able to do so through a jutsu that rendered eyesight useless. "What the hell is this, you old fool?" Orochimaru screeched. "You summoned 2 warriors that are dead to do your fighting, so I took it to the next level and summoned the death god himself. Shinigami-sama will devour both our souls. The threat you pose to our world ends now, Orochimaru. I only lament that I had not done this earlier." Sarutobi said as Orochimaru watched the Shinigami's form appear before his old sensei. The Shinigami reached through the both Sarutobi clones and grasped what appeared to be the souls of the Shodame and Nidame Hokages. As he removed his hand, the layer of dust crumbled away, revealing Dosu and Zaku, the boys originally competing in the Chunin exams. You sacrificed your genin to get to me? Those that put their absolute trust in you. You truly are a fiend. I will gladly trade my life to end yours. The Hokage snarled. Just as the Shinigami made to reach through and grab Orochimaru, the Snake Man manipulated the Kusanagi blade from some distance away so that it was poised to pierce Sarutobi. The Raikage had been watching the byplay. He saw the blade rise almost as though it had a will of its own. He saw it move to skewer Sarutobi. There was nothing that the Hokage could do about the situation. The Raikage was racing to catch the blade, but it was moving at incredible speed. The best that the Raikage could do was catch the blade at the hilt, just before it struck Sarutobi, but the extra momentum meant that it still managed to pierce the Hokage. Ha, now you will not survive this technique, you foolish old man. Orochimaru taunted. Foolish pupil, I was never intending to survive. This technique requires my very soul because I am taking you with me into the belly of the Shinigami. Sarutobi smiled wearily. The blade in his back had not created a deep cut, but the poison on the blade would be a problem if not treated properly. Nonetheless, it seemed as though it was irrelevant as Sarutobi had resigned himself to death. Orochimaru and Sarutobi struggled for a while longer as Sarutobi tried to keep his strength for the Shinigami to complete its work. It seems that I don't have the strength to seal your soul completely, so I'm going to take that from you which you adore the most, your arms. You will no longer be able to use jutsu anymore. Goodbye, my errant student. Sarutobi said his goodbyes and allowed the jutsu to run its course. Instead of the Shinigami consuming his soul as expected, the Sandame and Orochimaru both felt an intense burning pain in their arms. Both were left with blackened arms, neither noticing the color as they passed out due to the immense pain of having their arms sealed within the Shinigami. Orochimaru's 4 bodyguard that had erected the barrier quickly grabbed their master and fled the scene, the ANBU rushing in to provide what aid they could before realizing that they would have to send him to the hospital for immediate treatment. Gaara, I'm gonna have to let you go on your own. I'm gonna hang back to give you some more time, Kankuro said to Gaara. If the redhead had heard, he gave no indication and simply moved on. Kankuro was not kept waiting for too long as the remaining 3 humans of the tracking party and Pakken made it to where he was only a few short minutes after Gaara had left. Well, you got this far, but this is the end of the line for you punks. Kankuro greeted. Naruto looked at their opponent before speaking up. He was supposed to be your opponent in the exams, so you too should take him. I'm gonna go on and stop Gaara. Naruto said to his team members. Shino merely nodded and settled into his ready position. You make sure you come back from that. Yujito-sensei seems fond of you. If you don't come back, she's gonna kill you for dying and then she'll kill me for letting it happen. Naruto only raised his hand in acknowledgement, much as he had when he was saying goodbye outside Ichiraku's only a few days ago. Kankuro wasted little time in getting started, realizing that in a 2-on-1 he would need every opportunity he could get. One could occupy his puppet while the other got within range to do some serious damage. Kankuro launched some poison kunai directly at his opponents, hoping to catch them off guard as they looked at their blonde teammate heading off in Gaara's direction. He wasn't all that surprised when both opponents dodged the incoming hail. Well, didn't hurt to try anyway. He thought out loud. Hisa formed the hand seals for her Raimari and sent the ball of electricity at Kankuro, only for him to dodge out of the way. His retreat was quickly covered by Shino, who sent a trio of kunai his way. Having no other real option, Kankuro had to maneuver Karasu in front of the incoming kunai to avoid taking the hit. Fortunately, Karasu was a fairly durable puppet and Kankuro had tended to it well. Karasu opened its mouth and exhaled a noxious gas at Shino, blocking his vision. Shino instantly recognized the gas as poisonous and moved to a different area. In the meantime, Kankuro had his puppet chasing after Hisa, launching kunai after poison kunai at her and giving her little time to use jutsu other than the occasional kawarimi. Relief came her way when Shino had once again found Kankuro and re-entered the battle, giving her a moment to breathe as he sent more kunai at Kankuro, though they were easily dodged. The bug user was getting tired of the game of cat and mouse, so he spread his kikai over the forest. Kankuro used another burst from Karasu to both obscure Shino's vision as well as try and poison him. Imagine Kankuro's surprise when the puppet didn't respond as he expected, then he noticed that one of his chakra threads wasn't attached to Karasu. Kikai are interesting creatures, the only nourishment that they require is chakra in any form. Shino explained to Kankuro as the boy in the cat suit watched his puppet fall to the ground lifeless without any strings to control it. So distracted by what he had seen, he failed to notice Hisa appear behind him until it was far too late. By then she already had a Rimari formed and plunged it into the base of his neck. That damage won't be permanent, but it will fry any control he had over his nerves for a good while. Hisa told Shino, who simply nodded. We should catch up to Naruto, he is likely to need our assistance in stopping Gaara. Shino replied, already motioning to move out and catch Naruto. Gaara, stop. You don't have to do this. Naruto called to Gaara, trying to reason with him and hoping to avoid a fight. No. You won't stop my existence. I will prove that I am alive, by killing you. Gaara had lost all grasp of sanity as his sand formed around him, taking on the appearance of a tanuki across one half of his body. Suna Shuriken. Gaara practically growled as he sent shurikens made of sand at Naruto, who dodged the incoming projectiles with ease. Naruto sent his own kunai back in return, but realized shortly after that the move was futile as Gaara raised his sand-encased arm to block them, looking as though he had taken no damage from the assault. It was then that Naruto realized that he would have to use only the best in his arsenal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto called out, 3 clones appearing next to him. Simultaneously all Naruto's present went through hand seals. The clones announced their jutsu in unison, slightly before the original. Katan, Enden no Jutsu. 3 separate fireballs of average size raced towards Gaara just as the true Naruto finished his jutsu. Futon, de Tapa. The wind-generated jutsu caught the 3 average-sized fireballs and amalgamated them into one blazing inferno. When the heat haze had cleared and it was possible to see again, there was a 5-meter-high wall of glass between Gaara and Naruto. The redhead had sent out his sand to take the brunt of the attack while some glass crystals could be seen falling away from Gaara's face and arm. Naruto watched as Gaara sent some of his sand into the ground and create more sand of the deranged boy to use. If he had been watching more closely he would have seen the small granules spread further underground that he would have liked. The ground under Naruto's feet softened as the blonde realized just how far out Gaara was seeking sand. The ground beneath Naruto collapsed, quickly encasing him in a sand cocoon. Sabaku so. Gaara uttered, intent on crushing the blonde. Naruto viciously started pumping out chakra to prevent himself from being crushed. If he died he'd be reborn and likely be unconscious afterwards, and then he couldn't do a damn thing to stop Gaara, and there was no way that he was letting the blood-crazed boy destroy his home. Then he felt it, that familiar feral urge that he had felt in the forest of death. Naruto didn't even try to resist, he embraced the feeling, allowing his body to expand and harden, his golden scales gleaming in the sun. Naruto's scales were too tough, even the likes of Gaara's crushing sand could not even force a dent in the hard scales. Naruto rushed Gaara, his claws slicing everything that came into contact into ribbons. Gaara managed to dodge the initial slice, but couldn't dodge the follow-up swing that came from the Naruto's thick tail. The bone-crushing blow sent Gaara flying, though the red head looked almost unfazed. He got up and tried to renew his attack, the Suna Shuriken proving as ineffectual as the Sabaku so. Naruto unleashed a gout of flame, flapping his wings as he did to increase the intensity of the inferno. Gaara had seen the fire and realized that his only option was to dodge. He moved through trees, desperately trying to get away from the chasing flames. Gaara was getting outside of Naruto's range, so the transformed genin gave chase. It wasn't hard for Naruto to catch up. Where Gaara had to avoid the trees, Naruto simply crashed through the undergrowth, making his own pathway. When he caught up to Gaara he tried one again to rend the boy with his claws. Gaara was only dodging those claws that promised death by a hair's breadth each time. More than once Naruto managed to nail the boy with either a backhand or a solid hit with his tail, yet the boy seemed to rise again and again. It was getting to the point that the dense scrubland that they were originally fighting in had turned into a flat clearing. You will not cease my existence. I will give you blood to mother. Gaara said, looking directly at Naruto's slit eyes. Tanuki Nairi no Jutsu. Gaara practically whispered while glaring maniacally at Naruto. The Tsunade ninja fell asleep and left the control of his body to the demon sealed within him. I'm free, I'm free, I'm free, the demon nattered as sand continually accumulated around it, causing it to grow in size. The sand demon kept growing until it towered above the trees. Naruto, you have to wake up the boy, it's the only way to get him control over his body again. Rei's voice seemed to ring clearer in Naruto's mind than ever before. Naruto rushed in, slicing at the Tanuki's leg and causing it to collapse, only for it to reform a moment later. He tried to turn as much of the sand beast into glass as possible, only to have the Tanuki gather more sand by crushing the rocks around them. No matter what Naruto tried, it seemed it was futile as the Shikaku had an answer for everything. Naruto could slowly feel his power ebbing away, the final moments of his transformation came and he reverted back into his usual human form. Doton, Yomi Numa. Naruto cried, hoping that liquefying the ground might slow the demon down. He was right, but his advantage was short-lived as the Shikaku literally began reshaping the earth so that it would have solid ground to stand on. Rei, I'm gonna need some power. Naruto said to his internal companion. Take whatever you need and win was Rei's response as his system flooded with Yukai. Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto called out, summoning Tobufushicho, the Phoenix boss. Naruto, is that the Ichibi no Shikaku? The giant phoenix asked, taking stock of the situation immediately. It is, it's taken over the body of his container. I need your help to get me close enough to him so I can knock Gaara awake. Very well then, use your chakra to stick to me, this will be a rather rough ride. Naruto received little warning as Tobufushicho had already taken wing to avoid the incoming Suna shuriken sent their way by the Shikaku. The Shikaku was firing sand left, right and center in an attempt to knock the phoenix out of the sky. Tobufushicho was far more agile than he looked, being able to dodge every one of the incoming attack with rolls and barrels. The problem with all of this aerial acrobatics was that it wasn't getting Naruto any closer to Gaara, who was clearly visibly on the sand demon's head, completely unconscious. No, I just got out, you're not making me go back. I won't let you. The Shikaku raged as it continually fired blasts of sand at Naruto and his summon. The Shikaku, getting tired of missing, simply decided to use an en masse attack and sent a veritable mountain of sand at the pair. The sand was seeking them out as the higher the Phoenix boss climbed, the higher the sand seemed to follow. It caught onto one of Tobufushicho's talons and progressed up from there like a bad rash. In a burst of desperation the boss launched a molten fireball at the sand, incinerating anything that even when near the ball. When it touched ground everything within a 15-meter radius was simply vaporized. Are you able to get directly above it? Naruto asked. There was no verbal response, but his summon maneuvered above the giant sand demon, waiting to see what the blonde had planned. Naruto simply took a running jump off of the great phoenix and plummeted towards the sand demon waiting below. He would not be allowed to progress unhindered though, as sand tendrils came up to meet his descent. Tobufushicho had Naruto covered and with a mighty flap of his wings increased Naruto's fall speed. The sand didn't have time to react to sudden increase in pace, not that it mattered as much of it was blown back by the gust. Naruto braced himself for impact as he neared the demon. Fortunately the sand absorbed most of the impact and Naruto had a far softer landing than one would have expected. He raced up the sand monolith, desperately trying to reach Gaara's sleeping form. The sand was not making it any easier, grasping at his feet and putting barriers in his way. More than once he had to turn the sand to glass and then crash through it. He had finally made it to Gaara's sleeping form. Without hesitation, Naruto smashed his fist into Gaara's face. The boy woke up stunned. You're still alive. But the Shikaku should have killed you. Gaara said, feeling true fear for the first time in his life. Before gravity could truly take effect Naruto grabbed Gaara and sent him hurtling towards the earth. Gaara landed with a crash, Naruto followed not long after, each boy leaving a small indentation in the earth. You, who are you? Gaara asked, truly freaked by this stage. No, stay away, don't come any closer. I don't want to die. Gaara was truly panicked as he saw Naruto edge closer. I'm not going to kill you. I just wanted to see that you were okay. I'd hate to have to kill someone like me. Naruto said weakly, like you. You mean? Is that why you are so strong? Gaara's eyes widened in realization. No, my strength comes from my desire to protect. As long as I breathe, I will protect those precious to me, even if it means killing someone I'd rather not have to kill. You are a strange one, Yuzum, argh. Mid-sentence Gaara's eyes rolled into the back of his head, screaming in agony. Temari and Kankuro had managed to overcome their injuries enough to help each other to the scene of the fight. They had seen Naruto summon the giant phoenix, they saw the aerial acrobatics resulting in Naruto landing on the sand demon, and they saw the boy wake up their brother from his slumber. Now they watched in terror as their brother was screaming like a man possessed, given his situation, something that was entirely possible. A short distance away, Naruto's 3 teammates were watching on, waiting for the time that they might need to retrieve their friend from the dangerous situation. Naruto watched in horror as he heard the rasping voice of the Shikaku. "No, I will not go back so easily, I will have my freedom, even if it means devouring this boy's soul." The voice rasped. "Ray, what's happening? While it is a conception that demons are evil, we aren't." The Shikaku has had her mind twisted almost beyond recognition. She's now trying to get her freedom by killing that boy's soul and taking permanent residence. Something she would have never done if she had her sanity. Naruto watched helplessly as his friends came down to retrieve him. Naruto didn't want this, nobody deserved this, a boy about to lose his soul because a normally gentle being was acting like a psychotic killer, everything just seemed so wrong. He tried to speak out in his grief, but the words seemed to get stuck in his throat, it was as though it was resisting him. Then in a moment of clarity, a part of his mother's letter to him came to mind. Arguably the most powerful ability is our gift of using Guldra. Naruto stopped trying and something seemed to flow out from him. He felt calm and his voice started to sing of its own accord. The arcane song was beautiful, yet haunting. Gaara's body seemed to tense, before it relaxed. His eyes rolled back to their normal position before he fell asleep. Nearby, Sasuke was in immense pain as his curse mark suddenly activated. Just as suddenly as it had activated, it started receding, a foul black mist coming off of the mark on his neck. At some point the boy passed out through the process, though those watching soon realized that the strange mark on his neck had evaporated away with the black mist. Naruto was experiencing a similar event as the final tomo from his curse mark dissipated. He passed out immediately after the song was complete, leaving his teammates to carry him back to the village. Temari and Kankuro quickly dropped down and picked up Gaara, whisking him away without a look back. Back in the village the joint sand and sound invasion had been crushed. Without either the summoned snake or Gaara, the main offense was crippled. The invading shinobi soon found that they were no match for higher skills and better teamwork of the Konoha ninja, despite the larger number that they possessed. Many watched as Shino carried Sasuke back into town while Hisa had Naruto slung over her shoulders. They were soon joined by Ibiki, the proctor of the first exam. "What happened to those two?" Ibiki demanded. "We're not entirely sure. We were given a mission to stop the Sand Genin from assisting in the invasion." At the end, Naruto fought Gaara to a standstill after Gaara had turned into the Shikaku. Hisa informed. There was a stunned silence from the crowd before someone was heard muttering, "Not surprising, takes one to beat one," followed by a murmur of assent. "Shut up all of you." Ibiki roared at the crowd, "Even now you scorn this boy when you should be hailing him a hero. Get out of my sight." Ibiki was sick and tired of stupid prejudices. Anko Mitarashi was hated for her simple association with Orochimaru, a man she now hated with a burning passion. "Take them all to the hospital, they can get treated there," Ibiki ordered before he moved on to perform other duties. In the stands of the Chunin exam finals arena many of the rookie 12 were slumped around the stands, exhausted from repelling enemy forces. Haku and Sakura were still at work trying to heal as many wounded as possible. Both were aware that the lines in the hospital would be horrendous and that any preliminary work would ease the burden in the long run. "Sakura, Haku, take a break." Kurenai smiled at the girls. "It's best if we just get them to the hospital, otherwise you two are going to run the risk of chakra exhaustion." The girls gratefully collapsed on the floor, desperate for a break. "What happened to Naruto-kun?" Haku asked. He, Sasuke, Shino and Hisa, the Kyumo Kunoichi, chased after the sand team. "They should be fine." Kakashi told Haku. "Fine? Are you serious? did you not see that giant sand monster in the distance? That had to be Gaara's doing. Kiba voiced his concerns. Did you see the giant phoenix that was there to fight it? Sai chimed in. That would likely have been Naruto. Kakashi said dryly, like I said, he and the others will be fine. Not a moment later an ANBU with a cat mask appeared with a brief message. Kakashi-senpai, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Shino Aburame and Akumo Kunoichi have appeared in town. Naruto and Sasuke are both unconscious but otherwise fine. Shino and the Akumo girl carried them back. The cat ANBU shined away after delivering the message. I hate to say it, but, I told you so. Kakashi directed at Kiba. In any case, this place is secure and there are enough ANBU to take care of anything that could crop up. We may as well head back to the village. There were collective moans and groans, even from a few of the Jounin as they all moved to comply with Kakashi's words. Temari and Kankuro watched Gaara cautiously as he roused from his sleep. They watched in trepidation as his eyes came into focus. Gaara? Temari tried cautiously. Gaara looked at the source and saw his older sister. He didn't see hatred in those eyes, he saw concern for a little brother. Then his eyes shifted to Kankuro, and saw relief and regret rolled into one, relief that he was okay, regret that he wasn't a better older brother. Are you feeling better? Kankuro asked, genuinely worried, perhaps for the first time, about his brother's well-being. For the first time, for as long as I can remember, I can't hear the Shikaku, begging for blood. It's so quiet now, I can think properly. Gaara said almost as though he was thinking out loud. Neither Temari nor Kankuro knew what to make of this, they simply waited for Gaara to continue. Temari, Kankuro, I'm sorry. Such simple words, yet they had such a profound effect. Temari actually cried with joy as both she and Kankuro moved to hug their younger brother. For the first time ever, the sand didn't move to protect Gaara, it allowed the contact and Gaara felt his first true hug. Naruto Uzumaki, thank you. Was all Gaara could think as he was enveloped in warmth from both his older brother and sister. 9 of Sasuke and Sakura's graduating friends were standing around their beds, checking on their progress. The only person missing was Naruto, who had his own separate room on an entirely different floor. Sasuke regained consciousness about a day after the invasion ended. His stay in the hospital was made more bearable by Sakura and the occasional visits by his friends. Their Jounin sensei were also in the room, though were hanging back to allow their genin some freedom to talk. So, do you have any idea what happened? Asuma asked Kakashi. Not really, only the report from Shino and Hisa of Kumo as well as Sasuke after he woke up. I'll need to wait for Naruto to wake up so we can talk to him. Kakashi responded, entirely confused about what power could remove Orochimaru's cursed mark. Enko has been rather antsy these days. Kurenai informed, it's hardly surprising though, this is the first time anyone has ever heard of that mark being removed completely. She likely wants to know if the same can be done for her. Kurenai continued, well we'll have to wait for Naruto to come round so we can get some answers. I'm just glad father came to a few days ago. The restoration has been going much more smoothly with him in charge. I don't think that he's going to be able to carry out the duties of Kage for much longer though, not with those arms. Asuma surmised. Alright you guys, we'll go pay Naruto a quick visit, then we have work to get back to. He received nods as the group milled out, and Sasuke, we'll be waiting for you when you get released, get some rest for now though. Kakashi addressed his student as he walked out to visit his little brother. Damn, this is so troublesome. Shikamaru whined as he trudged up the stairs. Why does Naruto have his own room anyway? Kiba asked. Naruto's been in the hospital more times than most, so to make things easier they gave him his own room. Kakashi replied. He's been here that many times. How the hell did that happen? Kiba questioned, not really getting the tense atmosphere. Plain stupidity. Kakashi replied, hardly veiling his anger for the true reasons. Fortunately Kiba did manage to pick up on something this time and backed off. In Naruto's room Haku was spending her lunch break by the boy's bedside. He was fit in every possible sense of the word, yet he remained comatose for reasons unknown. Naruto-kun, wake up, please come back to me. Haku whispered as she held his hand. She'd spent every minute that she wasn't on duty, waiting in his room. She ate and even slept there, waiting for him to wake up so that she could see that charming smile of his once again. Kakashi peered inside the room and saw Haku gripping his little brother's hand. He smiled to himself, before turning to the rest of the group. Naruto's already got a visitor, I don't think they'd appreciate it if we barged in on them right now. We'll come back another time. Kakashi said quietly, so Haku wouldn't be alerted to their presence. Does that mean that he's awake then? Ino inquired hopefully. No, it just means that I don't think that we should interrupt right now. Kakashi replied as he started walking away and towards a nearby open window. Mindscape. Rei was kneeling with Naruto's head resting in her lap. He was conscious here, but so very weak. So that was the power of a Galdr. Rei said to him, yeah, it sure took the life out of me. Naruto said, his speech coming in bursts as he was drained. Rei simply nodded, his words were not inaccurate. Immediately after he used the Galdr he appeared in the mindscape, unconscious. Apparently it took quite an amount of energy, then she remembered what Kushina's letter had said. The Galdr is a song laced with our chakra that can have many powerful effects, depending on the song and the one singing. Perhaps this was just the after effects of chakra exhaustion. While in his mindscape, Naruto had come to understand that the last tomo of his curse mark had been destroyed. True to Rei's words, Naruto could no longer feel the evil taint within his body, something that he was grateful for. I need to talk with one of my summons. I need to find out what that was. Naruto said weakly. Yes, but for now rest, get back to the real world. There are people worrying about you. I'm worried about you, this isn't normal, you being so lifeless. You're the one that brightens everybody else's day. Rei said to Naruto, gently stroking his golden hair as she watched him. Naruto couldn't say any more, he simply fell asleep. Konoha's restoration was coming along spectacularly despite the major blow it had suffered. Much of the damage done to the city was structural, though that could not compare to the emotional damage dealt to those who had lost loved ones through the course of the invasion. A memorial service was held for those that had died, with no less than 20 new names being engraved on the hero's monument. It was a chance for many to say goodbye and to strengthen their resolve to live as their loved one would have wanted, to move on, but never forget. Even those not from the village but still remaining within the city walls turned up to pay their respects, to honor those that had fallen while protecting their beloved city. Hisahebaruto, Yujito ni, and the Raikage had all appeared to pay their respects, those out on missions while the service was unstopped by the hero monument to pay their tributes before returning to the restoration effort. It was dark when Naruto came to, he felt a slight pressure around his stomach, looking down he saw Haku fast asleep, still holding his hand. He squeezed her hand gently before slipping out of the bed, careful not to wake the sleeping beauty. Naruto slipped out of the hospital through his room window, ignoring the fact that his hospital gown was fluttering in the wind. He made it to one of the local training grounds when he pushed out a small amount of chakra while performing the necessary hand seals for the summoning jutsu. In a small smoke cloud Shinmi, the messenger for the Phoenix clan, appeared. Shinmi-san, I was hoping you could help me with something. Naruto began. Shinmi remained silent, waiting for Naruto to continue. The other day, I was fighting a boy who had a crazed demon sealed within him. Just as I thought the fight was over, the demon tried to take over the boy's body in a bid to gain freedom. That was when I started singing. I wasn't really in control at the time, though I feel like I could do it again if I needed. Naruto said all in one breath. It sounds as though you managed to use a Galdr. Shinmi started, though sounding somewhat unsure. To be perfectly honest, I don't know much about them. You would be best of summoning Shizuka-sama, she knows the most about Galdr, aside from perhaps Tobifushi-cho-sama. Shinmi finished, definite about what he was saying now. How do I? Naruto started, trailing off at the end. Simple, instead of just simply summoning, call her name when you perform the jutsu, she will come. Remember though, you will need to use a fair amount of chakra, she is larger than me. Naruto nodded in understanding. Well, if there is nothing further then I'll dismiss myself. Shinmi saw the head shake from Naruto and dispelled. Not bothering to waste any time, Naruto tried to summon Shizuka. Kuchios, Shizuka. Naruto called, using perhaps 2/3 the chakra necessary to summon the phoenix boss. A phoenix appeared before him, completely golden in color. Shizuka-sama. Naruto tried tentatively in case he had messed up and called the wrong phoenix. Correct. You are Naruto, I presume? Shizuka's voice sounded beautiful to Naruto, it made him completely relax. I am. I need to ask you about something. Naruto said. Ask away then. The Golden Phoenix replied. At her invite Naruto recounted what he had told Shinmi, adding in that it got rid of his cursed mark and seemed to calm Gaara while he was singing. It appears that you managed to learn the Galdra of rebirth. Galdra only make themselves known to a phoenix when there is a need for them, you simply cannot learn them as every person sings the same Galdra slightly differently. Shizuka informed. Naruto nodded in understanding, waiting for more information. The Galdra of rebirth revives the soul, a twisted soul will be returned to normal. Naruto, could I speak with Shizuka? Ri's voice rang in Naruto's head. Shizuka-sama, do you mind if I bring a third person into this? After getting the okay from the phoenix, Naruto called Ray out of his mindscape and into the real world. Ray introduced herself before wording her question. Shizuka-sama, the curse mark that Naruto speaks of, it is actually a part of a man's soul injected with chakra into another's being. How does the Galdra of rebirth affect such a man, but not me? We are essentially the same. Ray asked, confused about the selectivity of the song. To put it simply, the song only affects those that it is designed to affect. The Galdra of rebirth wasn't designed to affect sealed souls, just twisted souls. This man's soul was purged from your body because your body recognized it as something so tainted as to be beyond redemption. There is also the fact that the singer also has some control over who the song affects. In some cases there may be people nearby that you don't want the Galdra to affect, so you can concentrate, and the song will not affect them. Shizuka explained. Right, I'd also like to know why the Galdra took so much out of me. Naruto looked hopeful that Shizuka could answer this as well. Basically, you were using the strength of your own soul to purify another, the demon in this boy. So my soul is weak. Is that it? Naruto asked, somewhat disheartened. Haha, hardly, it's just that you weren't prepared, it will become easier in the future. Also, it will help if you have someone to sing with to strengthen the effect. If you ever need to sing it again, simply summon me, I will be able to help. The phoenix reassured. Is there anything else? Shizuka asked. Naruto, finally understanding something about his clan's talent, simply shook his head and the phoenix dismissed herself. Perhaps we should head back to the hospital. Ray suggested. Please, stay out here. Naruto requested, even if nothing was said between them, just having Ray there was comforting. Haku woke to find that the bed she had stayed beside for the past few days was now empty. Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. Haku called out, slightly panicked, then she heard the door open. Haku-san, what's all the noise about? You do realize that people are sick and trying to rest. It was Megumi, her sensei. Naruto-kun is missing, she said, slightly hysterical. Just as she finished her sentence, Naruto burst through the open window in his room, Ray following slightly after. Haku turned to the disturbance, on guard immediately. As soon as she recognized the person, she dropped her guard and tackled the person in a hug. Naruto-kun, you awake? She greeted happily, her voice muffled as her face was pressed into his chest as she hugged him. The hug suddenly got a lot tighter. Why did you make me worry like that? She growled. Hey, sorry about that, I didn't mean to make you worry. Haku-chan, that's really starting to hurt, Haku-cha. Naruto stopped mid-sentence as breathing became difficult. Megumi just sweat dropped as her student went from slightly hysterical, to overjoyed at the boy's recovery, to slightly scary and then back to overjoyed again. I'm going now. Megumi voiced. Same here. Ray followed suit as one woman left through the door, the other left in a puff of smoke. The hug had become slightly less tight and Naruto could breathe again. I'm sorry, it's just that I needed some questions answered. I planned on being back before you woke, you looked too peaceful to disturb. Haku blushed slightly at his words but otherwise ignored it. Your friends have been visiting you along with Sasuke and Sakura. Haku informed the blonde. Sasuke? Why is he in here? Naruto asked, surprised that Sasuke need to go to hospital after his bout with Temari. He was there when you were finishing your fight with that sand boy, Gaara, I think that's what Shino called him. Shino said that he saw some mark disappear from his neck. Haku continued, filling in some of the blanks for Naruto. So Sasuke's got removed too. That's awesome. Naruto said. What got removed? Haku asked. Naruto took her back and they both sat down, Naruto on the bed, Haku on her chair, and Naruto explained everything that happened in the forest, leaving nothing out. Then he explained how they had chased Gaara and everything that entailed. After he was done, Haku just sat in stunned silence. After all, what did you say to all that? You should know, everyone says they're looking through potential candidates for Hokage. Haku told Naruto. What? The old man, he didn't. Naruto asked, his voice breaking as he assumed the worst. Haku immediately caught on to what he had assumed and cursed herself for her stupidity. No, it's just that, he tried to use a jutsu, but it backfired somehow. I don't know the specifics, but he was fighting Orochimaru of the Sannin and now he can't use his arms for anything. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He still needed to talk with the old man. It looked like he still had that opportunity at least. Naruto, get some rest. You need to recover. Haku encouraged. What about you? Naruto asked. I'll be here when you wake up. Haku reassured. That wasn't what Naruto started, but was cut off mid-sentence. I know what you meant and my answer remains the same. I'll be here when you wake in the morning. Naruto laid back onto his bed at her urging, not really realizing just how tired he was till he went to sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Gaara was sleeping once again. It had become his favorite pastime now that he was sure that the Shikaku wasn't going to try and take control in his moment of weakness. The first time he had gone to sleep, he had strange visions. They were all so random. None of them seemed to make sense, so he asked Temari and Kankuro about the experience. Apparently these strange visions were called dreams and everybody experienced them, just some people didn't remember them. Tonight's dream was a little different. He was walking what appeared to be a long corridor. There were no lights visible, yet there was an eerie blue light that seemed to illuminate the walls and floor before him. More disturbingly, there were smears all over the walls. It was hard to tell, but Gaara was under the distinct impression that those smears would be red under normal light. Coming to the end of the corridor, Gaara came to what appeared to be a large open area, the roof raising to 100 meters or so in the air. In the dull light of the room, Gaara could make out a large hulking form. He was immediately on guard. Gaara, come closer. The raspy voice requested. Not sure what compelled him to comply, Gaara's legs moved of their own accord, taking him closer to the voice. Upon closer inspection, Gaara's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the massive form of what could only be the Shikaku. He made to move away, only to be called back. Wait, I mean you no harm. I just want to talk with you. The voice rasped again. Gaara had no idea why he was stopping and listening to the demon, yet he complied nonetheless. Thank you. I wanted you to see me in this form, so you could understand my next actions. Remain calm, I'm just going to change into something more comfortable for the both of us. The demon said as she started to resize and reform, shrinking considerably while taking on a more human appearance. Gaara watched in fascination as he watched the demon that had ruined his life reform into what appeared to be a teenage girl. The girl had sandy-colored hair. She was wearing a tan-colored kimono with design running down the side of the kimono. Who are you? Gaara asked. My name is Tomo Sendatsu, though you probably know me better by my title of Ichibi no Shikaku. The girl greeted with a bow. You're the Shikaku? Gaara asked in disbelief. Yes, though I would prefer you call me Tomo. Before we get any further, I would like to say something. The girl dropped to her knees and touched her head to the floor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The girl cried over and over, tears leaking from her eyes. Enough. Gaara barked. He wasn't one for great shows of emotion. Tell me your story. I want to understand how a girl like you could also be the blood-crazy demon that has inhabited me for so long. Her eyes widened. He was asking to hear her side of the story. To explain her actions. It was more than she deserved, or at least she thought so as well. Many years ago, in the times of the great shinobi wars, the bijou roamed free. Each of us associates with a given country, so we helped that country during the war times. The bijou were seen as natural disasters, so it was not surprising that each country wanted exclusive control of all 9. The girl paused, giving herself time to reorient before continuing. Well, each country developed its own methods of trying to capture us. Some used seals, while others were foolish enough to think that they could overpower us with sheer force of numbers. The only 2 true methods came from Konoha. One was a man who had the ability now called Mokutan. Another had tried to use a strange power of his eyes to control us, now called the Sharingan. Mokutan was a complete technique, it could control us easily and completely. The Sharingan was not complete. When that man tried to control me, something changed, it awakened a horrible bloodlust. She checked to see if she still had Gaara's attention, to her surprise she did. The bloodlust, it drove me to insanity. I stopped protecting the people I was meant to defend, I started attacking them. Reluctant to give up my power in case another village found a way to use me, your village sealed me within an ancestral ceremonial teapot. With time they discovered that I could be sealed within humans, and they hoped that the humans that became my Jinchuriki could control me. True enough they could, but the one I was sealed and lead a cursed life, never to know friendship, never to know love and scorned by the rest of his village. She took a moment to compose herself as she began to hurt knowing how much pain she had caused to so many people over the years. Then I was sealed within you. Just recently, my bloodlust was abated and my sanity returned. It was thanks to that song that blonde-haired boy sang, Ray finished. Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara mused, before continuing. So one with the Sharingan was the cause of all this? That could only have been an Uchiha. Gaara said, taking a very educated guess. Yes, I will never forget him as long as I live. Madara Uchiha, if he were still alive today, I would seek retribution for what he made me. Tomo said heatedly. Gaara nodded in understanding, not entirely sure what to say. May I ask a few questions? Gaara sought permission, perhaps the girl didn't feel like revealing any more than she already had. She surprised him by nodding and granting permission. This place, what is it? Gaara asked his first question. It's the plane of your mindscape if you will. Tomo answered simply. Secondly, what were those smears of the walls as I walked in? Gaara asked, though not entirely sure he would like the answer. They are the signs of one with a bloody conscience. She replied somewhat depressed. Within the last few days, Gaara had realized exactly what it was he had been doing for the last few years, starting with his uncle Yashamaru and continuing for many years after that. He had blood on his hands, something that he would never be able to deny. I will help you bear this. Tama said determinedly. After all, it is my fault. She said with regret in her voice. Also, how do I get back here? Gaara asked. Her eyes widened, realizing that he may actually come to visit if he was asking for that, though it was more than she should hope for and definitely more than she thought she deserved. Simply meditate, you can still talk with me outside of here, but to see me face to face you will have to meditate, or I will pull your consciousness in when you're sleeping if I need to speak directly to you. Gaara nodded and turned around, heading back down the corridor that he had come through, calling out to Tomo over his shoulder as he left. Until we meet again then, Tomo-san. He said as his body disappeared into the darkness. So you're finally awake, that's good to see. Kakashi greeted Naruto, actually getting a response for the first time in quite a number of days. I'm awake for 3 hours and sick of hospital already. At least Haku-chan's been keeping me company. Naruto said, sending an appreciative look at Haku, who simply smiled in return. Oh, so it's Haku-chan now, is it? Kakashi ribbed, his little brother burning at what Kakashi might be implying. That is, we air. Naruto stuttered. Relax, don't go blowing a blood vessel and then keeping yourself here any longer than necessary. Kakashi waved off the attempted self-defenses. I do need to speak with you about what happened, more than just a retelling of what happened might be necessary. Naruto nodded. Naruto recounted the tale first, starting with when they left the stadium, Temari and Kankuro's interference and the start of and culmination to his fight with Gaara. Then he went into more depth explaining how he managed to stop a homicidal demon. It's one of the Phoenix clan's abilities. It's called Galdra. My voice becomes layered with chakra as I sing. I talked to one of my summons about it last night. She said that the effects of Galdra can change with the song as well as who is singing it. Naruto paused for breath before continuing. Shizuka-sama said that the song I had sung was called the Galdra of Rebirth. It returns a twisted mind and soul to its original state. That was why the demon was calmed within Gaara. It's also why Sasuke's curse seal as well as mine was eradicated. Naruto finished. So you know about that, do you? Kakashi asked, surprised that his brother had such information despite having only woken a few hours ago. Haku-chan told me. Naruto said simply. Kakashi nodded before firing his last question. I hate to ask this, but if requested, do you think that you could reproduce it, the Galdra that is? Kakashi didn't bother beating around the bush. Yeah, I found a way to reduce my recovery time after. Why? Naruto confirmed. Anko Mitarashi is rather eager to have her own mark removed. This is the first complete removal we've ever seen. Kakashi said quietly. Naruto nodded in understanding. Well, for now rest, I've got things to see to. We'll all be waiting on the outside for you when you get released. Kakashi said as he walked out of the room. Naruto watched him leave, then turned to Haku. There are a few people that I need to visit, he said before getting up and moving for the door. Naruto, wait. But her calls fell on deaf ears, deciding to follow after him. His first call of business was to visit Sasuke and Sakura. When he'd gotten to the room, it was only Sakura. Sasuke had apparently been released earlier that morning. He made small talk with Sakura, keeping her company for a good hour or so before he had to excuse himself. There was one person that he really needed to talk to, the Hokage. He made his way down to the front hall, not even considering that there were a whole stack of forms to be filled out if he was discharged. Just as he walked past the front desk, a nurse grabbed him by the back of his collar and started dragging him away from the front entrance. You haven't been discharged yet, so there is no way you are leaving this hospital, the nurse said as she continued dragging. Discharged? Do I look like a sick person to you? Naruto exclaimed. Well, rules are rules. I can't just let you wander out of here. If I just let you wander out of here and I knew you weren't supposed to, then it'd be my head on the chopping block. She growled back, trying to make at least one ninja realize the amount of trouble they all caused when they just went wandering like that. Nurse Haruka, a voice called from the other end of the corridor. It's fine, he can go. You really like causing us trouble, don't you? It was Megumi, Naruto's doctor and Haku's sensei. It's not as though I try. Naruto huffed, Haku giggling at his antics. Just go, before I declare you clinically insane. Megumi groaned. You couldn't. Naruto tested, horrified. You're a ninja, that's my case in the bag already. She teased. Now go, she said as she ushered him to the front entrance. Naruto turned and said a quick, thanks before heading off in the direction of the Hokage tower. If the situation wasn't so dire, Sarutobi would have been laughing. Because his arms were destroyed by the effect of the Shiki Fuin, he couldn't do the paperwork himself, so he had to call in his two old teammates Hamura and Koharu to fill out the documents under his watch. This was the scene that Naruto greeted with when he burst into the Kage's office. Hokage-sama. Naruto greeted. It was the same way that Naruto had greeted the Hokage when he was refusing to talk to him, but the warmth present this time was a great relief for the aging Hokage. Naruto-kun, what a pleasant surprise. Sarutobi returned the greeting before turning to his two advisors. Hamura, Koharu, I think that now is as good a time as any for a break. Why don't you grab a coffee while I talk with Naruto here? Catching the Hokage's drift, the other two left the office for a short while to pursue other endeavors. So Naruto-kun, I'm glad that you're out of the hospital, but what brings you here today? The Hokage inquired good-naturedly. Well, I came to tell you that I've forgiven you for keeping information from me. You had your reasons. I will say now that I don't agree with them, so I won't apologize, but I can at least understand you had both my concerns and your villagers at heart. Thank you for understanding, Naruto. The Kage replied as he nodded somberly. Also, I heard that you lost the use of your arms, and that you're looking for a new Kage. That's not true. Is it? The blonde asked, though seeing the heavy bandaging on Sarutobi's arms was almost convinced of the fact. The Kage sighed heavily before responding. You heard correctly, I can't use my arms and I'm looking for a new Kage. I'm surprised though, I thought I would be dead after using my jutsu. The Hokage informed. Can I ask what jutsu you used? Naruto asked, wondering what jutsu would have the power to kill both target and user almost without fail. The same that was used to seal Rei-san, Shiki Fuin. The Hokage replied quietly. Naruto thought about that for a while, thinking about his own father's sacrifice to seal a rampaging Rei within him, then he remembered Hiko-sensei's words. Shinigami-sama is a god that believes in universality. Naruto quoted, "What?" Sarutobi looked confused. It was something that Hiko-sensei had said. Perhaps the Shinigami didn't take your entire soul as he didn't get the chance to take all of Orochimaru's soul. I also had to seal both my sensei's souls. Naruto-kun, at the very least then he should have taken my soul for that. What? Naruto said in disbelief. Sarutobi had to explain the whole fight to him. By the end of it Naruto was given more food for thought. Then perhaps it was because Shodame-sama and Naidame-sama's souls were not completely summoned and the soul in the Bunshin was sufficient payment. Rei reasoned in his head. I'm going to bring Rei-chan out, she has something to add. Naruto announced. Wait. Rei started in his head, minute. And finished in the real world. Sarutobi looked at Rei expectantly, so she just sighed and relayed what she had just mentioned to Naruto. It's unusual, even if Shinigami did believe in equality, then it still should have been a soul for soul. Sarutobi countered. Not quite, maybe it was that Orochimaru summoned only their battle-related memories. Even then he couldn't only get that as some of those memories would involve training that involved you and that is why they recognized you. As a result your Kage Bunshin, which contains a piece of your own soul, was enough of an exchange, Rei said. You truly are very knowledgeable in this area. Sarutobi praised. I lived on the high plane of heaven for quite some time. I know a fair bit about this world as well as that one. Rei explained. So who are you considering for Hokage? Anyone I know? Naruto asked. I was considering Jiraiya for a time, but I don't think he's quite suitable for the position. Not suitable. The first thing he'd do is make Anko-sensei's get up the standard kunoichi uniform minus the trench coat. Naruto said with disdain about his occasional sensei. Sarutobi chuckled while Rei simply smiled and shook her head. So if not Jiraiya then? Naruto persisted. I'm looking for my other student, Tsunade. Looking at Naruto with genuine interest, Sarutobi had an interesting thought. Actually Naruto, I think I may have a mission for you if you're up for it. Sarutobi offered, Naruto perking up instantly, showing his interest. Jiraiya leaves in a few days to find Tsunade, I would like you to go with him, consider it a personal favor to me. This will be considered an S-rank mission both for potential danger as well as importance to the village. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. What's the main danger? We're just looking for someone. Naruto asked. Tsunade can be rather temperamental. That paired with either her hate of perverts or her love of sake aren't good combinations. Oh, and make sure she doesn't just assume you're a pervert by association with Jiraiya. Sarutobi warned. Naruto paled slightly. Now normally an S rank is a mission sworn to secrecy, but this is a slightly different situation. You go tell who you need to and I will tell Jiraiya. Be ready to leave tomorrow at midday. Sarutobi said as he finalized his idea. The door to the office creaked open, Rei quickly dispelled herself, just as Hamura and Koharu entered the room. Well, Naruto, it was good speaking with you. I'll see you later. Sarutobi said as he ushered Naruto out the door. Naruto's first call of order was to find Kakashi and tell him what was going on. He sent out shadow clones in every direction to find his brother and sensei. A clone dispelled a few minutes later, his Jounin sensei, most of the rookie 12 and a horde of older genin were working on repairing the giant hole in the wall that Summon Snake had put there in the invasion. Naruto made it to the area without delay and quickly found his older brother, Aniki. He bellowed across the open area, trying to catch his brother's attention as he was moving away from Naruto. Naruto? You were discharged from the hospital already? Didn't they need to keep you? Kakashi was surprised, the boy has only woken up yesterday. Nah. I'm fine, besides I needed to let you know I'm going on a mission tomorrow. Naruto told the silver-haired Jounin, whose only response was to cock an eyebrow. It's an S rank, we're Goi, MPH MPH, MMMPPPH. Naruto was cut off mid-sentence as Kakashi clamped his hand over his mouth. Surely Hokage-sama mentioned that S ranks are sworn to secrecy. Kakashi said, exasperated as he let go of Naruto's mouth. He did. He also said that this was a different situation and that it was fine to tell. Naruto retorted, somewhat peeved. Oh, right, sorry then. Please continue. Kakashi said, looking slightly sheepish. We're going to find Tsunade of the Sannin and bring her back to be the Hokage. Kakashi's visible eye widened at the statement, though he betrayed nothing other than surprise. It was still impossible what he was really thinking behind that mask. Nearby Tenten had heard the mission and she had stars in her eyes. Her idol was coming to Konoha. She was overjoyed at the idea that of the role model to all kunoichi was going to grace their presence once again. Well, if that's the case, you'd better prepare for a long-term mission. Perhaps a month or two. Kakashi replied. It'll take that long? A surprised Naruto asked. Tsunade moves around a lot, and believe me, if she doesn't want to be found, she won't be. Jiraiya should be able to handle it, he is a spy master after all. Kakashi explained. Well, I'm going to get packing, if I have time I'll meet you guys back here. Naruto said before rushing off. The next day Naruto and Jiraiya were at the main gates ready to leave, a few of their friends seeing them off. They had said their final goodbyes before they headed off to find Tsunade. Good luck, Naruto-kun. Stay safe. Haku said quietly, wishing her favorite blonde well. Make sure you bring back Tsunade-sama, you hear me, Naruto? Tenten called to their retreating forms. Make sure you bring both of them back, Naruto. Kakashi thought to himself as he felt a dull ache inside his chest and a longing for times of old. Soon the pair had disappeared from sight and those left behind in Konoha had no choice but to get back to work.